Well, like they say, the early bird gets the worm. At least for us here in California, we are going to be getting the worm here for Pokemon Unite. Welcome to the Unite Battle Hub channel and the main event for the Elite Tour casters for today. You know us very well. Draku-san on the mic. Zero is, of course, going to be joining me. Zero, we have made it to the end, at least for the first Elite Tour for March. How are you feeling?
Well, first of all, I think it's April. I forget
April,
what
I
month.
apologize.
Regardless, this is how you know it is barely this early here, at least on the West Coast here for the US. But you know what? I'm excited. It is our first time finally making it to the grand final here, the main event, if you will, of the Elite Tour. We've changed up things here at the United Battle Hub, and honestly, I mean, I got the phone call. They said, "Hey, we really need the best of the best," really early in the morning, and then they called both of us, and somehow we were in the
I
same
don't
call.
know if you could say it's the best of the best between us. They just called the person who was the best in the morning. And, well,
That's
it's
true.
gotta be you, Zero.
I've always been told, it's like, how do you have this much energy in the morning? Do you drink coffee? No. Do you drink energy drinks? No. I just wake up, I hear Pokemon Unite, and one of two things either happens. Either I'm crying in the corner because our teammates like to backcap, or it's exciting because I know I get to cast, especially over here at the Unite Battle Hub.
Well, Zero, we have unfortunately had a bitter end to some of our homestays here. The Double Trouble Open Series having their last events in March, but of course, paving the way to a new victory road. It is, of course, the Elite Tour, a month-long series, and boy, have these teams made it a long way. 2 qualifiers for North America, 2 qualifiers for Europe, followed by a last chance qualifiers, 5 events leading up to today's main event, where these teams, now 7 teams, fighting for a $500 prize pool. We can go ahead and take a look at the qualified teams here. We have a lot of representation from our friends over across the pond. 6 teams from Europe, and only 1 team is representing the United States flag from North America. That is Flaming Hot Depressos. And we got some name stays here if you are very familiar with the European scene. Of course, Nouns Esports, a name that we all know fairly well, but we also got a couple of big hitters on this roster, or on this list as well. Cinco Galemo, ABCDEFGHIJKL, and of course, looking at that last letter, they of course do not want this one. They are a team that is currently number 4 in championship points for Europe. And so these teams, again, fighting for that $500 prize pool at the end. And this is going to be a good one, Zero.
I'm excited to see how these teams play out. Yeah, like you were talking about, we have a lot of regular name households. We know Nouns Esports. We have seen how Alphabet Soup, aka A through L, has been able to climb into the ranks. They have made the top 8 cut before in other tournaments in UCS. They are a team to withhold, and that's the big thing, right? And of course, we have the family favorite, and just the overall, the Flamin' Hot Depressos, just such a funny name, and we love the team. But honestly, only 1 team can walk away knowing that they are the $500 prize pool winner.
Just to remind us of today's broadcast, it is the final broadcast for the Elite Tour for this month, which of course is going to reset for May in the next few weeks as we end this month. But for today's broadcast, it does start out with a 3-stage, 3-round robin for the Swiss stage, and then going into a single elimination for the playoffs. So quite a long broadcast for you today. And of course, me and Zero are going to be starting off this broadcast, and then Relic Zemian is going to be ending off the broadcast. But the cool thing about today is we are going to be crowning our very first Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour champion. So I guess you can call this kind of like the victory road before the Elite Four for the Elite Tour, because the playoffs is, of course, going to be the top 4 players outside of the Swiss stage.
It's going to be exciting to see how these
Mhm.
teams are going to duke it out. But first and foremost, we're going to get into draft as we have A through L versus Cinco Golemo, and we're getting right into it. Ban phase, a lot of familiar names here on the board. Who is going to be banned out in the first phase? And Blastoise being the first one to get the cut. Blastoise has just become that elite top lane Pokemon, and it's not something you want to deal with. Along with Leafeon on the other side, as Leafeon is one of, if not the best speedster right now in the game.
Yeah, I would say Leafeon is most likely going to be the most banned Pokemon in today's events. It's most likely going to be mirroring what we saw in UCS for April. Leafeon is just in such a good position, considering that Meowscarada recently got nerfed in the most recent patch. Leafeon, I think, has cemented themselves as the best speedster and maybe even one of the best characters in the game, at least for their respective classes. But looking at these bans, pretty conventional for both sides. Blastoise, Umbreon, and both evolutions are going to be hitting the bench for this game.
Trevenant has just been one of those Pokemon that has really soared through the ranks, not only because of certain nerfs to Woodhammer, but also buffs to other moves like Curse. It's kind of cemented itself as being, you can kind of go either or. No set is better than the other. And of course, in retaliation, you have a good defender like Russell and Mew, still one of the most dominant bottom lane attackers. Very consistent, does good damage, and honestly, a very good pick for the side of A through L. And meanwhile, Cinco Golemo trying to solidify what they want to go with in their second phase as a good support like Blissey is very attractive right now to be able to keep the team alive. And Lucario entering the fray, going to be a good top lane Pokemon. We don't see Lucario that often anymore.
Yeah, Lucario is a character that unfortunately has taken a back seat to characters like Urshifu, who just have a little bit better secure power-up punch relative to Wicked Blow on the red Urshifu, Dark Urshifu, just a little bit outclassed, but of course has always been another very consistent Pokemon as we get towards the end of this draft. When you look at these two teams, I would say the first three picks for both teams looking for just very consistent characters, don't have a ton of counterplay. It's the end of this draft where it gets a little bit more interesting. Japa is going to pick up that Glaceon, another very consistent attacker, even though it did get I would say a slap on the wrist if Glaceon does have any wrist in the most recent patch, but still, again, a very consistent attacker in the jungle position.
Definitely well, especially with the Icicle Spear. It did get a little bit of a nerf, very still strong, very consistent. It does allow it, though, to Icy Wind to be a big option. As before, it just felt like if you didn't go Icicle Spear, you were kind of putting yourself in your team in a little bit of a deficit here. Gardevoir going to be the last pick for the side of A through L. Good Pokemon, good range overall from A through L. Cinco Golemo is going to need to be a little bit more aggressive in the forefront, but the advantage they have is they essentially have almost three tanky units. You have Slowbro, yes, you have Trevenant, you have these three Pokemon, along with Blissey, who is a support, but on their own, also just a heavy hitter in being able to solidify itself to keep the team alive, but it could also soak up quite a bit of damage. Blaziken's going to need to put in a lot of work. You kind of talked about Red Urshifu before, about being secure, but Oscatar being on the Blaziken, having that overheat, especially once they have that leg up, can do a lot of serious damage.
Yeah, looking at this team that Cinco Golemo has put together, I would give them the advantage in their team composition. Glaceon, even though it is a mid-range attacker, when you look at the enemy team, there's only one character that can really check the Glaceon, and that is Mew. Right, and Mew does have some longer range abilities in that Solar Beam, but of course, as most of us know, or at least if you play Mew, Solar Beam might be one of the lesser used options nowadays because fortunately, it doesn't do as much damage as it did before when it was first released. But here we go, everybody. Let's go ahead and give our energy to these teams as we get into game number one of our Swiss round number one, Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour main event. Here we go.
As we get started, we see a pretty much conventional. We don't see Ralts going in with anybody else. A support's usually good. Are going to head up to the top path, and already the meteor mash. This is one thing that Lucario does have up its sleeve when it's going up against these top lane Pokemon. It has proc to next attack. Little premature, if you'd ask me, but they are trying to get into big KO. Meteor mash does get whiffed a little bit, and Chansey is still there to keep that Lucario alive. As I was talking about, Lucario still has a pretty good early game advantage, and if you can get around and do a good amount of damage, Lucario can still find its way. Two defenders in the bottom path, though, for the side of Cinco Golemo.
Yeah, one of the, I guess, more interesting things about teams with double defender compositions with a supporter, you can see that, you have some very odd laning options. We see a double defender in the bottom path going against a defender and an attacker. I would say, unfortunately, not the best form of Secure, but we do see the farm spawning on the map here. A nice meteor mash into a follow-up by the Glaceon, not able to get the KO on the Curlia, but more importantly, they do or are forced to use that eject button early on in this game.
Very good here, and an Electro Ball. This Mew's trying to get a KO, though. Japa able to get out of any little bit of danger. That could have spelled a lot of danger for that Glaceon. Again, it has to get to level 6 before it has both of its moves fully online to be able to just stay alive. And again, you wanted to hide in the bush here. And now we have the battle of the two top laners. Blaze Kick, though, going to be able to push out of there. Two supports in the central area as the birds are getting set up. Yeah, very different for Cinco Golemo to have two defenders in the bottom path. Teams are starting to set up a little bit. Curlia, though, and Mew are just gonna evaporate the birds out of nowhere, and just like that, ABC looking real good strong in this early game.
All right, Trevenant tried to make a move in that bottom right L bush. Unfortunately, not really able to get anything off of that, as they do take quite a bit of damage. You can see there, just barely making it back to that tier 1 goal zone. This is a cursed Trevenant, as it does make sense considering they are lacking damage across the board with that other defender in the bottom path. So we'll see how well that cursed Trevenant is able to navigate through this game, considering when you look at the enemy team, they don't have, a huge front line compared to themselves, so really looking for those buildup of that curse meter to try to get the resets on the Horn Leech. It's very typical for a Trevenant player, but we don't see their secondary ability as they get it at level 7, so we'll see if they decide to go Pain Split as their secondary ability.
That's the beauty of Trevenant, having that different flavors available to you. You don't have to lock yourself in. You can kind of say, hey, this might be a moveset for this game. That's what makes Trevenant such a top tier defender, as Registeel has already spawned, and the Fairy Singularity landing early. ABC starting this engagement early, and this poor Trevenant was unable to get out two big KOs. That was amazing, though. Great job by ABC, and now they are just converging on to the tier pad, doing quick math says we don't need no Bruno here. We have quick maths, and a hundo is looking pretty sharp for the side of A through L. Blaziken able to get out there. Glacial Stage is set, and now they're trying to get a Blaziken on Oscar to be knocked out.
Or it is a race to score on this tier 1 goal zone. A nice solar beam lands itself on this Glaceon. Now it's forced to use that eject button, but cannot get away from the fists of fire from this Blaziken, as they do get sent back to the right side or the left side of the map. Regieleki now brought to about 30%. Here comes a solar beam, followed up by a blaze kick, but of course the Gardevoir able to get the secure on the Regieleki, now bouncing on over to this tier 1 goal zone. Still looking rather healthy, but this Regieleki is going to make that quite vulnerable. Doing some quick maths here, 60 points still on this goal zone, a nice 40 point, just making sure they get the most amount of value before they close this one out.
A through L looking really good. That Blaziken had the heart of steel, being able to stay alive, and this is a great opportunity to get all its stacks. I don't know about you, Draco, but I've seen the movie Rocky 4, and their hearts are definitely on fire right now because they are feeling themselves. Good damage out of the Blaziken, able to get a good amount of stacks, good damage, and right now A through L is just putting on a clinic. They might not have the forefront and the 3 pseudo 3 defenders that Cinco Golemo has, but right now A through L is showing off why they are a top 8 competitor in EU, as they are just showing a dominant performance with these long range attackers. And I kind of talked about this in the beginning, how Cinco Golemo, they had to be more in the face of A through L, but A through L has a composition that forces them to come close to them, traps them in with the Crustle, and then you do massive amounts of damage at range with Mew and Gardevoir, and then if you need to get up close, you have Blaziken there.
Yeah, these Gardevoir Fairy Singularities are going to be very crucial in these larger engagement team fights, as we see a 3-character swing in that Fairy Singularity. His 3 characters for Cinco Golemo heading back over to the left side of the map. Make that 4 as the Trevenant gets hacked down at the knees. They're going to score huge on this tier 2 goal zone, ballooning their lead now to 310 to 104. Some quick math, that is a 206-point lead for this team, Zero.
A through L is just looking so dominant so far. The Fairy Singularities have been on tact out there. That was a borderline ace of a KO onto the side of Cinco Golemo, and they just keep the pressure going. A through L is looking absolutely dominant. Fairy Singularities are hitting. I did see that Cinco Golemo did use their slow beam to try to get Oscitar down. That way they kind of get a little bit of catch-up EXP, but honestly, I don't think A through L minds it way too much. They have a good level all around, and another Fairy Singularity just landing so effortlessly. Blissus is finally going to land on the Volto, the Lucario though, and now Jabo trying to find Oscitar. Oscitar setting up the overheat though to get him, and Glaceon able to take down a Mew. Right now we are 1 minute 15 away from the big green dragon in the sky that's going to matter at the end of this game. But right now A through L has a great offense and an even better defense.
Yeah, the A, B, C, D, E, F, G alphabet soup right now really taking advantage of the Unite move change for this Gardevoir. It was recently buffed in one of the most recent patches. I believe it was 2 or 3 patches ago. It reduces the cooldown of this Unite move, and paired with something like an energy amplifier, you're able to get a number of Unite moves. And when you take a look at these enemy teams, it really benefits taking down characters that like to hang out on the front line. When you look at Cinco Golemo's teams, they have quite a number of characters that hang out there. And of course, they are going to be having at least one more Fairy Singularity in the final stretch of the game. And if you take a look at their level, they are currently Zero, your level leader of the game at level 14 already.
That is a very powerful Gardevoir that I do not want to mess with. Level 14 Fairy Singularity, especially the way Bordy the Mew has been able to kind of go tandem in tandem with Guardy to be able to get the Fairy Singularity Solar Beam Wombo combo off. Almost instantly is able to knock out a squad. Mew going to be poking around with a little bit of a Solar Beam, trying to make sure they don't get caught out. Right now, A through L is in a very dominant position, and once again, it's kind of been the strategy. Cinco Golemo needs to approach them, but if they do, they sometimes get bit, and now it's time to see who's going to be the first one to fire off an ability that will be heard here at the main event.
Of course, Cinco Golemo has to make the first move here. They are definitely down by a significant number of points, almost 2 times the number of points that Alphabet Soup has over Cinco Golemo. Not only do they have the point advantage, but they also have the poke advantage, as well as this Mew slinging these solar beams from way downtown. And with 1 minute left to go, Zero, I don't know if they have a way in here. They don't really have the rip. Of course, they have one of the best rippers in the game in that Glaceon, but that's really the only character that can stay doing consistent damage on this Rayquaza. Another Solar Beam followed by a boosted auto, finding its way onto the Slowbro. They need to find their way in, and they definitely do as they get that Slow Beam on the Gardevoir, but unfortunately unable to get anything going off of it. Just not enough damage on the highest character in the game, and with that, that might be your win condition as the Glaceon, followed by the Blissey, going to be going down, and Alphabet Soup is definitely cashing in all of their letters as they're able to KO 4 characters down. Slowbro, only one left alive, and with that Blaze Kick, they're going to lock in game number 1, Zero.
Overheat is just one of the best confirms right now, and Single Golemo knew they were done. Once Glaceon goes down, Japel was out, and that was going to spell a lot of trouble. And A through L knows quite a little bit about spelling, as their namesake goes. So you got to imagine that the writing was on the walls, and they knew Glaceon was their only rip. You can kind of argue Lucario, but at that point, with Single Golemo being that far behind, not having enough rip potential, again, they were only able to get 2 KOs. That was Yepa there on the Glaceon, unable to take a lot of damage here. It felt very close winded, but once A through L, after that 7-minute mark, when the objectives come up, A through L just kind of rocketed to the moon, as we see Gardevoir almost 100k damage. Oscatar was kind of that confirmation button, that free W win on any objective to their namesake. And right now, Single Golemo is going to need to be able to look at themselves and say, okay, maybe this wasn't our best shot, but talking about best shots, let's go over a little bit of the highlights here. We kind of talked about it. The fairy singularities out of this Gardevoir were absolute bonkers. The Single Golemo might have had the wall, but A through L had the key to the gates.
Yeah, they had their foot on the gas for the entirety of this game, and really the driver, the train conductor was this Gardevoir player, is landing multiple fairy singularities on multiple targets. You can see here 3 targets go down rather quickly, like you were saying before, evaporated off of the map, and it really allows the rest of the team to capitalize on any bit of advantage that they get, of course. Unfortunately, they were unable to check this Gardevoir for most of the game. They were able to get a slow beam on the Gardevoir, but unfortunately just not the damage that they wanted. As you can see there, their Glaceon just being chased out of the central area, and then Mew following it up with a KO streak of 2. Lucario with a desperation play, just not really able to get it.
Unfortunate for Single Golemo, you know, game 1 is definitely going through A through L. They are, I mean, this is why we've seen them before in UCS. They are a competitor. Their name might be funny, but their gameplays are top notch. And A through L right now has been holding just such a dominant hold in EU. They are showing off what they're made here. Single Golemo, not to be underestimated, but they're definitely going to need to be a team that goes back to the drawing board and kind of switches things up a little bit, because clearly this plan did not come to fruition. I see their vision. It just was not in the cards. But moving on from the cards, we're on to another ban phase here at the Unite Battle Hub.
You know, there is a current trend going on Twitter, and it's not one that I like very much, but because there are a bunch of letters in their name, there's one thing that Alphabet Soup has definitely locked in. If you take a look at your keyboard, looking between Q and E, they have locked in a W for their first game.
Oh gosh darn it. I knew it was going to come up. The best trend of all time. I don't know why people don't like it. Maybe because I like really have a dry sense of humor, dad jokes, and puns. I live for this. But you know what else I live for? For 3 defenders being banned out. Slowbro, Trevin, and Umbreon, and Gyarados. We haven't even seen Gyarados, and already Single Golemo saying, we're not going to allow it, which then does lead to what we were talking about before, how Leafeon is one of the best Pokemon, if not at least the speedster. But I guess, you know, when all says is done, this also does leave Blastoise still on the table. And, you know, Single Golemo here kind of dancing around it, because you don't want to leave it on the table. They were looking around at different Pokemon, but then they looked down at their keyboard between H and L and said, no, we will take that Blastoise. It's a J and a K.
I hate this trend. I hate it so much, actually. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the middle part of this draft. As these as 3 defenders are out, it looks like there are still 2 very high prominent defenders. And is Single Golemo potentially going for a score composition here, as we're locking in this Sableye, but they also got a Greedent as well. It is a defender, but many people would say that, okay, let's just not even finish that thought, as Greedent is not going to be selected.
Listen, man, they looked at you and
Charizard
said,
is still really cool.
I think they were messing with the casters. I think they really said, hey, have you ever seen a Sableye and a squirrel go together? It sounded like the beginning of a bar joke. Hey, a Sableye and a Greedent walk into a base pad and they score a lot of points. But again, you really don't want to leave it down to that. And again, remember when Buzzwole was at the top, you always wanted to make sure as your top lane all arounder. Definitely seems a very different composition, very melee. A through L has no range. I mean, you can argue that Mimikyu is kind of going to be the speedster just due to the fact of how it plays. But all in all, the Charizard Unite move is going to do a lot of damage on A through L. But let's see how this works out. Very interesting comps. Good CC for the side of Single Golemo, adding Wigglytuff, Sableye, and Espeon for some good stuns. A through L is going to need to battle through quite a bit if they want to get through this squad.
Yeah, you were talking really briefly about this Charizard Unite move, and they do have quite, they only have really one target that they really want to land that on. It is that Leafeon, but I mean, if you look at the team, whoever gets ulted by the Charizard can get supported by Blissful Assistance as a supportive and defensive tool. Mimikyu, of course, can lock the Charizard down even if they are flying high in the sky with their own Unite move, Play With Me. So this Charizard has really got its work cut out for them. And not only do they have to get the right target, because there is really only one ideal target, that one target also has a full heal. So there's a couple of things that this Charizard needs to juggle in order to land the most optimal Unite moves.
I mean, we don't see Charizard played that often at all, so I'm actually excited to see how it's able to perform. But like you talked about, Bordy, who was locking in with the Leafeon there, that's going to be the #1 target. But like you said, that full heal can really mess up a Charizard's day, and you don't want to be caught up in that. On top of that, Mimikyu also had a full heal, so your two ideal targets are going to be able to kind of just say a quick little, nope, I don't think so there, champ. I see what you're going for, but again, I'm going to have to hit that H, the keys in between H and L, because I don't think you're going to be picking me up today, good sir. As we already see a little bit of a collusion here. A through L are going to be sending their support along with Mimikyu. They're splitting the central area. Leafeon is ready to go at level 4, and Mimikyu is going to be able to have a little bit of a quicker reset with that blue buff.
Once again, Cinco Golemo has a very interesting bottom lane with a defender. I would say even like almost 2 defenders, as Wigglytuff can flex to more of a defender-oriented role. They do have a larger or vaster health pool than most of the supporting class. They have good displacement with Cute Charm and Sing. So it's a little bit interesting that they're once again going with this kind of double defender composition in the bottom path. Evolutions are all over the map, as they normally are in the earlier parts of the game. They're heading down to this bottom path. Looks like the Psyshock unfortunately missing their mark, but they should have that up once again for these bees.
Luckily, Fizzy able to get out of there using the defense core to bounce off the walls, and good damage comes out of Japa here, and now they're trying to converge on Bordy. Bordy going to be able to live out there thanks to Crustle soaking up a lot of the damage on the sun. A big solar blade able to get a good knockout, and now they're going on, and Play Rough is going to land on Japa. Japa's going to be taken out. Big damage now landing on Volto. Volto's in a little bit of danger, and just like that, things are cleared. Make way for the A through L train, and now Single Golem sending more reinforcements, which is going to allow this Buzzwole to get more stacks, and more importantly, I think Bordy's going to be able to escape without a problem.
Oh man, the Crustals, put him in the Crustalium, the Mausoleum, getting a number of KOs, or at least setting up their team for these KOs. If you take a look at their team, Cinco Golemo's team, they are quite vulnerable to Rock Tomb, because when you look at their team, not many of them have dashes that can go through walls. A lot of them most likely do not have an eject button, or if they do, they are forced to use that eject button as a way of just getting away from the Rock Tomb. So even if they are these mid-range damage dealers, you've got to be careful as you're retreating, because you might be seeing a wall on the other side of you as you go that way.
I like how Bordy ended up going Aerial Ace instead of Leaf Blade in combination with their Solar Blade. They did not go they don't want to get the recharge. I think their value lies in trying to reposition themselves with Aerial Ace to land it. Superpower gonna land on this Charmeleon, not for naught. I mean, we talk about it. Yes, maybe you're not gonna be able to get the same resets you were able to get before with Buzzwole, but the damage is still there, and I think that's what A through L is relying on with this Buzzwole.
This is looking very similar, if not worse, for Cinco Guillermo relative to the first game. 106, and well, I am not a PhD or a mathematician, but this looks like a 0 in the score column for Cinco Guillermo 0. Reggie Rock brought down to already 0, as it looks like that objective going over to the side of Cinco Guillermo. So definitely a lucky outing for them. They're able to get that global experience, and boy, do they need it, because they are quite down, not only just in score, but also in levels as well. Not a Unite move ready to go, just that Espeon. But like we were saying before, we really need that Charizard Unite move to be online. And well, they are still in their Pokeball Zero.
Good KOs from Single Guillermo. They needed that little bit of EXP. Volto was able to evolve into a Blastoise, makes it that much more viable and dangerous online. But the way this is working now, great job by the Mimikyu, being able to kind of jet on out of there, throwing out a Shadow Sneak, seeing who they can land on. Charizard still does not have its Unite move. It's taken into a Bliss Assist, does land on the Mimikyu. Big solar power, big damage to the big old turtle, water turtle, and here comes the Psychic Solaire, trying to land a Side Shock, finds absolutely nobody. And this is why Mimikyu is not allowed to enter the party, because once they get those Shadow Sneaks resets, they are on a roll. Overall, A through L has 3 Pokemon at level 10. Meanwhile, Single Guillermo only has 2 Pokemon, even at level 9. Charizard does have its Unite move, and you gotta imagine this Crustle or that Blissey is wanting to just soak up that damage for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, it's still, once again, going to be hard to lock down the targets that it needs to. It's a very good value KOs. We see that on the notification screen, the center of your screen there. Sableye getting a KO on the Leafeon. Of course, you want that that KO experience going over to maybe somebody else, but of course, a KO nonetheless is very important, as we do see 2 characters that both have a Shadow Sneak like ability, one of them going into the ether, getting invisibility, one of them getting a little bit farther jumps. As we do see, unfortunately, Charizard once again going back to the Pokemon Center once again. As we head into the halfway point of the game, let's take a look at our board state. Once again, Alphabet Soup still looking like the dominant train conductor they are, really leading the charge. Reggie Ice already brought down to less than 50%. Unite move coming out of the Espeon, and Blissey trying to get a secure, but once again, this Wigglytuff is able to come away with this objective in the bottom path. And as you see, Cinco Guillermo thinking they are going to be going down, they showing just a little bit of life, and now looking at this tier 1 goal zone. But looking at the other side of the map, it looks like Alphabet Soup is going to once again close out this top path, but not a top lane goal pad still left to be standing.
This is where things get scary. It feels always like Cinco Guillermo is able to get a little bit of life, a little bit of things going right for them. Big Solar Blade gonna land on 3, big damage. Already trying to look and trying to dash around with aerials. They're trying to look for that Espeon. Big double emerald 2-step. Go take your boots, cause we're going dancing, baby. Solar Blade landing down here. Big landing, and Bustle not gonna allow this little gremlin, this little gentleman is gonna be put on ice right now. The flames from the Charizard are trying to put them on ice, but I don't know about you. This is a great force coming out of A through L, as this is a Quadra. The big Buzz Arnold says, I will swole slam onto you. And Oscatar is being the leader of this force right now. 362 to 354, and they are just absolutely dominating and getting big amounts of KO. I don't know about you, that little Mimikyu might have thrown a Shadow Sneak, but I would say I have without a shadow of a doubt that right now A through L is looking good. Thank you.
Yeah, this Buzzwole player is looking like All Might from My Hero Academia, because they are absolutely going plus ultra on Cinco Guillermo's team right now. Level 14 on your Buzzwole. Again, you get that power spike at level 11, but level 14, they might be getting KO'd here if they are able to get out of here. No, Charizard is going to get a very high value KO. Last little bit of Unite moves here for the Leafeon. They are going to be heading back to the left side of the map. Charizard also being KO'd as well. And this Leafeon, it does have a faster charge on their Unite move, but with no goal zones broken, they don't got a whole lot of yellow dots to take off the map, and that means definitely not going to have that Emerald 2-step, one of the more devastating Unite moves on their side of the map, not available to them as the final stretch begins, Zero.
This is where things really get scary, right? Because all of a sudden, Single Golemo was able to get a good amount of chaos. They have a level 14 Charizard. Yes, they are behind by about 300 points, but they now have the levels, the EXP, and the damage to potentially do some devastating damage as the Play Rough already going to land on Volto. They're going to Shadow Sneak, try to get out of a little bit of danger. Crustle just kind of eyeing things. Nobody wants to fully commit. This Charizard Unite move is going to be absolutely devastating. Volto going to take a little bit more of damage from the Play Roughs. Shadow Sneaks are landing. Nobody wants to fully commit, but they go in. They say, let's time to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Psychic Solaire, and we get a big who play with me out of Mimikyu. There goes Charizard. Charizard was unable to use their Unite move. Emerald two-step takes out that little green gentleman. That little Emerald Eyes. Volto's taken down. That 3 members down, and this is an Espeon living on a dream right now. And I think A through L is going to go for the rip here on to the Rayquazas. They're going to rip it all here. It's time to go in. It's time for a showdown. Charizard finally re-entering the fray, but might be too little too late. Oscar gonna make it. Leafeon gets the secure, and A through L might have just punched their ticket to move on here at the Elite Tour main event.
Yeah, Alphabet Soup on the precipice for locking in this game, and well, they do have the vehicle to do so, as we do see the white flag being tossed up by Cinco Golemo, and that means that this team, Alphabet Soup, showing their dominance not only in the European region, but also in today's main events, going up 2-0 to Cinco Golemo in quite dominating fashion, I'd say.
I love the way A through L played it all. Bordy was just dodging around. It really felt for a minute, especially when Enya was able to take down I think it was Oscatar. The Charizard was able to take down Buzzwole. They were able to get that level cap, but unfortunately, we kind of talked about it before, how the full heal was going to prevent this Charizard from fully being able to use it. On top of that, when Mimikyu just used its Unite move to keep it trapped, they then just converged. They knew that the only shot Enya was going to have to be able to win this out was going to be to that Charizard. Even talking about the early game, this is where things started really going bad. It felt like Single Golemo had a good start, but once with the Play Rough and Japo went down, Volto was just subdued by a Solar Blade, and it was just all over from here. Get good stacks, and next thing you know, A through L was just running a clinic here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I believe this game was won in draft for Alphabet Soup. I mean, you look at their team, respectively, for each of those characters, you could arguably say that they are some of the best, if not the best, in their respective classes. We talk about Leafeon as always being the most dominant force in the speedster category. Crustle is also at least top 2, maybe top 3. Blissey always being a very consistent supporter, and well, Mimikyu in the right hands can be a force to be reckoned with, as we saw throughout this game. Of course, Cinco Golemo showing some life, able to get a level 14 Charizard in the end game. Unfortunately, Alphabet Soup, in the end game, they had all the Infinity Stones and the shields to lock in their win for this game.
Hey man, I don't know about you, when I'm feeling good, I have a big bowl of Alphabet Soup to myself. And right now, A through L, they are the Alphabet Soup. They are in the winner's circle. They got to be feeling themselves. They got to know they have the confidence to win. They have the makings. And I think you're right. I think in draft, when you're allowing the opposition, when you ban out all these big name defenders and you still allow your enemy team to get Pokemon like Mimikyu, who can kind of dash around, along with Leafeon, which we have already talked about, is one of the more dominant Pokemon in the game right now. If it's not, at least at bare minimum, it is the best speedster in the game. Right now, it looks like it's trying to cement itself as the best Pokemon. And so when you give your opposition all those great tools and you're not able to use your tool to kind of break open through that, Charizard's Unite move, they knew what was there. They knew that all they had was the Charizard Unite move, and Mimikyu just shut it down.
Yeah, it took the Charizard to get a little bit longer to get online as well, and unfortunately, they didn't have something like an eject button or a full heal to prevent them from getting KO'd throughout the game. But unfortunately, or I guess fortunately for Cinco Golemo, this isn't a double elimination or single elimination part of the tournament. It is a Swiss, so they are still in today's event, but that does mean we lock in a couple of points in the win column for Alphabet Soup, as they move throughout the Swiss stage for the event. Of course, that is only but the first round of today's Swiss, which leads again into a single elimination playoff bracket. We are going to be taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Round 2 coming up next.
Welcome back to the Unite Battle Hub's Elite Tour, the main event. As we are here, we just witnessed A through L through a dominant fashion in a 2-0 victory. But like we talked about before, nobody is out that quickly. It is a Swiss round, so they are still alive. You can still win the rest of your games and still make a top cut. That being said, though, we are moving on to a game 3 where we have the very so popular Flamin' Hot Depressos going up against, I do believe it is an EU team called SUCRÉOSUCRE, which is looking absolutely dominant. But I'm not here by myself. Could you imagine that? No, I called in the troops, the Big Al himself, who apparently is timed out at the Unite Battle Hub. Here, Draco-san!
Who timed me out, first of all?
I'm pretty sure it was Bacon. Pretty sure. Producers are saying it was 100% Bacon. He said, "Get on the griddle, boy. This bacon is cooking."
Yeah, I definitely got cooked in the chat, if you asked me. But of course, these teams trying to get their bacon in their round number 1. We are also, just to remind us, I did say we were going to round number 2 in our Swiss stage, but of course, more content, more games, the better. This is still in round 1 between these two teams. Of course, we all love to see a little bit of high stakes Pokemon Unite, and that's not with an A, but with an EA, stakes, you know. But these teams, game 3 between them and Flaming Hot Depressos. I love watching this team. They always prove me wrong every single time I see them. They have some very unorthodox compositions, and it's always around this Pikachu. It's always been a very pivotal character for them. Techen, very prominent jungler for North America. They also have a very unique character pool, but one of them is a Zero Aura, so we might even see that in this game here, Zero.
I'm excited to see it, and they already had it as their favorite Pokemon. It's like we know this. Flamin' Hot Depressos, more like Flamin' Hot amazing compositions that might not make a lot of sense, but man, they are the electric company because they got double Pika. They got Pika and Zero Aura. This is just like you start off with the Hoopa. Great Pokemon, right? Buzzwole, pretty good. Slowbro, awesome. Pika and Zera, but SUCRÉOSUCRE over here, they have Umbreon, Eldegoss, who, even though Eldegoss has gotten nerfed multiple times, is still such a good, viable Pokemon. Glaceon, Blaziken, and Meowscarada. SUCRÉOSUCRE is looking absolutely dominant. Burst is going to be the name of their game because they are looking spicy with their composition, as Leafeon, Espeon, Zoroark, and Blastoise will not be coming to this party.
Yeah, they do have a decent amount of burst, especially with a Blaziken. I think a lot of players, or a lot of teams, both in North America, I think around the world, have really started to see the value of Blaziken. It had a rather slow start when it was released, I believe in October of last year. It did receive some very much needed buffs, but I think very similar to another bird type Pokemon, I'm talking about Dodrio specifically, it did take a little bit of time for this bird, even though it doesn't have any wings, to take off in the metagame. Right, and Blaziken has a very, very high skill ceiling. I think it is one of the characters that has the most abilities in the game. Doesn't have a Unite move, but it does have the option for some really cool resets, really good secure, but you also have some really solid self-healing in that passive ability as well. So it has the whole package, if you ask me, Zero.
It's one of those Pokemon that can just stay in the brawl and just do a lot amount of damage, and its kit allows it to move, do good damage, do a little bit of range damage with Focus Blast, and you're able to switch between these reset cooldowns. Honestly, Blaziken is a full package Pokemon, a little complex, but it can be really good. That being said, this Hoopa not gonna allow this damage to happen, and Pikachu coming in to help, and Eldegoss gonna need to scamper away as Florigato is there trying to cover a little bit of extra damage, though. Hoopa just being a good Pokemon defending, kind of predicting that SUCRÉOSUCRE was going to try to do a little bit of invading here.
Get this Buzzwole online at level 5, getting access to that first ability, most likely superpower. Not many Buzzwole players will use Leech Life, but of course I've seen crazier things with this Flaming Hot Depresso's team, as we do see the birds spawning on the map. In terms of Secure, I do give that over to the right side, as it looks like Flaming Hot Depresso's having quite an early game start, as Buzzwole now having access to that level 5. SUCRÉOSUCRE got to be a little bit careful, as they don't want to get slammed by the superpower Buzzwole.
That's the thing, you don't want to get up, and Chowman over here setting themselves up. Good Hoopa portal though to be able to arouse tension, to be able to go back, get a little bit of healings off, and they're gonna go back to the Pokemon Center, get a full heal, and head on back to the fight here. And this Hoopa wants to go toe to toe with the Gossifleur, saying, hey, you know what, I'm done playing around here, time to hyperspace hole out of here. This is gonna allow hopefully Blaziken, aka Chow, or not Blaziken, Buzzwole, Chowman, to be able to get good damage right now for SUCRÉOSUCRE. They barely got their Umbreon going. Luckily they did make it for the 8-minute mark. Central Beast, but Gossifleur is still on the side. It does look like SUCRÉOSUCRE is not looking too hot in this early game. The Flaming Hot Depressos, they're looking like they're trying to set themselves for a victory lap.
Yeah, the Flaming Hot Depressos have had full control of these farm camps that are spawning on the map. Had full control of these Swablu's that spawned on 850 and at the 8-minute mark as well. And you can see that specifically in the Zera Aura's level on the right side of your screen there. Level 8 on your Zera Aura. And for Speedster, it's something you definitely want to see, as Tetchin is going to convert with a 2-piece KO streak for themselves. It's going to bring that real close to level 9. There is that level 9 Unite move available to the Zera Aura, and a character that we don't see very often, resetting to the Hoopa hyperspace hole. They're having themselves a game in this early game, using that Unite move, proccing the passive ability, but most importantly, making sure they get out of there. They are going to re-engage once again, and this cat, 2 KO streak for themselves, gonna KO the Mousecurata in their own Speed Flux Zone 0.
That is looking so good. Speed Flux Zone or not, the Plasma Gale coming out of Zera Aura said they were shutting things down. Tension though doing such a good job trying to force them off the map here. Unfortunately they do get knocked out, but level 10 is looking good, and now SUCRÉOSUCRE trying to push back in. Oni was able to get 2 big knockouts there, and Glacial Stage just said Pikachu might be in a little bit of trouble as they get 3 KO'd. Glaceon able to just absolutely converge back, slap that Pikachu out of existence, and now SUCRÉOSUCRE are looking to maybe converge on this tier 1 bottom path as the spikes are landing in. They have the Snarl out of Umbreon to lower some special attack. That way the team can stay in longer. Big Moonlight Prance landing on the Flaming Hot Depressos, and just like that, SUCRÉOSUCRE is going to be taking the lead in points and in game advantage. What a turn of events, and the points keep on coming.
Yeah, this was all because Tetchin unfortunately missed the train back home to that Hoopa hyperspace hole on the tier 1 almost 2 minutes ago, and the train has still kept going for SUCRÉOSUCRE. Able to get a KO on that Zera Aura was so crucial, not only in positioning but also in experience, giving that Unite move to the Glaceon, and then now pushing through to the tier 2 goal zone. Smaller engagement here. Unite move coming out of the Zera Aura, not really able to get a whole lot of value from it, and the lead that Flaming Hot Depressos has surmounted in the beginning of the game is starting to evaporate here, as Tetchin also going to be going down once again. These Hoopa hyperspace holes have been, I would say, not on the money throughout this earlier part of the game. Just got to make sure they are resetting at the perfect time to make sure their team stays alive for long periods of time.
That's the key here, but SUCRÉOSUCRE has one key factor. Blaziken is already on the line, big amounts of damage, and you have amazing rip when it comes to the Icicle Spear out of the Glaceon. Flaming Hot Depressos just not able to keep up with the burst that SUCRÉOSUCRE has available to them. I mean, you have an Umbreon and a Glaceon in the bottom path. Meanwhile, 3 members were able to secure the Regieleki, and they might be looking to push this in, and now Hoopa's viability to be able to transport teammates up and down is not that viable as much due to the fact that tier 1s are already gone from the side of Flaming Hot Depressos.
SUCRÉOSUCRE right now is in a very interesting position. They can decide to push this tier 2 goal zone, but it's going to be a little bit difficult considering they do have jump pads available to them because it is less than 5 minutes. But let's go ahead and take a look at the board state as we go through the halfway point of the game. 245 to 126. More than 100 points separates these two teams. Currently, your Blaziken and Meowscarada are your level leaders of the game. And one thing to pay attention to, level 11 on the Buzzwole, that is a very crucial power spike as it does get access to Super Power Plus. It did get nerfed in the most recent patch, but we can see it's getting some things done here. Unfortunately, though, the Meowscarada is saying, I am the cat of this top lane, and they are going to be getting a KO streak of 2 as they head into the central area.
They just want to be the dominant cat in town, and they're making it known, especially because Meowscarada, that Unite move just does so much damage. Big rip damage here, and we're trying to see what SUCRÉOSUCRE can bring. Tension going to dive on in, and they're going to be caught out. Plasma Gale does catch the Glaceon at least before they themselves are accidentally knocked out. Here goes Glaceon again with the Icicle Spears, just doing amazing amounts of rip damage. They are already level 12. They have their 2 boosted plus attacks, and right now they are sitting pretty as we are about a minute away from that big green dragon landing from the sky onto Thea Sky Ruins. Having an amazing defense. They have all their pads available to them, but if it's a team that I never want to count out, it's Flamin' Hot Depressos. They might surprise you out of nowhere if they get these Hoopa portals, the hyperspace holes correctly, get a good amount of resets for the squad, you might be able to pull off a miracle.
Alright, this is going to be one more Regieleki handed over to SUCRÉOSUCRE. Can they get a KO on this Umbreon before they make it back home? They are going to be raised up to the sky by the telekinesis from the Slowbro, and I think the Slowbro player is going to be very pivotal for Flaming Hot Depressos. About 10 seconds left before double time. Make sure we take a look at the Slowbro, because that Slow Beam, like it always has been one of the best Unite moves in the game, can really turn a deficit into an advantage if you're able to lock down the right character.
Flamin' Hot Depressos is going to need to play this game a little bit more aggro here. Oni, though, going to go ahead and start poking away, get their icicles more than anything. They weren't trying to rip, and now the engagement begins. Umbreon's going to go in. Meowscarada, though, just kind of poking around, and now Flamin' Hot Depressos needs to find a way out. Electro Ball finally lands on the big old Snarl, and just like that, they're able to escape. They attack the double team, and that's the thing, right? You want to land the Slow Beam on the correct character. Big superpower there. Big Icicle Spear here now happening, and here comes Tension. They're able to take down the Blaziken. That's one big giant KO for Flamin' Hot Depressos. Glacial Stage is set. Big Super Soul Slam coming out of Chalman, but the Slow Beam catches them. They're unable to move. 3 members of Flamin' Hot Depressos has been taken down, and Pikachu is also taken down. Hoopa still has the Rings Unbound ability, but not for long, as the Icicle Spears, they use their Unite move to stay a little bit alive, but I don't know that Flamin' Hot Depressos have the players available to them, and now Tension gonna try to make a play.
Or this could be the end of the game here, folks. High death timers for whoever gets KO'd at this point in the game, but of course, Flaming Hot Depressos, they need to make a last stand here, being down 100 points, and that is going to be a very good start. Umbreon is going to be very low HP, but unfortunately, Flaming Hot Depressos is looking like the Flaming Hot Dominoes, because they are falling one after the other, and with a more than a 100-point lead, that 56 score is unfortunately not going to do it for them. Hoopa trying desperately to get into the central area, but with the rest of the team down for the count and the timer going down slowly, SUCRÉOSUCRE is going to win this game 3 in round number 1 of the Swiss stage.
What a dominant performance overall from these teams, but Flamin' Hot Depressos just was not being able to kind of stick together. It felt like SUCRÉOSUCRE took over in the latter half of the game, and the Flamin' Hot Depressos, unfortunately, this time around, they're gonna have to take a Flamin' Hot L, but that does not mean they are out. And as per usual, the way we do it around here, at least when Draco and I heard, we have a sports update. That's clearly a not totally me using the sound effects to my mouth.
I think
But
that
in
was a
round one,
copyright there. I don't know if you can use that sound effect, Zero.
I might not, but it's okay because it was so horrible. Nobody could even tell what that was, but you might be able to know what that is. But anywho, for the updates of everything, now Esports gets the 2-0 bye. SUCRÉOSUCRE is obviously going to be moving on in a 2-1 victory. A through L was able to 2-0 Cinco Golemo, and Zemo Gogo is able to go 2-0 against Ananas Regrown. That is your esports update here for the Elite Tour at the United Battle Hub. Totally does not sound like college basketball whatsoever for March Madness.
Yeah, before we move on to the next game or the next series, we can see how SUCRÉOSUCRE really were in the driver's seat for most of this game. I would say again, Flaming Hot Depresso is really strong early game, but the little mistake of not taking that Hoopa hyperspace hole, getting the KO on the Zera Aura, giving so much experience, so much value. It really was like dominoes throughout this game, because that one domino fell, led to another thing, and they had their best foot forward going into the final stretch. I believe two characters that could have made a very huge impact against Slowbeam and Pikachu can really lock down characters, but really here trading characters is not to the best advantage. You can see there level 14 Zera Aura going down to a level 13 Blaziken. Not the best value for getting that KO on the Blaziken.
I want to give credit where credit is due, that we saw that S5, they used their Unite move with Hoopa to be able to stay alive because they knew that the Icicle Spears was going to take them out. But again, when you have Blaziken and Meowscarada available to you like that to do that much amount of burst damage, it's going to spell out a not very happy victory for you. But I do believe that does conclude our round one situation here at the United Battle Hub for the Swiss round, at least here for the Elite Tour, Draco.
Yeah, and we are heading into our round two matchups as we finish off this round one. If you want to see where the tournament has led us so far, make sure you use that command !bracket. But just like in the first series, we are going to go ahead and take a brief break, getting ready for series number 2. Once again, do not go anywhere. We got a lot of Pokemon Unite still left on the docket. Welcome back to the Unite Battle Hub channel, where we are bringing you round number 2 of our Swiss stage. Of course, you got me, Drake Busan, Zero in on Alex on the mics, and boy, do we got a matchup for you. Nouns Esports with their new roster through the roster mania that has happened over the last couple of weeks, going up against a team that technically went up 2-0 to Flaming Hot Depressos in the last series. SUCRÉOSUCRE going up against the Titans. Call it a David and Goliath story here in round number 2 because, well, do they got a Goliath in front of them in the form of Nouns Esports? Recently got a couple of new members, that being Gatlu rejoining Nouns Esports, and well, it's been very successful for them as they are currently the April Cup Finals representative going into today's event.
You got Gatlu, Adesu, bruv, the original OGs back together again. We are so back, is what they're probably
So
telling themselves. So back. Also, fun fact from our producer, sucre means sugar or sugar. So,
Sugar,
have a little
sugar.
Da-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, Mew is banned now. And so is Leafeon, Blastoise, and Slowbro. And Bruv's going to be our defender, trying to decide who they want to go with. Trevenant is going to be their flavor of choice versus Umbreon. You got to imagine that SUCRÉOSUCRE is going to try to take a defender for themselves.
Fortunately, we're not going to see a Mr. Mime in this game, but Trevenant's still a very good option in the top and or bottom path, like we were talking about before, as a defender right now in the current metagame that can flex to a couple of different roles, as we do see Bruv locking in the Trevenant. They're going to also pick up potentially this Hoopa and this Inteleon as well. It's really a conservative, I wouldn't say conservative, but a really conventional team on the side of Nouns Esports.
Nouns Esports going to draft very conventionally, and I think that's what makes this elite tour even better. When you have these multiple regions kind of bringing in their own meta, you kind of get this hodgepodge of different things that might be conventional, unconventional. We saw SUCRÉOSUCRE in the last game brought the Blaziken and the Meowscarada to close out the games along with the Glaceon, but this time they're going to allow Oni to get the Sylveon, still a very good viable attacker, and Blaziken getting that confirmation tool. And I was really hoping to see a Gyarados, but we'll see. Adesu has kind of switched around its roles. They've been more of a supporter, but they can still be an attacker, and we'll see how Nouns Esports decides to do this. But Gatlu might be locking in the big fish in Gyarados and Adesu on a Dragonite.
Yeah, and Adesu, for those of you that don't know, this was a character that Adesu was very prominent in year number 1, where again, Nouns Esports were able to make it all the way to the grand finals of Worlds in year number 1. That's a long time ago, but most people think that Kabi-chans or the Asia regions really pioneered this Dragonite, but well, Nouns Esports also had a Dragonite player of their own. But these last 2 picks here for Nouns Esports are really a strong Kanto pairing. It's something that we don't really see very often, but of course they have really good rip potential between those last 3 picks, and also pretty significant secure. Snipe Shot and Inteleon still always one of the best secures in the game, but you also got Hyper Beam, so you got a new school secure and an old school secure, still very effective either way.
I love it. You have, like we talked about, Dragonite and Inteleon going to be good secures, but on the opposition for SUCRÉOSUCRE, they're going to have the Blaziken with Overheat. Once you see that leg go up, you know Overheat's going to land on down, but not on top of that. Chandelure also with its Unite move can do great damage in securing. It has good secure tools. So again, like you talked about, kind of the new school versus the old school. I like this mix up, and it's true. Desu has been known to play Dragonite. In year 1, they were that Dragonite with Hyper Beam, and again, you can get that confirmation tool. And I really think the Nouns Esports, again, they also did just recently win the April Cup, so they are coming off fresh off of a win. They're feeling good. Back again. We are so back. That's probably what they told each other verbatim once they won the April Cup, and they're looking to win this elite tour today.
This game, I think, is going to be decided in the earlier parts of the game. It's really always a question on what time this Gyarados is going to get online. Because, well, fortunately, Magikarp not so strong as its evolutionary counterpart. They got to swim up quite a vast river of effort, not experience, but an effort to become a Gyarados in the latter parts of the game. So we'll see how long it takes for this Gyarados to get online. But if we've seen Gyaradoses that do get online, I think around the spawn of the 850 birds is always going to be to the benefit of the Gyarados player. But we shall see. Of course, it's going to be a long river to climb for this Gyarados player.
Unfortunately, we are also getting word that there is a little bit of a player crash, so we are going to be waiting just a little bit longer to set things up here. But as we're waiting for that, the game to be rebuilt, I really like what Nouns has put together. Again, Bruv is an elite defender. We've seen it before, and Trevenant, again, we've time and time again has now found itself as that like leadership role of top tier defenders, because Blastoise usually gets banned out. You have the new ways that you can play the Horn Leech Curse, get the resets, and keep Horn Leeching, kind of repositioning. Hoopa, just always, since its release, always good, always meta, other than that like one off season where nobody was playing it. A Blaine on Inteleon, great confirmation, but like you said, that river of effort is gonna be the determining factor. You have some late game mons too in Dragonite and getting that Gyarados up, so this is where I think SUCRÉOSUCRE is going to try to flourish the most, get Sylveon up and running, and then they have Eldegoss and Umbreon, very early evolutions, and try to apply a little bit of pressure. And we're bringing that sugar, baby.
Yeah, it only really happens in competitive 5v5 Pokemon Unite, but whenever you have a Magikarp on the field, you can, oftentimes you'll see some very unique pathing for these teams, because of course Gyarados, not the best early game like I was saying before, but they do have a Hoopa, which again allows teams to really rotate from around the map, maybe sometimes sending 4 players to the top path to make up for that deficit that the Magikarp is going to be providing to your team, because again they don't have a better early game. So what you might see in the earlier parts of the game is that they'll leave the defender in the bottom path and have all 4 team members in the top path to support this Magikarp to see if they can get that effort value to tick over to becoming a Gyarados. But in response though, of course, we don't have the team compositions up for you to see. They do have a character that spikes relatively early on in the game, and as we all know, these evolutions, they all spike at that level 4. So something that you might see in response by SUCRÉOSUCRE, they're going to send the Sylveon into the central area, get that level 4 evolution very quickly, and then head up to the top path to try to contest this Magikarp from getting farm, stacks, or most importantly, preventing them from getting that effort value going up.
And that is the game plan for SUCRÉOSUCRE. They gotta be aggressive. They gotta put Nouns Esports on ice. But we also know that Nouns Esports is kind of known for, like, you know, they always need that warm-up game. As we did see, they did get the bye, so they actually have not been able to play. Hopefully they've been able to keep those hands nice and warm. We're just getting back into the game a little bit. Everybody's sticking to what they know. Everything is staying the same. Everything is looking absolutely peachy. And now we can see if SUCRÉOSUCRE's plan is actually going to come into fruition, or will Nouns Esports, you know, have the upper hand in the way that they play this? Can they just be aggressive enough, get the EXP, and hopefully Adesu can get that Dragonite online before those first Regis appear?
One thing I'm a little bit concerned for SUCRÉOSUCRE's team is their front line isn't very strong. I mean, they of course have an Umbreon player that has a move that has been buffed more recently, which is Wish, so they can support themselves. And of course, there is the Blaziken with its passive ability Blaze, getting passive healing for itself whenever you get those Blaze procs. But Mean Look on this Umbreon might not even be the best play to go, because the enemy team, they don't really mind so much being in a Mean Look. They also have a lot of tools to get away from that, either through the Hoopa Hyperspace Hole. The Gyarados has the Unite move. Dragonite can quite literally fly up into the sky, and so there's a number of tools to dispatch themselves away from this Mean Look. But thank you all for your patience. But game number 1 between Nouns Esports, SUCRÉOSUCRE, Swiss, round number 2.
Round number 2, and the game is going, but this would be game number 1 for Nouns Esports. And again, Gatlu gonna try to be able to get a good amount of points, and you want to get these points and effort value up and going there. Level 4, but this might spell a little bit of danger. Eject button, gonna be able to get out of there. Do not want to get KO'd, but again, having the EXP share is going to help them, and Adesu has already cemented themselves in the top path. They want to be sure that they can give as much EXP as possible to Gatlu to get that Gyarados online, because right now it's a very slow start for Nouns Esports.
Yeah, take a look at this. Very similar to what I was talking about before, sending 4 players up to the top path to make sure they are able to get this KO on the Gyarados, and that Magikarp is going to be fried in the top lane by this Lampent as they are back on the field. But looks like, though, they should have just a little bit more effort gauge to build before they become a Gyarados. No points scored for either team. Let's go ahead and give some love to this bottom lane, Zero.
Nouns Esports looking real good, though. Is trying to keep up the defense. The Gatlu level 5, that effort value is almost up to fruition. They got to play a little bit of a stall here. Lukita, though, going to try to get a little bit more extra EXP for Gatlu. Gatlu just trying to stay alive here, but Blaziken or Combuskin, which shout out to Zoinks, definitely their favorite Pokemon of all time, is trying to prevent that, as a good Blaze Kick does pull them out of there. Luckily, they're able to get out of there. Trick Hoopa bringing up the shields to keep Gatlu nice and safe. Birds are up. Big first knockout going to Bruh, being able to knock out BNJ, and now Nouns Esports applying a little bit of pressure, and Gatlu has become online. Nouns Esports trying to play a little bit of catch-up game here.
Yeah, and they don't have a huge deficit to climb. Well, because there are only 0 points on the scoreboard, if my math is correctly there. So it's completely equal between the two teams. And kind of what you want to see for SUCRÉOSUCRE is hopefully they could have taken advantage in that early game. And, well, you can see the scoreline there. Not a huge advantage was given to them. Swablu's Altaria on the map. Trevenant, got to be real careful. They do not have that passive ability available to them. So they got to play a little bit more conservatively, because they don't have that built-in focus ban available to them. But now take a look at this, Zero. Nouns Esports, they got both characters online in the bottom path. They have all forms of secure for this Regice.
Adesu gonna do a lot of damage here, setting up the Hyper Beam, and Hyper Beam able to get the secure. Massive amounts of damage going to Adesu. Adesu and the rest of Nouns Esports trying to go into a little bit of convergence. Bruv trying to go on the outside, round the outside, do a little bit of a wood hammer, try to get a little bit of control, and a big Hyper Beam able to land on Ebby, and Ebby's gonna be running away from there. They need to find a way out. Umbreon doing the best that they can defend, and they're pushing them back. Umbreon goes down. That's their big front line, and Adesu and the rest of the squad they're going in. Hyper Beam does land a little bit, and finally now Esports finally getting on the board. Points are raining down, doing quick maths to optimize it, and they are gonna get a 29 overcap on the side of Nouns Esports.
Nouns Esports is such an interesting composition. We've seen it in days past as a composition that really focuses on ripping objectives and securing objectives. But not only that, their team has really good brawl as well. You have really good auto attack damage, both in range and in melees from the two Kanto Pokemon. But you have a Hoopa player, which you don't see very often, running this trick ability. And so when you get Nouns Esports, you got players really going in and bouncing on the enemy team right here, placing that trick on them, and then the Hoopa using their ability to get them out of dodge. And, well, you have some pretty safe engages for your team. Gatlu is going to try to go in deep. They were able to KO the opposing team's all-rounder, and they do have enough points to close out this goal zone, but they're going to try to get as much value as they can. 3 points left still on this tier 1.
Nouns Esports just looking so good. We are so back. Ananas was able to score on tier 2, and that's why they have 212 to 67. And now that Gatlu is all level 11, on par with Ananas, their Unite move and their Bounce Dragon Breath Wombo combo is going to do a bunch of damage. Central area just trying to poke around. Good shots here coming out of Blaine, though, just trying to get those snipe shots. And that is a good amount of damage you want to be able to get on that Chandelure. Basement Reggie has appeared. Regirock already at 50%. Bruv just kind of holding everybody up, zoning them from being able to make it here, and a big Hyper Beam is going to be able to confirm it. And now the Esports just applying the pressure, and this poor bird is going to be a little bit of trouble. They get taken out, and now it's time to convert. Big old bounce, get the big old shields like we talked about before. Trick Hoopa is unconventional, but boy does it work, and they're looking for a target, and that's a big crash land onto this poor little Eldegoss.
Oh, and Hoopa is going to put their foot on the gas, bring all the teammates up to this top path goal zone. They want to try to break this goal zone before they take this Regieleki. That's going to apply additional pressure to that tier 2 goal zone. And boy, do they have their foot on the gas once again. They are able to get a very high quality KO on the Sylveon. Looks like the Chandelure does go into their Unite move, but unfortunately they are going to be extinguished in their own top tier path. A 2 KO streak for this Dragonite, potentially a 3 KO streak and a 2 KO streak going over to the Inteleon player. And now to Esports has been in full control of this game from start to where we are now.
I mean, when you talk about putting the pedal to the metal, this is Nouns Esports. This is not usually how they play in their first game of the day. And Gatlu being extra aggressive to get the Chandelure out of there. One of the last few times they were going to be able to use that Unite move, though, dove under, and this is just so much damage. Gatlu level 13, really good at being on all-arounders all around the world. They're able to get out of there thanks to Trick Hoopa once again doing what they do best. And Adesu might be trying to go for 50, gonna opt to not do it as the Fairy Frolic does come out of Sylveon. Again, you don't want to give up too much EXP, but it does look that this is just really working out. Trick Hoopa, you can say they have a trick up their sleeve.
A trick up their sleeve indeed. We have 1 minute left before the final stretch. Double time begins. Regirock pretty easily going to go over to the side of Nouns Esports. It's going to balloon their experience even more significantly here. Level 13s on all of their carries. They all have their power spikes, all of their plus abilities available to them. And well, they also got a little bit more defensive buff as well. And well, if you take a look at this board state, 305 to 67, SUCRÉOSUCRE. It's got a mighty hill to climb, Zero.
This is one hill to climb. 305.67 is the score here, and right now Gatlu's just going fishing here, searching for a lot. Being able to transport that Gyarados pack is just absolutely unreal. You feel so safe diving in there, knowing that you're going to have a Hoopa at your side to be able to bring him back. And Adesu just trying to find the way in, and Gatlu also just trying to be very aggressive. They have already made it this far, yet the last thing you want to see is you drop it because something goes wrong. Playing it easy. This is where Blaine really needs to get those snipe shot and Inteleon shots onto some big damage. Gatlu going to do a little bit of a bounce, though. Teleport back, and Blaziken going to go for a little bit of a back cap, get their points a little bit closer, but I don't think Nouns Esports minds too much.
Man, that was a very risky tier 1 score considering the team that Nouns Esports have. Again, they have Rip, they have Secure, and well, the only form of Secure that they have was scoring on the tier 1. Again, luckily for them, Nouns Esports didn't decide to push the tempo on this Rayquaza, but you know, with 154 points that separates these two teams, SUCRÉOSUCRE, they got to make the first move here. 1 minute left, and Nouns Esports looking to lock in their first win if they're able to hold on to this lead, Zero.
Sylveon going for a risky tier score again. Oni's gonna have to abandon ship though, because they see the Hoopa rings on bound from Lukita. That might have been a little bit of a trap. Bruv able to pick up two, get a big amount of damage. Big Hyper Beam gonna land on absolutely nobody. Shields do come out thanks to the Eldegoss' Unite move. The puff is here, and this Midnight Lamp is not gonna find anybody. Blaine gonna do a good amount of damage. Two members are already down for SUCRÉOSUCRE, and now Nouns Esports might be trying to look to converge. Blaziken needs to get into the middle of all this if they want to out secure secure Adesu, though, can apply the pressure onto this Blaziken. Blaziken trying to find a little way out, but a big Hyper Beam able to take him out. And now Esports is just going to walk away as they 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 get the ace onto SUCRÉOSUCRE.
Yeah, Nouns Esports just showing their composure in the central area, seeing these scores potentially go up in the tier 1 and tier 2 in their top path goal zones. Again, they use their advantage of knowing that the enemy team doesn't have the best secure. Again, the only secure that they have is that Blaziken, and so sometimes, you know, pushing the tempo just a little bit on this Rayquaza, taking it down, but really using it as bait to draw the enemy in, looking for a secure. But all of a sudden, Nouns Esports turns around, kicks the tempo going the other way, and all of a sudden, this river is flowing in damage.
They were flowing, jumping, bouncing, dragging, breathing, and Lukita was at their side the entire time, making sure they were always safe, never out of danger. Did the most damage was Gatlu at 70k, but let's take a look a little bit kind of how they got here. You saw this big, you know, we're already 3 minutes into the game, and it's up until then that they really put the pedal to the metal. We're able to get a good amount of points, and again, now Esports just was so aggressive on top of everybody to get the good KO amount of KOs, apply the pressure, and they just had in control. Again, Lukita and Gatlu just together forever, besties in this top path, and how they were able to apply the pressure. They just always had the amount of damage they needed. Heavy comp, and right now Esports looking like they're in tip-top shape going into this game 1 in round 2.
Everything about Nouns Esports composition was just so strong. They're able to have a significant amount of DPS in that mid-range with their attackers, but they can also insulate with the bulk they had with their all-rounders and defenders, and then they can also take objectives willingly whenever they want to. And so front to back, Nouns Esports has put together a team composition that, again, we have seen before. This is nothing, I would say, new. I think the players or the characters might be new, but Rip and Secure always been a very solid team composition to play towards, because while Pokemon Unite, it's not necessarily a game completely with KOs. Again, the more KOs they get, the likely you are going to win the game. But again, the name of the game is scoring and securing objectives. And while they do got a team composition to do both of those.
You know, they did get the KOs and the scores, and they were just in the lead the entire time. But shout out to Bruv being able to set up a lot of these plays. But you know what? It's time to turn the page. You can't wait too long. Don't dwell in the past. You got to look forward. SUCRÉOSUCRE did get a 2-0 in round 1, and they want to be able to stay alive in these Swiss rounds, as Hoopa is just not going to be allowed here. We saw how effective it was having Gatlu with that Hoopa just sticking together. Trick of all things, just keeping it alive, transport, good all around damage. And Slowbro, it's not going to be allowed for the side. That's what they're going to ban out for the side of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, with Slowbro being banned out here, Nouns Esports might be looking for a heavy damage carry in one of their teams, maybe even a Dodrio for Gatlu. We all know that Gatlu's Dodrio is one of the best in the game, but let's go ahead and take a look at the start of our draft here. Again, SUCRÉOSUCRE, they got to have an answer for this RIP composition that Nouns Esports has, but of course, Nouns Esports, strong as the team as they are, they have, I'm sure, a lot of tricks up their sleeve, even if Hoopa is going to be taking a bench for this one.
I love it. No tricks, and they're also...
I'm going to get banned again, surely.
surely. If it doesn't happen, I'm hearing from producer Bacon. Yep, it's happening. Well, I guess you are banned for life. But guess what? You're still allowed to cast here, as Hoopa and Trevin and 2 Pokemon that were very pivotal for the side of Nouns Esports not allowed here. And Bruv says, no problem. I'll pivot to a nice little Umbreon. Lukita going to be the support in the Bliss assist. Egg Blissey, and now SUCRÉOSUCRE trying to take away a lot of the key components that put Nouns Esports together. They're taking away the Inteleon. Blastoise being still available is going to be very huge for the side of SUCRÉOSUCRE, and they still want to keep their support in Eldegoss. Blaine known to play quite a bit of Sylveon, so I would not be surprised if that's what they lock in. But you're right. I gotta imagine that hopefully Gatlu goes for a Dodrio of sorts. They've been practicing it quite a bit. They have a lot of Pokemon in their toolkit. What will they land on as a Scyther? Scizor, probably more of a likely a Scyther, is going to be up for grabs for the side of Nouns.
I love having Gatlu and Adesu in the 4-5 position. Like we were saying in the first series, the 1-2-3 position, always trying to go for more conventional picks, having team members or characters on your team that are very strong in their respective roles. But this 4-5 position really opens the door for some really interesting picks. So we saw in the last game, Gyarados Dragonite would be the selection for Nouns Esports. This time, picking up a Scyther and Adesu looking at this Chandelure, which is going to be applying quite a bit of damage from that mid-range backline support. But looking at the other side, SUCRÉOSUCRE, I do like their team composition here. They do have an answer for rip compositions in the form of this Dark Urshifu with Wicked Blow. And, well, Blaziken, as we have seen before, still a very consistent all-rounder in the top path position.
Talk about getting confirmations on lock. Inteleon snipe shots overheat out of the Blaziken,
yeah.
and you also have
those too.
Yeah, and then you have Wicked Blow Urshifu. You gotta imagine it's just that right now Rapid Strike Urshifu is just not necessarily viable. Single Strike Urshifu very still viable. Confirmation tools on lock, and this is where they're going to go. SUCRÉOSUCRE gonna look very comfortable this. Adesu going back on the attacker role with the Sylveon. Gatlu gonna be that guy who's going to need to burst around to do massive amounts of damage. But right now, Nouns Esports, at least on paper, they might not have the best composition. On paper, it does look like SUCRÉOSUCRE has a lot of secure tools, but if Nouns Esports can break through them, they can take the lead. It's not going to be the rip comp of before. This is where they're going to need to find those KOs.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where Adesu takes this Sylveon specifically. I was looking at their held items. They have a muscle band, which leads me to believe they're going to be a more basic attack-oriented Sylveon, which is more in tune with Mystical Fire. And when you think about Mystical Fire, it does really well into mages because it has that built-in secondary ability to shred the special attack of any of the wisps that Mystical Fire is able to hit. And well, when you look at the enemy team, there's not really a whole lot of mages. There is, of course, the Inteleon, but of course Inteleon is going to be a little bit difficult to lock down with pretty high mobility tools in the attacker position. But here we go, game number 2, and well, we got a Blissey in the jungle, Zero.
They are going to invade. I mean, that's the number one key, right? You see an Urshifu, you slap away its EXP. You gotta slow it down, but here comes a little bit of health. They kind of knew where this was going. Everybody's on deck, but Adesu showing up here too to the party saying, oh, am I invited to this party? I want this buff. I will happily take it. Chansey gonna take a chance to be able to get it. Red buff went to the side of Adesu, and it looks like now Esports mission accomplishes. Now they're gonna try to converge onto this poor lonely Torchic. Adesu gonna steal Stitches very far them, lonesome self, scorch sticks, and just like that, you gotta love Adesu and their antics out here, just showing off what they're able to do. And now this Cupfu is kind of out for their own, letting Gatlu know, hey, this is what's going on. Gatlu gonna be able to get the EXP. Level 5 converges, they're gonna stay on the Scyther, and it's burst time.
Well, you know what they say. The saying goes, Zero, it takes 2 to tango. And, well, this Blissey has got a dance partner in the form of Adesu. And my, oh my, this impact between these two players is making themselves known. And Combuskin, or at least the Torchic there, was luckily able to steal that red buff, get a little bit of iframes. It doesn't matter anyway. The story of this game is Adesu on the left side of the map. And this Cupfu right now is only looking like a white belt because, well, it's not looking like a black belt as they are still a Cupfu and they need quite a bit of experience. They were able to get that one away. I believe it was the Squirtle getting the confirmation, handing that over to the Urshifu with that EXP share. Doesn't matter. Anyway, Adesu is said it takes 2 to tango, but, well, you might need 3 for a waltz as you get a third character entering the fray in the jungle.
They are already level 7. They have 3 level 7s. The story has just been Adesu running away with the victories, just stealing everything, getting a nice little score. And this is still a Drizzle. This means it might be getting knocked out. Oni gets knocked out. Good Egg Bomb to drop on them, allowing Adesu to go in with the Mystical Fire, get that mage locked down. And now Urshifu's going to try to a little bit enter the fray, but all the members of Nouns Esports are go. Fizz is going to be in a little bit of trouble. They get taken down by Gatlu. Gatlu's going to get this last little bit of EXP. They have their Unite move unlocked now. They have it unlocked. Adesu going to use the XP to get out of there. Blaziken's already up, but the Mystical Fire rings are still coming out. Those wisps are trying to do damage. But here comes Gatlu coming out from the side, going to go for the Unite move, burst damage, get 2 for the price of 1, and Gatlu and the rest of the Nouns Esports going to retreat, get some points in, and Adesu once again might need a realtor because they found their new home in the enemy central area, and that is their new home.
Well, they are getting a lot of real estate for the amount of damage and mobility that the Sylveon is able to do, and what that's really giving the rest of the team is the green light to take all objectives on the map. A Reggie Steal has been given to Nouns Esports. You can see that with the red dots underneath all of the orange team players. Regieleki real close to heading on over to this tier 2 goal zone. Of course, Brev is giving them a lot of vision. 2 team members in the top path, and of course Gatlu, the newest, I would say newest, but the returning team member of Nouns Esports, going to join the fray in this top path. Unite move is still on lock. They don't decide to use it there. Doesn't even matter, as Nouns Esports looking to lock out this goal zone. A 40 with the Chandelure, followed by 7 with the Desu. 0, I don't see a tier 1 and or a tier 2 goals in this top path, and well, Nouns Esports, they have been in the driver's seat for all of half of this game.
I don't know what was so funny about it. This was just not caring that Blaziken was on the prowl, and Urshifu might be flying out of Theia Sky Ruins because they don't want to deal with the Desu anymore. They are just stuck up there, which is very unfortunate for them. This is not looking good at all for the side of SUCRÉOSUCRE. You know, we talked about them having confirmation tools, but what's the point of having confirmation tools if you're just getting outscored? We're definitely going to ask a little bit of a pause to see if the teams can kind of get their Urshifu up and going, because right now, Nouns Esports is going to be running away with things, and wow, the way things were looking, it did not look good for SUCRÉOSUCRE. Nouns Esports, I mean, Adesu, I know a realtor. If you wanted to move into the enemy side central, you could have just called me, hermano. Just give me a ring. But I can see that that was the name of the game. Be dominant throughout the entire game. They took their early levels and they were just in the central area of the opposition. They were in there. They were level 7 along with Blaine and with Gatlu. And Gatlu was their central area jungler. Everything was just going right now for Nouns Esports.
Yeah, you might call Adesu a real estate agent because, well, they were selling a lot of real estate in that central area of the other team. And, boy, I don't know if SUCRÉOSUCRE had an answer for that because they got all of their turf stolen by this real estate agent in Adesu. And well, that is the game plan for going up against Urshifu. Gets a pretty early power spike at level 5, but of course Kubfu doesn't really have the best early game as a little bear, and so you really got to make sure you support a character like Urshifu all the way to level 5, because well, when you have an enemy team that has pretty high mobility in the form of that Sylveon, they can take that Zatu at the 945 mark, take the red buff, and then basically go anywhere they want with their primary damaging ability already ready to go.
I was really surprised to not see that the Kubfu went with like the Gossifleur that they had, you know. They showed up a little too late, which set them back really far back into the game though. 5 minutes left to go of the game in total, 3 until Ray finally lands, and this Blaziken's gonna be in a little bit of trouble. Egg bombs and just being absolutely pushed out by the little egg. I mean, I don't know what I can say, but I don't remember the last time I saw a Blissey scaring away.
You know the age-old story of what came first, the chicken or the egg, but I think we got the answer there.
I think so. I think the egg was just the dominant force driving the vehicle. Gatlu, though, going to be sticking next to this Regieleki, though. They're going to be looking around, and SUCRÉOSUCRE are going to try to force everything to stop it from happening. Bliss Assist does land, keeps Gatlu alive, and big damage. Hydro Typhoon does get lifted up, but it absolutely gets canceled by the Moonlight Prance. Moonlight Prance taking away the shields, and now Esports looking to potentially push this in, but here comes the Azure Spy Vision doing a lot of damage. This Regieleki is nearing here. You don't want to give up too much EXP, and now Esports going to take the high road and say, hey, you know what, Adesu? I heard you're a realtor. I guess we'll take some of this free real estate.
Yeah, I mean, they want to take some of that free real estate, but, well, they don't got any houses in the top path. If you see that there, not a tier 1, not a tier 2. They took that Regieleki rather early, as well. That was the second, I believe, Reggie Alecki already on the field. So they could possibly have one more Reggie Alecki kind of in the later part of the game. And well, if you take a look at the map, that is going to set up a pretty significant win condition. Not that they need it, being up over 200 points. Let me do some quick maths here. 234 points to be exact. This is starting to become a game, a landslide of a game for Nouns Esports. Well, it's always been a landslide of the game for at least this game number 2.
Nouns Esports just trying to show the dominance that they have. Gatlu gonna go in and gets the mage that they were looking. They were able to get 2, and Gatlu's gonna escape alive. They went in with an idea, a plan. Maybe they didn't. They got the 2 though. This is one amazing Gatlu Scyther. The way they are playing this around, they are moving around. They're the highest level on the field on both sides. And right now, Sucre needs to decide, get all these yellow dots off the map, get your power spikes, and just like you said, Draku, the last Reggie Alecki has spawned, and Gatlu just going to be searching out, though. Blaziken might be trying to take this away because they know how valuable this is, but no, Blaine able to get the secure, and now this might be a big old push. Get the nice lockdown on Blaziken, and the egg! I mean, what would happen if you woke up and that face of Blissey knew it knocked you out? Disrespectful.
I mean, like, I always say, like, whenever you look really closely at, like, Blissey's face, same thing with, like, Clefable, too. These are the face of mass murderers, I would say. Like, psychopaths. Let me look at this, right? Reggie Alecki now heading over to this tier 3 goal zone. Don't think they are going to be able to make this. And look at this, Zero. Nouns Esports is just going to put this Rayquaza in jail with the Imprison, followed by the Unite moves from basically every character in the game. And, well, Nouns Esports has locked in this game. They're going to get a couple of KOs with this damage boost that you get with the Rayquaza shield. And this has been the story for Nouns Esports, being the train conductor for game number 1. Game number 2, locked that one in 2. Nouns Esports looking like a first playoff contender for the end of today's broadcast.
They are looking so good. Sucre could just not get the number of Nouns Esports, but no problem. I'll give you the number. That's 888-888. Free real estate. Adesu will pick up all your calls as they're able to get 6 KOs, 9 assists. Gatlu, though, was just an absolute demon. The only KO that Sucre was able to get was a Blaziken. 1 KO for Blaziken. You know, again, on paper, they just look to burst, to do damage, and Adesu just found a new home and just kept Sucre on ice. BNJ just was unable to get online quick enough, and that allowed Nouns Esports to just kind of profit off of the fall of JBJ.
Yeah, Adesu lived on this side of the map. He owned this jungle. Sylveon, not known to be a pretty significant jungle player, but I mean, you get a lot of natural DPS with that mystical fire, and with that Unite move, it's a pretty much a get out of jail free card. You also get a pretty significant decrease to your cooldown reduction, or at least your cooldown timers, and this has been the name of the game for Nouns Esports. They have taken control every single aspect of this game, and when you think you have maybe a character going down on the side of Nouns Esports, you get Gatlu coming in and cleaning up, sweeping with this Scyther. That was a huge play there by the Urshifu, trying to get Gatlu on their Scyther, but of course Scyther, as many speedsters do, they have that full heal, again supported by the Blissful Assistance, and you can see here there was no chance.
No chance at all for Sucre, and Nouns Esports gets a nice clean 2-0 wipe. I might need to save that number, 888. Yes, Adesu? Oh, what's that? You have a lot of free real estate. Yes, I will. Yeah, okay, we'll talk later. Oh, I'm on broadcast? Okay, we'll talk about it later. Guess Adesu's a little busy right now. They want to keep on winning.
You have Adesu's number? Wow.
Don't tell anybody. I just told you it. It's 888-888 Adesu. And he'll answer every single time. Guaranteed. Disclaimer, do not call that number. I don't know what will happen if you do.
Yeah, definitely don't call that number, because they might ban you. Like, I've been banned again. I'm just kidding. I've not been banned again over the Unite Battle Hub channel. But anyway, before we move on to round number 3, which is going to be our final round of Swiss before we head off into the playoff portion of today's event, we are of course going to take a quick little break. Once again, do not go anywhere. 1 round of Swiss, got a whole playoff bracket at the very end. Do not go anywhere, anybody. Zero and I, we'll be right back.
people if you heard. welcome back to the Unite Battle Hubs Elite Tour. I'll be one of your casters today, Zero and Ananas, but please just call me Zero or Alex. It's really up to you. But with me, I have the very handsome. I don't know.
There's another game. There's another name that people like to call you. I might not be able to say that one on broadcast. I see that your eyes are sort of drifting off to the side of the screen for whatever reason. But for those of you that know Zero's other name, shoutouts to you. Producers, I might need another caster because Zero has left the building.
I have walked off the stage, and all I can say is you are an ananas, which basically means you're a pineapple, because that is the match we are going to be able to see. This is Draco-san, by the way. It's Ananas, Regrown, and Cinco Golemo. So we're going to see. This is the last round of Swiss, and we will have the answers for you. But really quick to recap, I don't know if all these are super accurate, but Ananas Regrown did go 2-0 against Flamin' Hot Depressos. Cinco Golemo got the bye this round. Now Z Sports went 2-0, and Z Magogo went 2-0 against A through L.
A little bit of Draco lore. My favorite fruit to eat, just like raw, are pineapples.
Really?
So might be a little bit of bias here on the side of the casters. So. Regrown. Again, pineapples regrown. It's gonna be a good one.
I do love me some pineapple, especially with a little tahini on there. You got yourself a date. But a date we have right now is with Ananas Regrown and Cinco Golemo, where Blastoise, Slowbro, Leafeon, and Hoop are not into the party, and very quickly Fizzy's able to pick up the Umbreon. We did see Cinco Golemo in the first round, and we'll see how they go up against Ananas Regrown.
I wish Zero would take me on a date.
What?
Chat, how come Zero never takes me on dates? I don't know why.
Because you live like 5 to 6 hours away from me, north.
Okay. All right, producers. Zero does not want to take me on a date, so I might need to request another caster.
Okay. All right, then.
What are we doing again? Oh yeah, we're playing Pokemon Unite. That's what we're doing.
Pokemon.
2 defenders not gonna be on this date between these 2 teams. Leafeon
just like you and me, apparently.
Heading back to the bench, the ban list. I would say these teams pretty conventional on both sides. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I would say if there's a character that's still on the table, there is still Crustle on the table, but it looks like both teams are going to lock out their defenders. Like I was saying before, these last 2 picks are always the most interesting ones. The Blaziken, the side of Ananas Regrown, and Volto might be picking up a Scyther. We saw Cinco Golemo earlier on today. They did pick some interesting options for their last pick, one of them being Charizard. So let's see what they decide to do here, as Volto's going to lock in that Lucario. I believe in game number 1, they locked that in series number 1 at today's event.
Absolutely. They were able to be pretty dominant in the top path, all things considered. But just like you and me separated at the top and bottom path, we see how they're going to be able to play this out. Astro, though, picking up the Mew, still that bottom lane, great attacker. You got to imagine Snow is going to head up to the top path. Good. I really like the composition that Ananas Regrown has brought. But Cinco Golemo, if you can land those fairy singularities, which we've seen before, you can do massive amounts of damage.
You know, I do like this Venusaur pick. Not just that it outranges the enemy team with that Solar Beam, but if there is a character that looks anything like a pineapple, I think it's a Venusaur.
Yeah, kind of. Oh, who lives in Ananas under the sea? Venusaur plant.
Casters are clearly unhinged. The
end of what happens when you get us out at like 8 in the morning for meat? You know, we're West Coast. Caster's off the hinge, apparently. We lost all our Mabo. By the way, apparently Adesu did reach out to me, and he immediately sent this over, and this might scare the opposition.
Oh my gosh.
So thank you, Adesu. 100% sent this over. 100% guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't think that Ananas Reborn and Nouns Esports has played each other yet today, because Nouns Esports did have a bye, but as you see there, that Sylveon is holding on to a Strawberry. It might mean that Nouns Esports has the number of any fruit team that might make it into this event. But Again, we'll see as they make it into the playoffs, but here we go. Zero, round number 3, Swiss round number 3 between Ananas Regrown is going to be your orange team on the right side, Cinco Guillermo, purple team on your left side.
As anybody checking in, quick update just to let you know the website is a little bit wrong. Things got a little messed up, so the scores are not accurate. So it's probably my fault. So Nouns and Zmog are in the playoffs, and you will get an updated bracket once we actually hit to the playoffs. Just a little public service announcement for anybody watching, keeping up with the bracket. Zmog and Nouns are already in the playoffs, which, like I said, you know, Nouns might already have the number of any fruit team, but right now what really matters is Volto being able to get these stacks against Snow, get as much confirmation as you can with that Meteor Mash and be able to push teams out of the way. They don't have a chance to get by on this Lucario.
Pretty conservative start for both teams, just making sure they get to their power spikes at level 4 and level 5. When you look at these team compositions, well, the one thing you don't see very often is that there aren't a whole lot of EVs on the map. Normally, you'll see at least all 5 EVs represented, either as a ban or as a picked character. And well, we only see one, as it looks like a lot of that experience went over to the side of Ananas Regrown. It looks like they have 2 solar beams available to them. Actually, we don't know TF's ability just yet, just that 1 solar beam from the Mew. So we might have 2 solar beams on ready to go once they hit that level 7. Astro, though, unfortunately, is going to be looking out into space from very far away as it gets sent back to the Pokeball.
We do already see the Sludge Bomb, so you got to imagine that they will end up going with the Solar Beam to kind of slow things down. And this is kind of an old poke comp that we haven't been able to see in quite some time anymore. We used to see it very regularly, and Ananas Regrown might be going back to that type of composition. Blaziken able to get the red buff, and they're going to try to get on out of their Snow. Just needs to be able to get to level 7. Middle birds are already still up. They're going to probably use the Blaziken combo to push a massive amount of them away. But here comes Enya. You got to be careful, though. You don't want to get caught out with an egg and a Curlia, though. Luckily, they have tee-ups right there, kind of backing up their partner.
Yeah, I gotta be careful with that Curlia. It is one of the more squishier characters on the field, and we can see that. Nice boosted auto finds its way on the Curlia. It's gonna give enough experience to the Venusaur to become a full-fledged pineapple. Has grown in the central area, has grown its leaves and its flowers, and we do see it is a more conventional Sludge Bomb and Solar Beam Venusaur. It's gonna be really beneficial, specifically for the other special attackers on their team, because of course, Sludge Bomb, one of these secondary effects. Any character that is hit by a Sludge Bomb gets a little bit more special attack dealt onto those characters.
Definitely. Thus, so Astro going to get a last bit of Solar Beam. Regis have already spawned on the field. Registeel going to be a big, massive one here, but it does look like Japa and Enya are going to try to do a little bit of rip here. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew not even paying attention. They're trying to go after the Summer. A big Solar Beam going to catch him out, but it's the Solar Beam coming out of Mew that's able to get the secure. Fizzy's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Now Ananas Regrown going to try to position themselves, but Inteleon Snipe Shot puts them away, but Ananas able to get a real good advantage in the Registeel EXP.
64-14 is going to be your field state so far as we end the first quarter of the game. Level 9 on this Blaziken is going to be one of your level leaders of the game. When you take a look at the levels, though, Ananas Regrown currently has a small level lead. They have a couple of Unite moves available to them as well. Defenders hanging out in the bottom path. And right now, both teams are kind of fanned out in the central area. Anya is still struggling to get to that level 8 evolution and gets drowned out by this Surf from this Mew player, and it's going to be a good chunk of experience going over to the right side, but more importantly, it's going to be sending this Curlia back to the Pokeball, and it's going to take them a little longer to get online as they are still only but level 7-0.
The Cinco Golemo needs to find a way to catch up. We're already going to be about halfway through the game. Objectives, all towers are still up. Ananas Regrown does have a little bit of a lead here. Good foul play, though, but they might be caught out. They might be hit with an overheat. Luckily, the wish and foul play, that's kind of how Fizzy's playing it. They're kind of being the extra little support along with Blissey, keeping the team healthy, but noticing that Ananas has mostly physical attackers and having that advantage to try to push them off here. Japa's going to try to get a little bit of a scar, but knock, knock. Who's there? The wood hammer is going to land on them, not allowing them to be here. And now Ananas Regrown can use their composition of poking away to deal massive amounts of damage.
One thing to pay attention, though, is that the Trevenant is in the bottom path, so they don't have the best front line in front of them. They, of course, have that Blaziken, but not as bulky as a sturdy tree in the bottom path, just holding on to the advantage of the bottom path, having their goal zone still up. But here we go. Let's see what Cinco Golemo decides to do. They get vision now on the Trevenant, that they are in the bottom path, using that Blissful Assistance kind of prematurely. Eldegoss taking up to the sky, not really getting a whole lot of value from either of those two supports. Here comes a boosted auto, and it's going to go the distance all the way from the Hoenn region. It's going to find its way onto the Umbreons. It's going to send them back over to the left side. And now Trevenant has rejoined the fray in the top path 0, and somehow Regrown has somehow been able to get a KO in the top path.
That was amazing, the way that boosted auto came out of Mew to chase Umbreon down. Umbreon thought they were free. Fizzy was like, I'm free. No, you're not. Unfortunately, Ananas Regrown had to back off. A lot of damage was coming out of Gardevoir, particularly with that Fairy Singularity combo. Regieleki has been up this entire game, and nobody has been able to confirm it. That's because a basement Reggie has already come up again in the bottom path. Big beams are coming out of this way, and right now, they are in position. Blaziken was the only one, so Snow is the only one at top. They might be heading down. Regirock is already spawned on the table here, and Ananas again has that double beam selection, so they have a lot of power. But here comes Fizzy setting up a wish. They want to get in the fray. They want to get to the enemy backline, but again, double solar beam. Moonlight Prance comes out, lands on only the Eldegoss, and Leogonos is going to be able to be safe here. Now Ananas, is this the time they make a push? No. Gardevoir is here, and what they don't want is to be caught by the Fairy Singularity, but luckily for Snow, able to secure and capture that Regieleki.
The team composition for Ananas Regrown is very strong. They have really good front line. Again, Trevenant can flex to both an all-rounder oriented defender or a more traditional defender, as we see here, as they have both of the grass type abilities in Woodhammer and Horn Leech. It allows them to really insulate their two backline Solar Beam users, and this pod of the Trevenant and the Venusaur really able to hold on to areas in the game. It allows this Blaziken to really do whatever they want. They're able to take the Regieleki in the top path, break that into the tier 2, so you're able to insulate your attack damage dealers, but also take objectives and farm in other parts of the map too.
Balto again heading back a little bit, 268 to 14. Cinco Golemo has just not been able to score. Meanwhile, Ananas Regrown has been able to take advantage of the opportunities that they're given, and already nobody's really in position for Rayquaza. It definitely feels like both these teams just kind of want to knock each other out, and that's kind of the position that they're in. Ananas Regrown does have great secure tools, though. They have the Solar Beam poke combo. They have Blaziken set up to do with overheat. That leg, that thigh goes up, and it's going to deal massive amounts of damage. The question is, which one of these teams is going to be the first one to break the sound barrier and break the hold and start a riot?
Well, currently, Ananas Regrown has their win condition already in their pocket. Cinco Golemo has only scored a total of 14 points in this game. 9 minutes already into the game, and well, they do not have a lot of points on their side of the map. So what this means that Cinco Golemo's got to be the team to make the first move here, and it's going to be very difficult. They don't have the best burst on their team to take down this Rayquaza, and when you look at what Ananas Regrown has, they have a lot of really good securing tools. Here comes the Unite move from the Trevenant. It's able to mark 3 characters in the central area. They're trying to get any little bit of advantage as they can get. Who is going to be the first to fall here? It is going to be Lucario. The top dog is going to be going down, and Ananas Regrown now is going to insulate their pad as the Inteleon uses that Unite move, and just like that, Ananas Regrown has taken out a character and has also insulated their team to make sure they stay alive for the last 30 seconds of the game, and that looks like with the KO of the Gardevoir, it's going to lock in game number 1 for Ananas Regrown.
more importantly, Rosem just absorbing any damage, because they did see that Fizzy was going to score another 50, but you know, they say let's wave the white flag, let's go on to game 2, we got to turn the page. But right now, Ananas Regrown is really showing off that citric acid power that they have within them. They are harnessing the power of that pineapple, and they are just doing a lot of damage to Cinco Golemo. Ananas Regrown is just one win away from punching their ticket off into the city known as playoffs.
One of the things about pineapples is that, well, it can be quite sour if you pick it a little too early. And, well, Cinco Galemo might have picked their pineapple just a little bit too early because, well, that one was a sour game for them. And Ananas Regrown, though, that game was pretty ripe and pretty sweet with that win locking in for game number 1. But let's go ahead and take a look at our numbers. And again, this has been the story for Ananas Regrown for this game number 1. All the damage, all the KOs going over to these two characters right here. Mew does go down there, but it's been all about these solar beam users from the Kanto region.
They were just looking so good throughout the entire game. Cinco Golemo just was unable to find those secures that they needed. Tieps was just so good at protecting their squad. And this Astro moment, when you think the Curly is going to knock them out, but when you have a Solar Beam and a Surf, just really had them going. And Blaziken just was all over the place. Honestly, right now, the way Ananas Regrown was looking, they looked like a working machine. And Cinco Golemo just never found that opportunity, running into Solar Beams, never capitalizing, using their Moonlight Prances maybe a little bit too prematurely. Even Fairy Singularities themselves could not knock out Snow.
Yeah, like I was saying during the broadcast of this game, their team composition from front to back really strong. Blaziken able to do as most all-rounders and or speedsters do. They can go around the map, be more of wandering type characters, take objectives or farm for other parts of the map where the rest of the team is really just insulating their pads, and they did a really good job at doing so. That Venusaur and the Mew with their solar beams really made it difficult for Cinco Golemo to make their way in. And of course, those solar beams, not only were they doing damage, but they were supported by one of the best traditional supporters in the game, by another grass type Pokemon. Doesn't have solar beam, but again, Trevenant still very strong in that front line. So front to back, Ananas Regrown, really good team composition. Let's see how Cinco Golemo decides to respond. Again, one of the issues they had in the first game was these team compositions, especially in that game number 2, where they had something like a Sableye, Charizard. So they have some really interesting and cool characters in their character pool, but of course, being the top 8, or I guess top 7 in the Elite Tour, coming across some teams that are really sticking to the most consistent characters in the roster of Pokemon Unite.
Trevenant already benched immediately, along with Eldegoss, Umbreon, and Blastoise. Some top tier defenders are not available for this matchup, and a good supporter that you gotta imagine they want to be able to lock in the Slowbro. That's like kind of the last defender that really can make a difference. But again, Leafeon is free. That is one of the best Pokemon, and that might be something that Ananas decides to go with, and Cinco Golemo might respond with one of these two defenders here.
Yeah, I was anticipating one of these teams being really aggressive with their defender pick. Maybe Ananas Regrown picks up a defender of their own. Again, one of the characters that can really lock down a speedster is going to be a Slowbro. So I would much rather see a Slowbro rather than a Crustle here, to be honest. And I mean, take a look at that. Ananas Regrown takes advantage of Cinco Golemo not taking one character that can really lock down a speedster and taking the Slowbro themselves. Of course, Chansey, we saw before, always a very consistent supporter, and with Eldegoss being not on the field, it's really the only supporter that's left that does a significant amount of healing. Clefable is still on the field too, but Clefable has seen better days in most recent past.
That is true. After the big nerf, you kind of almost have to be forced to stack with the special attack specs to get up to the level that you were before. And again, while they are useful, it might not be worth it when you don't necessarily need it with Blissey. Hoopa's already been taken off the map. Where has it for the side of Cinco Golemo? They're going to have good portals if they decide to go that. But we have seen Trick go up the sleeve here. But Snow might be trying to go for a Wombo combo, looking for the Dodrio to lock in. And I think there's a support of choice is either going to be Comfy or Blissey is going to be the lock-in, and Snow looks to be deeming in and locking in with that Dodrio. Double speedster, lots of burst. Rip is not going to be their name of the game, unfortunately, for the side of Ananas Regrown.
Yeah, I don't know too much. I don't know about this Dodrio pick. Dodrio is my second most played character, and well, if you're looking at the enemy team, there are quite a number. Actually, every single character on Cinco Guillermo's team, Dodrio really struggles into. Let's just go down the list here. Rock Tomb from Crustle stops that speed gauge. Stored Power from Espeon stops that speed gauge. Buzzwole KOs you in one combo. The boosted autos from Aegis last lockdown on the Dodrio. Even Hoopa with the Phantom Force, if it's placed correctly, can remove all of your speed gauge. So Snow has quite a challenge in front of them as they run around the map. But if there's one thing to pay attention to for Ananas Regrown, kind of similar to their last team composition, these two characters, these two speedsters, can run around the map, be more of wanderers, kind of like the Blaziken was before, but they can also insulate really well with the core between Slowbro, Mew, and Blissey. So those three will most likely be staying together quite frequently, and the other two being more of a scorer comp oriented duo, getting scores across the map, getting KOs on the enemy team where they can find them as they wander around.
Very interestingly enough, something that you mentioned right there is that Blaziken was just kind of not brought to this game at all. It wasn't banned out at all, and it wasn't even picked. I do think it is a little confusing to bring two speedsters. Granted, they are great speedsters, but now you're looking at you have to be hyper aggressive in scoring. You got to be able to get that lead. Otherwise, you will fall behind because Ray, maybe you could have a couple of secure, but you're going to need the opposition to do that for you, a majority of the damage. But I guess we will see how it plays out as we get into game 2. Ananas Regrown is one game away from clocking themselves into the playoffs. Cinco Guillermo, though, trying to fight and keep this game alive.
This is a pairing, or I guess an attacker pairing that we haven't seen in the bottom path in a long time. Mew, Espeon in the bottom path. Both of them really strong forms of secure with Swift and, again, boosted auto Electro Ball with the Mew. But in the top path, we have the Buzzwole, again, trying to get to level 5. That is the most important, I would say, benchmark ability that they get in the earlier parts of the game. And again, Dodrio, not the best laner, I would say. They, of course, need to make sure they have that speed gauge to get the secure there. And it looks like they were able to get that neutral Baltoy away from the Buzzwole and the Hoopa. So doing a pretty decent job in the early game. Again, this is really just a race to level 5 for these two all-rounders in the top lane.
Right now, things are going to look interesting. Right now, for this Leafeon, just kind of lurking aside. They do have a little bit of power. Good Solar Blade going to land on a good amount of that EXP, though. Nobody wants to fully converge. Volto, though, is going to have a pretty good advantage. And again, both of these Pokemon kind of have a little bit of a speed gauge. You have Doduo, who has that speed gauge, but Leafeon does it, too, with their Chlorophyll. And now there might be in a little bit of trouble. They're going to need to try to find a way out. Speed gauge is full, and they're going to be running away from this. And now Snow going to be poking away. Jabo going to take a lot of damage from that Solar Beam, but the stored power speed boost that you get is allowing them to escape away safely.
Yeah, a little bit of a tear shed for this Solar Beam. It looks like the Espeon was able to escape with quite literally just 1 HP with both of those Solar Beams, just not able to get the KO with the nerfed Solar Beam that we're seeing nowadays. Did I see? No, it wasn't Lunge that I saw. It was the first primary ability for Buzzwole, so doesn't have a level 7 just yet. But an engage here in the central area, missing unfortunately on that wide guard to get a little bit of displacement on this Dodrio. It's going to be an interaction that I'm going to be watching because that move specifically, it does have a little bit of crowd control, and for specifically speedsters, you don't want to be running into a shield. You want to be trying to get the damage off when they're in this form here, that shield form. When they're doing the most amount of damage, they also take the most amount of damage to themselves as well.
Honestly, right now, Aegislash is such a good and yet underrated pick for a good Pokemon. They're able to get in a good amount of CC, but when you get caught out from that burst, you are going to be paying one hefty price in the KO, and you're going to be making a quick trip to the Pokemon Center, though. Being in that shield form does allow you to absorb a lot of these bursty kind of hits coming out of Leafeon. and Dodrio. You're able to survive, and hopefully with the Sacred Sword, you're able to slash away and do more damage. Regirock has already appeared. Good X Scissor, though. Try to place them up. Rock Tomb does come out, but the Mystical Mirage also gets out. Emerald Two-Step gets a good amount of damage, unable to get KO'd on anybody. And this is what I was talking about. The Sword of the Storm is showing up here. Get 2 big KOs, and now they might be going to flip this Regirock for themselves.
Yo, shout out to Regirock. They did so much damage in this last engagement. They CC'd the Mew. They got a good chunk of damage on the Crustle. These rocks, I mean, we all know that Regirock does the most amount of damage from the 3, but it could be definitely team swaying if you get hit by those 3 bursts of rocks that come from Regirock in the first little attack that it does. But first objective going over to the side of Cinco Galemo. This is looking like a different Cinco Galemo. Again, I do really like their team composition, specifically that Aegis Slash and this Buzzwole. It's going to make the job of these speedsters a lot more difficult to get this burst damage off, but more importantly to get those KOs too.
That's what we talked about, Draku, right? That the way Cinco Galemo has all these tools to slow down the speedsters, the big burst and the big swole slam gonna come out, Leafeon able to escape with a little bit of damage to their name, but Buzzwole lurking right around and getting a big superpower smackdown wombo combo. The Bliss assist was not enough, and right now Cinco Galemo, when we talked about it in the draft, and I hate to harp on it so much, but these speedsters are just going to be struggling. Leaf Blade does charge, and they allow the Leafeon to run away with it.
Oh, they saw the sword made from solar energy from the sky was just a little bit better than the sword made of metal, as the objective going over to the side of Ananas Regrown is going to apply some pressure on this tier 1 goals, and the only one left alive to defend it is going to be Volto with their Buzzwole. Unfortunately, they're going to see this goal zone crumble in front of them as the Regieleki leaves that vulnerable for a nice decent score in this top path. Ananas Regrown is going to bring the score line a little closer to parity, 108 to 111 as we head to the halfway point of the game 0. Slow Beam on the Crustle. They are going to be forcing out the Rubble Rouser Unite move, but oh my gosh, take a look at that Crustalium. Rock Tomb finding their way onto 2, forcing out that eject button from the Mew. Got to play a little bit more conservatively in this next team fight.
Next team fight going to be converging up here as Regice has already made its way down to the field, but the power of the sun Hooper rings are unbound, but it might be too little too late though, as the rest of Cinco Galemo able to converge onto this, and now they're converging onto tier 1. Leafeon's already gone down, and big beams are coming out as Hoopa. Unite moves are being used, and Cinco Galemo is making one heck of a push, trying to do quick math, and it's going to go to Volto. That is going to be a big 46 overcap, 183 to 135. Ananas Regrown is really starting to struggle. We're really starting to see the weakness of the team. They're running into the shield that they just can't take out. How do you take out an Aegis Slash with this? The Mew needs to pick up a lot of the damage and a lot of the work, and hopefully this Leafeon can harness the power of the sun and call it Sunny Delight, because they're able to harness that power with that Leaf Blade, get a good KO, and now Ananas Regrown trying to counter push.
Yeah, that Solar Blade looking quite hot. They're able to melt down this Aegis Slash, who is still watching as their team falls in this bottom part of the map. Buzzwole goes for a score in the backside of the map. They are kind of the only one out here. They are able to get a KO on the Mew. It's going to extinguish the momentum that Ananas Regrown tried to carry to this tier 1 goal zone, but 1 minute left before double time. About 100 points separates these two teams, with Cinco Galemo again with their team composition. This double all-rounder into this double speedster is really proving to be an issue for Ananas Regrown. Let's see what Ananas Regrown can do here. They need a little bit more experience to make sure they're getting enough damage out on these all-rounders. Kind of a late Unite move for this Espeon. Don't know if they have Energy Amplifier. Most Espeons don't. And, well, it's about 30 seconds before double time. Don't think they're going to have that Unite move. It's going to be very important for that Unite move because, well, this Unite move from the Espeon can raise up these speedsters as they are moving around. Doesn't really matter, though. Cinco Galemo able to dock in another objective for themselves. It's going to be on the field for quite a bit of time. They don't decide to wait till double time. They will lock that out with 50 points from the Espeon scoring on the tier 1 goal zone 0.
Japa does not actually have the energy amp on Espeon, so Espeon was able to score quite a bit though with that 50 in the top path, and this kind of goes without saying that this is the problem that we talked about in draft. You only have a lot of burst, you do not have a lot of rip. Yes, Solar Blade is good, but that's the thing. Cinco Golemo is in the lead. They do not need to make a single move, and since they know you have no rip, all they need is to take down that Leafeon. Leafeon and Dodrio though might be going behind enemy lines though on tier 1, trying to get as much EXP as they can to get away, and Leafeon already caught out. Eject button, Leaf Blade to escape. They now know where Volto is, but is that enough? The time is ticking away.
Yeah, 3 characters not known for their rip potential. Mew, Dodrio, Leafeon, again, all really good securing tools for each of them. Good mobility tools as well for the 3 of them, but unfortunately just can't get objectives off of the map. Slowbeam finds its way onto the Aegis Slash. Can they get out of here? This sword and shield is made of adamantium because all of a sudden their health bars are back online with Dodrio heading back to the left side of the map. Blissey is going to be scrambled in the central area, followed by a Slowbro who's not going to be able to forget about that one. Aegis Slash is going to be a really key indicator tool for this team, as another 80 points by the Hoopa is going to lock this one out. And 0, we see this, we hear this all the time. A game 3 situation between Cinco Golemo and Ananas Regrown.
That is my favorite show of the week. Game 3 situation. And man, I think this sword clearly must have met Tony Stark's father, because that shield is made out of vibranium. Indestructible. Not only were they hit with the slow beam, they were hit with a fully charged solar blade and an emerald 2-step just to be bliss assisted back to life. And they said, I could do this all day, because they were just taking a hammering and they did not go down. Enya, nice and strong, and we talked about it the entire game. It just looked like right from the get-go, Cinco Golemo was going to have a little bit more of an advantage when it came to team composition. On their own, Dodrio and Leafeon and Mew are fantastic Pokemon, but when you put them together, that doesn't necessarily make a recipe for success. Japa, though, able to do almost 100k damage with that Espeon. But let's take a look throughout the game. We kind of saw it early on. This shield was indestructible. Vibranium must be what they're made out of.
Yeah, shout out to Disney. I don't think Pokemon and Disney will have a collaboration for Pokemon Unite, but this Aegis Slash definitely doing their best Captain America shield impersonation, as they were a force to be reckoned with, almost indestructible throughout this game. It took all of Ananas Regrown's burst damage to take down this thing. I mean, look at this. They have to put it in a blender to try to even take it down at the Aegis Slash. And when the team fighting got to the end of the game, well, you can see it here. The blissful assistance is not going to be enough to assist their team, as all of a sudden this Aegis Slash has been a force to be reckoned with in the final seconds of the game.
Amazing job by both of these teams, but we talked about it before. Game 3 situation. So no, you don't get to get rid of us just yet. And I know we're waiting for the playoffs. I know playoffs. Don't talk about playoffs. I just hope we can win a game. And that is what Cinco Golemo was able to do. Ananas Regrown needs to regrow, go back to the drawing board, come back with a better strategy. But we also are going to take a quick little break as we get set for the last game, game number 3, before we hit the playoffs. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. These teams have seen or can see the light at the end of the victory road, with the Elite Four being locked in at the end or the conclusion of this Game 3 between Ananas Regrown, Cinco Guillermo, and well, this is turning out to be a wonderful Swiss round. Of course, we still have an entire playoff part of the broadcast after Zero and I say our farewells. But wow, has this been a day of Pokemon Unite so far, Zero?
I've been ecstatic the entire road here, and we have made it to the last part of the race. Cinco Golemo, Ananas Regrown, only one of these teams. Both have a win under their belt. Again, I mean, we're just casters, but we know a good enough amount of knowledge to be like, well, maybe this probably wasn't the best team to bring to the table today. But can Ananas Regrown go back to the drawing board, say, okay, maybe this didn't work out the way we expected it to? They could still, if Leafeon or Dodrio still left on the table, you could take one, but then you got to build them around. You got maybe like a Glaceon or something to give yourself a little bit more of rip potential. Glaceon, surprisingly enough, just hasn't been banned, yet they still don't pick it up.
These games, especially with these two teams in this set, has all really been decided in the draft phase. Ananas Regrown had a really strong poke composition in game number 1. Cinco Guillermo responded with a really strong all-arounder composition to respond to the double speedster pairing that Ananas Regrown drafted for game number 2. And now, as we're seeing here, we're seeing pretty conventional bans for both of these teams, but at least one of the speedsters, as we saw in the last game, didn't do so well, but still not going to be able to be selected, as it is going to be one of the bans for Ananas Regrown.
This is the final stretch. Leafeon not going to be allowed to enter to this party along with Hoopa. Hoopa provides way too much support, and Ananas Regrown does not want to deal with it. Blastoise, a very good candidate, but no, they're going to switch it over to the tree. Trevenant, so powerful, but this does allow Ananas Regrown to kind of counter pick it, see where they want to go with it. Before, it was very often that tree was not seen as a top tier contender, but now Ananas Regrown going to try to select potentially the Blastoise that was left there and the Eldegoss. Before, I used to see a lot of Buzzwole to try to counteract the Blastoise, but not so much anymore ever since the nerfs kind of happened. Duly noted, definitely needed, but we'll see where Volto and Japa decide to go in terms of the draft picks.
And we're seeing a Clefable for Cinco Guillermo. I think this is the first time we might be seeing Clefable on the broadcast today. I think we saw maybe one game out of the 3 series that we've seen so far. But again, well, Clefable is saying exactly what the pilot's name is. Where has Clefable gone? But, well, Clefable has seen some better days, as they did receive quite significant nerfs in the most recent patch. Ananas Regrown is going to lock in that Sylveon. Sylveon we saw earlier today, piloted by Adesu, be a really strong force for their team and Nouns Esports. Let's see what Ananas Regrown can do with their Sylveon this time.
Very interesting, because you also think when it comes to Clefable, at least the way they're set up right now, Gravity really doesn't do much for your team at the moment. There's nobody really dashing around, so you kind of are going to be follow me trying to soak up a little bit of damage. But yeah, it does seem a little peculiar. But the Buzzwole is coming for Volto just in case this Blastoise does decide to go a little bit of a rip spin to win type of composition. And a Greninja. Greninja always finding its way into competitive. It's never seen as a viable one, but it is one of those times where you get this kind of pseudo wild card kind of Pokemon that can perform in the right hands and the right pilot.
So one really interesting draft adjustment is an item that only really does well in draft because you can see the enemy team's composition. If you take a look really closely at the held items for the Sylveon, one of those items is a Cursed Incense. If you're not familiar with cursed items, it is by quotes of Chef has a little bit of a healing stoppage. applied to it. And well, if you look at the enemy team, Cinco Galemo on your purple side, they do have a character that his only job is to heal their team. And so I most likely think this Sylveon is most likely going to be a Hyper Voice Sylveon. You can get some really good damage on the enemy team, stop their healing by just a little bit, but you can also reduce their special defenses. Is the second ability of Hyper Voice, and it goes really well in tandem to other special attackers on your team, and you have a really strong special attacker in the form of that Venusaur.
Exactly. You have Venusaur, who's able to do heavy amounts of damage, especially from afar if you're able to get Solar Beam. But moreover, then, the only real mage that you would even want to stop for the side of Cinco Golemo is the Mew. Nothing really else would make you want to go for Mystical Fire for that special attack reduction. So they have to be going Hyper Voice, Calm Mind. They're going to have a little bit more rip, lower the special defenses, and hopefully set up TFs, along with Rosum being on the Crustle, being able to prevent from teams going again. Because again, Mew has a dash, but maybe Greninja can get out of there, but the rest, you're going to lock them in place, and I think that's what they're trying to do here.
Game number 3, everybody, between Cinco Golemo, which is your purple side team, Ananas Regrown is your orange side team, or your right side team. Snow, she's going in a little bit deep to the tier 1 goal zone. Volto, though, is going to be the first blood going down in this top path. It's a good chunk of experience as well, going over to Snow as you're able to get the KO on the Buzzball and take their lunch money, as well as the Baltoy going over to Snow as well. Looks like the Greninja is able to get a faster clear on their farm. We got to be really careful, though. They are still a very squishy attacker in the attacker category, eating some razor leaves before they make their way over to the left side.
Just amazing work here by Ananas Regrown. Taking out Volto that early is a lot of dangerous, because now Snow is already a Wartortle. Going to get behind enemy lines, push him back in. Man. And now that was a great engagement, using that Skull Bash to get behind them and then push it away. I do believe that was Hydro Pump that created that little bit of stun, and Snow is now looking very pretty, as they are just going to be able to be very close to level 7. This early on, being level 6 as a Wartortle is absolutely fantastic, and right now Ananas Regrown is looking real good, like they've regrown back to their former self. And right now Volto is just struggling to get behind them, try to do that damage, and Snow just staying in the fray. Luckily for them, they have Leognas, who is just kind of keeping them alive with those pollen puffs.
Yeah, unfortunately for Cinco Golemo, they still don't have the primary damaging ability for Buzzwole and that superpower. They just ticked into level 5 to get access to that ability. But if you take a look at the other side, the quote-unquote all-rounder for Ananas Regrown is already level 6, almost level 7. A smaller engagement in the central area. Anye is able to get a reset with that serve on the Eldegoss, but gotta be careful. He's going to use that smoke screen to get out of dodge, make their way up to the top path. It's a good comeback experience for the Greninja, but if there's a character that I'm going to be watching out for, it's going to be Snow on this Blastoise, who is already level 7 for Ananas Regrown.
They were able to take down again Volto. Volto's just been kind of struggling, and now that Snow is the Surf Stoice, they're able to get a lot of EXP for their squad, keep them safe, and make sure to kind of just stun anybody. Enya going to be in a little bit of trouble. They're going to be able to escape out of there. Clefable doing everything that they can to keep Enya alive on that Greninja. Volto going to go back, trying to get a little bit of more bunnies. Astro heading their way downtown. Hyper Voice, we talked about it before. That is going to be their key component. Volto, though, trying to take on Snow again. Snow's gonna push them accidentally into the Citrus Berry. Now Snow's in a little bit of trouble. They're trying to get their cooldown. There goes Eldegoss, which is a big KO. You get your Surf, and hopefully you get a boost and get one KO. Can you go for 2? There may be a little greedy. Meanwhile, Registeel's making their way downtown, and right now Japa trying to push all of Ananas Regrown back.
Alright, Ananas Regrown is starting to group together in the bottom path as they move forward on this Registeel. It's not going to be a steal for their team, but it looks like for Cinco Golemo, they got to steal it for themselves, as most of Ananas Regrown is in this bottom path once again. This tree is being hacked at the knees by this Hyper Voice. The Greninja finds its way to the back line, but unfortunately they called an ambulance, not for the enemy team, just for themselves. Registeel brought down a 25% Hyper Voice on the docket, followed up by a solar beam from way downtown. One of the longest range abilities, able to get the confirm, as we've seen many times before, Zero.
They needed to just stick to what they knew, and it's showing. Ananas, again, for people just showing up. Ananas does mean pineapple, and the closest thing to a pineapple we have is this Venusaur plant. And now Volto's going to try to get their stacks, and the solar beam, they're harnessing the power of the sun. But the fact that Snow is on par in levels with any of the Greninja spells a lot of danger. Lot of danger in the water, and just they are finding ways to converge onto this Greninja, and Snow just taking the time of their life to get their cooldowns and pushing them back. Hydro Typhoon, it's time to start a party.
Yeah, Hydro Typhoon only kicks up the Clefable, not really getting a whole lot of value. They're still able to KO the Buzzwole anyway. Again, Buzzwole is not really having the best game here. Clefable is going to use their best Talonflame impression, or I guess cosplay, in the top lane, but just like that, they fly up into the air and then back to their Pokeball. Unfortunately, a larger engagement in the top path. Greninja tries to find their way on this Venusaur, but just can't get it going. What a really good adjustment by this Venusaur, as you can see there, is even if the Greninja is able to find their way to the back line, what is the secondary ability for this Venusaur? It's Giga Drain. And so really this Greninja is struggling to find the KOs that they need to get the resets on their Surf ability. They can get to these attackers, but these attackers are not easy to KO. Sylveon very bulky as an attacker, Venusaur very bulky with that Giga Drain, and it's not making this Greninja's life a lot easier.
And I think Ananas Regrown was kind of aware of it. This is what they knew. They knew they were going to be doving on, and oh my god, Volto has just been struggling. The Fairy Frolic does come out, just kind of keeping them alive, and the Hyper Voice doing so much damage, not allowing Clefable to keep their team alive. 259 to 115. Single Golemo is just trying to find any opportunity to score, because they know if they fall behind, Ananas Regrown will be that much more successful, and Snow has just been in the face of Single Golemo, not allowing them to intrude, where has been keeping them alive as best they can as the Clefairy. But Fizzy also gets taken down by the Trevenant, and now, or the Trevenant is being taken down. Now Volto might be in a little bit of trouble of themselves. They do have some stacks to their name. They are level 12, but can they converge?
Man, Unite Move from the Buzzwole is finds itself on the key targets, but like we were saying, just like the Greninja is seeing a very similar tail for the Buzzwole, they just cannot KO this Ananas Regrown team, and well, they might have regrown their pineapple, and it is tasting rather sweet for this team. Another objective going over to them. Look at this. Anya is able to find a rather low HP Blastoise, but just not enough. An eject button through the wall. Nice showmanship for Snow there. Getting a really good high value KO for their Blastoise. They're about to tick into level 13 as well, and that is a very huge benchmark level for all defenders in the game.
That is just amazing. The way the eyes, even having Clefable available, it was just not enough. And I think Snow was very onto that much. So Crustle and this Trevenant just kind of duking it out, busy trying to get any little bit closer. But with 16 seconds remaining, Ananas Regrown might be going for this Regieleki. But more importantly, what is Single Golemo gonna do? They don't have their defender, and now they're faced with a Regieleki. Volto has not been successful through this game as Blastoise ticks into level 13.
Yeah, I do not like the KO on the Trevenant there for Single Golemo. Not only do they lose their Trevenant's positioning in the central area, but they also do not have that passive ability. If you take a look at the health bar for this Trevenant, they don't have that bar to basically heal back a little bit of HP like a focus band. So they do have to play a lot more conservatively here. Buzzwole is able to find a crab, CCs them to oblivion, forcing out this Rubble Rouser. All the Unite moves are coming out here, and Single Golemo is unfortunately falling in the central area. This might be the game, folks. With 20-second KO timer on the Greninja, there is going to be 1 minute left, but that might not stop Ananas Regrown for taking this objective off of the map. The Mew, only one left here, doesn't have Unite move. They do have an opportunity here. Can they get this boosted auto just a little bit late? Solar Beam is going to miss way over to the left side, and kind of a head scratch moment there for the Mew. Don't know what exactly happened, but their compass might just be a little bit off. Rayquaza's in the center. Solar Beam missing out wide left with that ability.
That is gonna hurt. Bold move, Cotton, does not pay off because that's definitely gonna hurt. Could it have been enough potentially, especially when you had Trevenant right there in the wings, ready to set up the wood hammer just in case you didn't knock it out, and then we might be casting a completely different ending to this story, especially because Volta was able to jump onto Astro very early on, and they got the pick off of Astro, so it was a 4v5 at Ray, and Astro was out for the count for like a solid 25 seconds, so you had an opportunity, and then it just all went out. Tiep's got 4 knockouts in that game, 11 KOs in total, but man, that is definitely one of those games where you go back into the replay and you wonder, did the nerves get the better of me? You aimed and you missed. That's gonna hurt a lot. But Ananas Regrown goes 2-0, or not 2-0, 2-1, and they're gonna be looking to go on to the playoffs. Playoffs? Yeah. We don't talk about playoffs.
Yeah, Ananas Regrown really showing the dominance of their Venusaur play. Venusaur was a really pivotal player in their game. 1 victory over Cinco Guillermo. They did unfortunately go down in game number 2, but again, regrowing their flowers, able to get the win here in game number 3. And we can see this, the Blastoise is gonna be, it was a dominant force throughout this game. We can see that here. Look at that, Greninja able to find their way to the Venusaur, just not able to lock out that KO. Giga Drain keeping themselves alive with some form of active healing for themselves, but also the rest of their team keeping them alive pretty confidently too.
Talk about being confident in all your plays and knowing that they were going to dive on you with that Unite move, just being able to stay alive. And this is the name of the game for this team here. Ananas Regrown really showing how they can regrow and rise to any occasion and just kind of battle it back. And right now, Ananas Regrown is moving on to the playoffs. I think we basically have all the teams set up, but that also means as the playoffs are approaching, that also means that Draco and I must depart. But that does not mean Pokemon Unite is over by any means. Draco, any final words as we get our loaded ship up, fly on out?
We were talking a little bit about Disney Marvel earlier on today, and to quote a very smart professor and or doctor from the movie series, we are in the end game. We are heading off to the playoffs where Relic and Zemian will be taking the reins at the casting booth. But I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. It's going to be the last time you see Zero and I on today's broadcast. Zero, any final thoughts? And head us on out. Go ahead, Zero.
I mean, I always love casting with you. Somehow our producers hang out with our unhinged selves. They know what they're doing. They feel like they're doing it on purpose. Shout out to everybody that we've been able to work with. But there's way more Pokemon Unite action coming. Again, we have more nouns, we have more Ananas Regrown, we have a lot into the playoffs, so don't go anywhere. Things are about to get that much crazier here at the Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour main event.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour. The appetizer is over. It's time for the main course, and Zemanon and Relic will bring you through these best of fives where we're going to walk out today with a champion here. And Relic, I think it's been the Swiss rounds were a lot of fun. I think there was a really great Pokemon Unite action, but this is where it gets intense with best of five.
Money is on the line in all of these games. I apologize. I did just eat, but it does mean that my cutlery is ready to go. I'm ready to get stuck in, to feast on the action that's upcoming. So it's worth mentioning, by the way, all of these teams, at the very least, walking away with $62.50, and so like they've already got themselves locked in money, but it's now how far up the tree can they climb, because that grand prize awaits them if they do win the entire main event, $250. That's as much as the prize pool was in previous Double Trouble events. We really did up the ante here.
Yeah, it's been a really great event, and happy to see so many people come out and show the growth of the community, the Unite Battle Hub. Hopefully this can be more consistent, and we can have events that show we have the potential to reach this limit and continue to give out this type of prize pooling. And who knows, maybe down the road could be even larger prize pools. But for now, let's just focus on our matches on hand, Relic. And we have 4 teams remaining today, and our first match, I believe, is Zimagogo versus SUCRÉOSUCRE. Unless we're starting with now.
Honestly, really good. No. SUCRÉOSUCRE is Zimagogo. They are up first.
Okay, cool.
And you know what? I think what a lot of these teams going into today, probably terrified, right? I mean, Nouns Esports literally just coming off the back of an April Cup win. Absolutely cracked. Looking at maybe Luminosity and Exile. Oh my goodness. It's like 2 of the top 8 in NA as well, but obviously we didn't see those 2 today. And Nouns isn't even really at full strength. So this is a huge opportunity on this side of a single elimination playoff, Zemanon. Best of 5, not only to get yourself into the big money well and truly, but to potentially set yourself up with, if not Nouns Esports at not full strength, we will say. We're not going to necessarily put a number on it, but hey, if there is an upside on the other side of the bracket, then my goodness me, are you in with a good shot for the full 250.
I mean, I would not be surprised whatsoever if Ananas Regrown wins our next best of 5 with how they played in that last best of 3 in the final round of Swiss. But we'll have to wait to see what happens in the other step. For now, Zmog and SUCRÉOSUCRE going to start off, of course, with the Umbreon in that first pick slot.
We were literally talking about it just before going on air.
Yeah.
It's such a great pick. It's one of the highest priority because you can run it classically, traditionally as your mean look defender. Alternatively, it works as a pseudo support. So perfect, really, for that first pick. Bans, by the way, Eldegoss, Leafeon, Blastoise, and Blaziken. Blaziken does feel a little targeted from SUCRÉOSUCRE, and their first selections very much all about the front line, very much about enabling, opening up the rotations. They got the tree, and they got Hoopa.
Yeah, I do remember last time I was casting a Zmog or Zimagogo match at the time, they did play Blaziken, so looks like SUCRÉOSUCRE is doing their homework and seeing these players and their best champions available. But there is the Gyarados locked in on SUCRÉO's end there. So you have 2 all-rounders, Gyarados and Buzzwole. How do you think they can kind of match up against each other?
Well, I think Buzzwole's really good into the Hooper, just superpower. I mean, superpower alone, it's the super suplex. You can literally just take someone off a pad and deny them that shot back to base. Mew obviously got a lot of utility, but they're going to round out the composition with the Japanese special, really, of Zoroark and Comfey. I know that it's more recent than previous. We know that a lot of teams in EU and NA loved to run this combination, but there's a reason why it's so beloved by those over in the East. It's simply because it's dealing so much damage. You've got potentially Grass Knot or Magical Leaf, rather, with the Comfey that can deal those slows, enable that Zoroark even more. It means that for SUCRÉOSUCRE, getting that Gyarados online, super important just to be able to tank the sort of damage that comes out from the Zoroark. But on top of that as well, you've got the Sylveon and Espeon likely working together into the mid-game. Draining Kiss, I imagine, probably the route that they're going to be going down with Benji on that Sylveon, just to go for the slows, just to go for the debuffs themselves, setting up for Oni, who of course on Espeon is fantastic for objective secure and snipes away.
Yeah, well, we do have to keep track. It is 2 evolutions to 1 on SUCRÉO's end there, so they've currently won the evolution battle at the beginning of game 1. But we'll see if they can actually win game 1. And yeah, I think I was watching the EUSC, winners finals and losers finals and grand finals for Unite, and the combination of Comfy and Zoroark together, it's something that it makes a lot of sense, because when you go in with a speedster and you only have one direction of forward and you're trying to get in and get out before, getting KO'd, the Comfy gives you extra survivability. It gives you extra, utility that like Zoroark doesn't have available. And help slow them down the way Comfy can. It makes it much more difficult to get away from Zoroark if they can get in the face.
Think of it this way: Comfey effectively works as a focus ban for Zoroark, without the Zoroark necessarily taking the focus ban themselves on these speedsters. It's all about keeping them up long enough to utilize the out-and-out damage that they provide. Alternatively, you can throw it onto a tank, make them practically un-KOable, but obviously we know exactly which way Zimagogo is going to go this way around. We know exactly what John Mee wants to do. He wants to get some steals, but that's why they've thrown Zero into the central area as well. But my goodness, the Evasions got back up the call for reinforcements. This is a big send from SUCRÉOSUCRE. I don't think they're going to be able to get away with the blue buff, and my goodness, John Mee almost goes down themselves as well.
Yeah, he's so low. Looks like just a couple of hit points left from getting knocked out. They went for the invade, but it did not necessarily work out, as it did not stop Zoroark from coming online level 5 a minute into the game. Magikarp still level 4, looking about 80% of the way towards that Gyarados evolution. But when you invest that much time into a gank and it doesn't work out, you're going to have to, try to reconsider your plans there. What do you do if you've fallen behind and had an unsuccessful, play like that?
Quite simple. Go back, maybe look for KOs when you're going into your northern path, but honestly, if you're that low on health, there's not much that you can do. Zeminum, GG's, go next, and that's very much how the Phantom's going to be feeling here as well. Lovely rotation onto the southern path I know there's a lot of Mogs out there, so I'll try and clear things up. I think Negs Mogs is Keru, and I believe that we have Nachos on Kazmog. There's obviously Zero, Resmog, the original. Hopefully that's clear for everybody else out there.
There are a lot of Mogs. It is quite confusing when you think about it. But you love the team synergy in the naming like that. That's another KO straight up on the Zoroark. So this combination already level 7 in this game and having multiple knockouts to start off. So it's 75-22, just 2.5 minutes roughly into this first game. I think that strategy of Comfy and Zoroark is working out well so far. Hoopa still level 5. Gyarados still level 5 as well. So level advantage definitely on Zimagogo's end.
Yeah, of course, that Gyarados is going to be hyper-scaling now, and I love that Comfey is actually now on this top path with Nachos. Of course, worth mentioning Nachos, we don't really see him often in UCS because, well, they're a young'un. They're not even allowed to play in UCS right now, but my goodness me, are they a fantastic talent in combination with this Buzzwole. They are a mighty fine duo indeed. Basically turns the Hooper into a bit of a turn post, and that's a brilliant bit of pressure that's paid off with now an 120 almost point lead. Yeah,
he turned the Gyarados into sashimi as well, and slicing and dicing him up in the top lane there. 140-22 right now, as we do have the Reggie spawning on both top and the bottom right now. See how the teams are going to prioritize. It looks like 3 each in bot lane right now for the Reggie Steel. Zoroark is in position, but Trevenant and Sylveon have brought the Umbreon down really low. Reggie Steel is down, but Zoroark takes it. Zimagogo gets the first Reggie of the bot lane in this game. They're going to be able to walk away without giving up any KOs and getting a couple back.
Great calm from Keru. Honestly, it's always a big call to utilize your entire Unite move on an objective secure. But given how much of an early game advantage Zimagogo have, they really want to press home the advantage and look to take down these T1 zones as soon as possible. I think these reinforcements are going to be a little bit too much for SUCRÉOSUCRE, but never count anyone out if you've got a Zoroark in the mix. And indeed, the grass not Comfey. That Espeon goes down. The tree is not even going to be able to escape the hyperspace portal. Not soon soon enough for them. Brilliant work from Zimagogo. Over 200 points. It's not even 5 minutes in.
No, the Zorak was completely uncaring about being slowed in the orange zone, just like unbothered, just slicing everybody up, getting KOs, and the Trevenant was not able to actually help Espeon out because Trevenant was too busy on the pad, surrounded by 2 other members of Zimagogo's end. So
Wow.
the coordination is just really strong, taking yet another zone down in the top side there with just 5 minutes into the game, 330 to 22. I don't even know if a Ray steal is enough for Sucreo at this point.
Zemin, this is getting really, really scary for SUCRÉOSUCRE. Sometimes we say that because there's a huge level disadvantage, but the fact that they've lost 3 zones before the 5-minute mark, there wasn't much value on the overdunk for Zimagogo. The value comes from the fact that now on that top path, it takes double the amount of time for SUCRÉOSUCRE to even get to where Regieleki is. Finally, they're able to take down the Zoroark, and they're utilizing their Unite moves now one by one to at least look for the full ace on Zmog. Only the Mew really gets away, but for how much longer? Stunned, picks up the Citrus Berry. They're going to have to give up the Ghost on this one. The Mystical Mirage goes down, but yes, that T1 will be cracked, and finally SUCRÉOSUCRE can say, we want a team fight.
Yeah, Hoopa Unbound was absolutely crucial. They're picking up 3 different KOs, and then Mew was the only person left. Couldn't defend the zone in the bot lane, so now the second Registeel of the game goes over to Sucre on that, and that'll help him out a little bit, sure. 330 to 113. The one benefit of losing those zones so early is that those are then points that your opponent cannot pick up later on in the game, right? If you were able to steal Ray and have the double points as well, you can still dunk at the Hundo Burgers where your opponents really don't have as many options, as many zones as you have in that area. But it looks like everyone's running up to the top lane, Relic.
Sure, that's what Zimagogo is banking on. They're basically putting the cards down on the table and saying, we believe we can beat you to rail. At the very least, we're going to be able to stop you from having much joy early on. Of course, every score does add to the EXP pool, and I tell you what, an amazing job here from Nachos just to try and delay on the top path, but will they delay enough? There are reinforcements now here with Regieleki on zone, Dragon Current through the middle, got the Psychic Solaire, Zoroark taking down that Espeon after Unite move, Hoopa not even able to utilize theirs. There's the third going down. It's the Gyarados, but the Regieleki is hit zone. Unfortunate here, Zimagogo not keeping an eye on who was sneaking through the back door, and now that points lead is back down to under 200, although Zimagogo have claimed a lot of KOs in this particular encounter.
Yeah, that's Trevenant going down as well. So SUCRÉOSUCRE giving them credit. This game, 5 minutes in, it looked like it was all over, but they are still in a difficult spot, obviously. Don't get us wrong, but definitely at this point, they can try to bring it back, and they have more, timely communication, possibly a good Unite from Hoopa as well when Ray spawns. But, with these upcoming 30 seconds, do you even try to go for the bot lane, or you try to get vision in the center area?
Well, with 10, 20 seconds to play for, you absolutely want to contest for this bottom Reggie, because that could be the difference between SUCRÉOSUCRE getting fully back on terms with the levels or letting Zmog run away with it. That's a huge KO from Galaxy, and they pick up a second on the Comfey as well. They're not going to worry too much about that bottom Reggie now, Zeminin, because as it stands, it's 5v3. They can initialize this team fight and get away with the Ray before Zimagogo's even had a chance to say hello.
Yeah, now Comfey's going to try to jump in. Zoroark still has 1 second, so it's going to be a little bit before Zoroark can get in there to have access to the Unite. But Espeon is down. Mew gets that first KO of this fight. Hoopa Unbound is no more in the fight. And Zoroark gets there to take Ray. That's going to level up Zimagogo, give them the benefits, and the insta-surrender after game 1 going Zimagogo's way.
They sent Zoroark back to the Pokemon Center, Zeminin, but I tell you what, Nurse Joy works wonders. They sprinted down the corridor in order to get back into the central area, and not a moment too soon as well. What a steal. I think, honestly, SUCRÉOSUCRE, given the position that they were in, absolutely made the right call. Half on rip, half defending all of those players within the Ray pit from potentially being taken down by the remaining Zimagogo members. If they had spent time focusing on Zimagogo members themselves, and the Zoroark could have come back, there was no guarantee that anyone would have gotten KO'd in that time. So the right choice from SUCRÉOSUCRE, but Zmog, it wasn't even the homework. They did so much prep work setting up throughout the 8 minutes prior. A brilliant, brilliant performance that rightfully earns them the first game in this best of 5.
Yeah, honestly, that was a great display from Zimagogo here in game 1. Just from the jump, we gave so much of the credit to Zoroark and Comfy combination, but Buzzwole as well up in the top lane was providing a real nuisance, taking both top zones before 5 minutes and keeping up on the level lead over the Gyarados. So the Buzzwole did a great job as well. But you just see the Zoroark just not caring about being slowed down. Like, it's not in any threat of being KO'd because Comfy and the rest of his teammates are in the vicinity, right? So this is kind of a Zoroark player's, most ideal scenario you can run into.
Yeah, well, and SUCRÉOSUCRE are gonna. I don't think they're going to feel too worried about the ban situation either, because this is the problem with Pokemon Unite in the state that it's in the best way possible, I should add as well. You can ban away one of somebody's specialty picks, but there are so many different Pokemon, so many different playstyles in the game that players know that they've got to have a deep pool to reach into. We've seen it most, I think, notably with Toonslim in the EU region, where not only are they able to use Mew, not only are they able to rock it on Glaceon, but there's a couple of other jungler picks that they like. Also, they can do Comfey. They can really do it all, is what I'm trying to say. So taking away that Blaziken from Keru, at the end of the day, didn't really matter, because Keru always knew that Zoroark pick was there. Opposition didn't pick Comfey, and so the door opens for them to go for this particular selection, and boy, it worked a treat.
Yeah, for sure. I was watching the replay there at the fight at Ray, and the just absolute pinpoint snipe that Mew had to KO Espeon and then let Buzzwole get Hoopa in range of getting knocked out. It kind of flipped everything on its head, because they had won the fight at Reggie in bot, and they were up 5-3. But then by the time the rest of Zimagogo had respawned and got into it, now they're down 5-3.
Yeah. And I think the one pick that they would have really, really wanted was unfortunately picked by Zimagogo themselves. That Umbreon would have made such a difference, I feel, with the mean look, because especially with that Comfey crown, that's 2 Pokemon for the price of 1, effectively, that you're finding on that mean look. Even if it's only momentary, because the Zoroark is prioritized, you're still setting up for a position where Zoroark doesn't have much health to work with. So sure, it might be kept up and about for a little bit longer by the Comfey. Sure, they can do a little bit of a drastic Unite move if they want as well, but realistically speaking, there was enough damage from SUCRÉOSUCRE to make it work. And they will have that opportunity this time around, Zemanin, to go for that first pick Umbreon. We see them taking Comfey off the table, so an immediate pivot from what we saw last time out. And they're also sticking to that Leafeon on the other side. Zimagogo respecting the SUCRÉOSUCRE Hoopa. I'm actually quite surprised that they even went that far. It does show at least that they're keeping an eye on what the other team is doing.
Yeah, that's 3 support bans out of the 4 slots. And I do like the Comfy ban on SUCRÉOSUCRE's end, because they're saying, listen, that was not a Zoroark problem. That was not a Buzzwole problem. That was a Comfey problem. We can't allow that support to really take over the game. But Blastoise was banned last time around, so I guess SUCRÉOSUCRE is valuing Blastoise more than the new and improved Umbreon. What do you think about that pick?
Yeah, Blastoise, very much like Umbreon, has got a lot of different ways that you could play it. More recently, we're seeing a lot more leaning towards the CC route, where you've got Surf, Hydro Pump. Those themselves do a lot of damage, especially with Slick Spoon going through those special defenses like a knife through butter. But you've also got Hydro Typhoon, which is objectively one of the best Unite moves in Pokemon Unite right now. So I'm actually not... If you were going to not pick Umbreon, it's good to pick up the Blastoise. They're also taking away, they're keeping that Sylveon on hand. They're bringing Clefable to the battle as well, so they've got decent AoE healing. The Scissor's quite fascinating to me, though, Zemanin. I imagine that that's going to be a Scyther and not a Scissor, going for that Assassin look, and Glaceon on top of that as well. Going to be curious to see what Zimagogo responds with in this final slot.
Yeah, I mean, that Scyther could be pretty exciting. Obviously, kind of, you can be somewhat similar to the Zoroark with the ability to just move around the map so quickly. I am surprised to see Espeon left up in that final slot, seeing both Sylveon and Glaceon taken over the Espeon, because one thing I was going to recommend Relic was that you can try to do Espeon Mew instead of Espeon Sylveon. And now you kind of just handed Espeon Mew over to Zimagogo instead, and you got Sylveon Glaceon instead.
Yeah, Zimagogo is right here looking at great objective secure. Solar Beam and Electro Ball on the Mew. Psybeam with the Espeon. SUCRÉOSUCRE doesn't really have any sort of that tool set available to them. They have a lot of chip damage. I mean, potentially Benji could be going Icy Wind.
I was just going to ask, yeah.
But Icicle Spear to me makes a lot more sense, especially when you have so many Pokemon either running eject buttons or X-Speed. I mean, the entirety of Zimagogo's running all of those items, but also just in the movesets themselves. Great disengagement tools, so you want that Icicle Spear for the sure hit. Again, maybe that's not the way they're going to go. Maybe they're just going to focus more on themselves, Eminent. But yeah, I'm interested to see how the Scyther/Scizor fit into all of this as well. We might still see a Scizor, but Scyther's out-and-out damage is not to be ignored given the rest of what they've drafted here today.
Yeah, I would definitely assume that it's going to be a Scyther, and we'll be proven wrong. Otherwise, when they,
I'd be happy to.
I'll be happy to, right?
I love Scizor myself, but
either way, I'm cool. But that's definitely something that I don't know if SUCRÉOSUCRE has been kind of saving it for this moment. But you did have other all-rounders available, right? Like you had the Buzzwole was potentially an option for you, or you could have chose a speedster, like say Zoroark taking it away. But I guess good for them. They didn't fall for Zimagogo's bait of seeing that Zoroark was left open. They didn't try to steal it because Zimagogo didn't even go to pick it up in this game too.
No, Keru had options. He had the Zoroark from Game 1. He had options in the terms of Blaziken that was banned away in Game 1 as well. And so they clearly liked what they were cooking in game number 1, Zimagogo, and I don't think they wanted to stray away too far from that. And already we're seeing an early rotate onto top path from Sarcasmo, so that's going to be Nachos, I believe. And again, get them on an attacker or a speedster and pray for your existence, or however much is left of it, because they are brutal once they get going. But that Glaceon's also on top path once again, Zeminin, and so it's going to be a real slobber knocker of a fight here on top path.
Yeah, definitely going to be important if you are on SUCRÉOSUCRE's side to try to slow down the Magikarp, not let it evolve as quickly as you were able to in the last game. Because the Gyarados actually put in a lot of work last time around, even though it was a loss. But they're going to go Clefable trying to run away, but Mew with the last second hit is able to pick up the KO. Espeon has to eject button over the wall. Gyarados is trying to fight, but the rest of the team is running away as Gyarados is running in.
But it's what you're saying there, Zamanin. Gyarados is trying to fight. Gyarados within 90 seconds. Zimagogo have done incredibly well to see this. It is the Sizzle! Oh, Galaxy, I absolutely love you, my friend. Jean-Mi, I don't love the situation you're in. They're going to go down. And there was enough shielding from the bounce to be able to protect Keru as they look to disengage from the fight. But this is so curious to me. So if you are new to Battle Hub or Unite, welcome. The major differences between Scizor and Scyther. Scyther, all-out damage, a little more squishy. Scizor is all about the sustain bullet punch. You're able to retrieve shielding for every single hit that you find on your opponent. So the more in the melee you are, the better off you're actually going to be.
And maybe that's a meta call, or not meta call, excuse me, but a matchup call against the Gyarados, against the Umbreon that's going to be in your face as well. Might be trying to say, like, there's going to be a lot of people here. I want that survivability. I want that bulk that Scizor provides that Scyther does not. But Espeon taken down right as Altaria will spawn. Going to go to SUCRÉOSUCRE's end. Gyarados has to bounce away as well. I was surprised that he even survived that battle 2-on-1 when we first hand over to the Scizor fighting it, but now they are going to try to break open this goal, but they have to looks like they have to walk away at low health.
Well, that's just the thing. If it was a cycle, I can guarantee you that they wouldn't have been able to get away with it. Of course, that is the trade-off with Sizzle. It is much more of a traditional all-rounder than a pseudo-attacker speedster, really. Only 17 points across both teams, by the way, scored. There is not
very
much
different.
opportunity to do so. Both teams have read each other like a book, and that was a lovely skull bash away by the War Turtle. Still not Blastoise, but they are pretty close. If I did catch that EXP correctly, both Reggies have been on the field for what's it, about a full minute now by this point, Evident. Here we go, the first fight in game number 2.
There you go. Umbreon trying to take away the Clefable and the Sylveon, but has to just run away. So now SUCRÉOSUCRE has the advantage 4-on-3 on this Registeel, but now the the Blissey is in the area. So this is taking quite a long time. Just Gyarados and Sizzle are not a part of this fight. Everyone else is there. But it looks like SUCRÉOSUCRE is just going to give up on it, or maybe just recover up a little bit of health on the zones. This Registeel still is not down. Umbreon tries to go for it, and Mew is able to secure it at the last second for Zemogogo. Blastoise surfing away. I wonder why all 4 of them left at the same time. They gave up their pressure.
It might have been something to do with all of them being on half health or less than Zebedon. They were more conservative, but you're absolutely correct in saying why all 4 of them, because they lacked crucial vision, and that's what's allowed Zemogogo to basically take away the Registeel. It was a beautiful team fight. Fantastic patience shown by Zemog. There will be a response from SUCRÉOSUCRE, taking down the Espeon. In goes the Snarl, catches 4. Fantastic work. It's the fly on the Wonder Wish from the Clefable. That's a heavy body to fall onto the Umbreon, who's sent back to the Pokemon Center. Zemogogo, by the way, they have now taken the points lead. There's a real duel going on this top path as well, still, between the Sizzle and the Gyarados. But it's something that you also correctly spotted out here, Zebedon. That Sizzle is able to hang with the Gyarados, and it means that he's stalled long enough for his team to rotate successfully onto top path.
Well, one thing that you point out, Relic, in the draft of the phase was that Zemogogo has much better objective secure. So for them to be able, they can take their time at Registeel. They can take their time at Regieleki. Ooh, that is 2 quick, swift KOs for the Gyarados there. And Scizor is down as well. So now they're going to dunk and break this top zone here. They can try to get a little bit more or they can walk up to the Regieleki. But basically, they don't mind waiting at Registeel because they know that they have the ability to secure it more safely than SUCRÉOSUCRE does. So really smart of them to take their time on the objectives, knowing they have the better, chances at securing it in a coin flip.
Yeah, slowly but surely they're starting to take a better grip of this game. That T1 crack was really well timed, especially as it led directly into the Regieleki, and it seems like they are going to go for a push here on top path. We've got 4 players committed to it against only the 2 on defense. The Red Illusion dive comes out but fails to find a KO. Neither does the Glaceon, and too late to the party was the Sylveon, who quickly falls as well. That's the entire top path destroyed within a minute.
Yeah, both of those zones completely gone now, so that's a lot of points on the end of Zemogogo's 260 to 57 with 3.5 minutes left in this game 2. Gyarados and Blissey kind of going in the other side, in the other central area, see if they can pick anybody off, but no, Gyarados just going to bounce away to safety. The bot lane is open. There is a Reggie spawned down there, so we might anticipate another fight upcoming.
Yeah, I think SUCRÉOSUCRE, this is an essential Reggie. They're starting to fall behind in terms of level, and that Gyarados on level 13 is positively equivalent to a horror movie in production. Just wait until it hits theater screens near you. And watch out, SUCRÉOSUCRE, because Zemogogo's getting right up in your faces. The Blastoise is down, no Hydro Typhoon for support. Solar Beam's gonna miss. Hyper Voice is gonna only tickle the Umbreon. Zemogogo at this point can really just stall into the Dragon Current. This is bold from the Gyarados, who catches only the one action. Actually, did they even catch anybody? I don't think they did. My apologies.
No, I don't think so.
Called it completely wrong. Yeah, not too sure how I feel about it. I know how I feel about that, though. Disastrous for SUCRÉOSUCRE. Hydro Typhoon really late in the day. Surely they're not coming into the team fight now.
Well, Blastoise was able to get back finally. You got KO'd and was able to bounce back into the fight. So it still took that long. But yeah, I wonder if Zemogogo kind kind of playing with their food a little bit. I don't know how else to explain it. Like, once the Blastoise went down before the fight even started, I feel like you could have ripped the Reggie and tried to do something else. But they knew that it's the last important objective before Ray spawns anyway, so you might as well spend that extra 15, 20 seconds trying to secure it than try to risk a coin flip. But here we are. Sucre is going to need to do something. You can't have your Blastoise get knocked out before the rest of the team, before the fight even starts, and he's already at half health surfing away.
Yeah, SUCRÉOSUCRE weren't even gifted it. They were literally in the shop buying a seasonal ticket to the struggle bus. 3 Unite moves they didn't have going into this fight, and it's about to get... Well, actually, hold the phone! Glaceon gets a KO on the Umbreon, who wastes Midnight Prance. In the backline, Galaxy's just having a whale of a time, takes Keru down to, what's that, 10% health, and now SUCRÉOSUCRE going for the rip, bounce into the middle, Psychic Solaire into the eject button tech, into the backline, Glaceon finds another one! This is a huge pop-off here from the Glaceon. Are they going to get the Sylveon too? It's a 2 KO streak! Glaceon, Benji doing all of the carrying for SUCRÉOSUCRE. Bliss Assistance has also been utilized. This is a huge turnaround for the purple team, but there's only a minute to rip the Ray, and Blissey and Umbreon are still in with a chance of the steal.
Yeah, the Espeon had to eject it over the wall. Mew had to run away as well, but that was a triple for the Glaceon. Now it is low. They get the Ray. They have 40 seconds to score, down roughly 200 points. They don't know that. Of course, Zimagogo knows they're going to be able to score more than 200 immediately from that spot. And they pull back victory from the jaws of defeat in that last team fight. The Glaceon last pick on their end ended up being so crucial for victory.
I am baffled that Zimagogo did not ride out comfortable winners in Game 2 here, Zemanin. Galaxy basically just said, hey, watch this, 1v3 incoming, but that was exactly what SUCRÉOSUCRE were looking for. Not free real estate, but just enough estate to try and pick off a couple of KOs here and there. They'd already taken down the Umbreon, but that was the moment for Benji to strike 2 massive KOs, which leaves Zimagogo with none of their offensive force. Just the Umbreon and Blissey to try and steal away a Ray. Listen, it's happened before, but against the might of what SUCRÉOSUCRE was bringing, not a chance on this occasion.
No, definitely not. And you see how much damage both the Galaxy and Benji did, both over 70,000 damage in that game on SUCRÉOSUCRE's end. So they were the real important damage dealers to try to keep them in this fight. And if you're able, Gyarados loves bouncing around and, fighting as many people as possible. But if you're able to hit it from 2 screens away, like the Glaceon was able to, there's nothing Gyarados can do about it.
No, indeed. Well, that is just the first chapter of this semi-final. How many more are about to be written? We will be back with you with game number 3, folks, after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here to start our Game 3 coverage of the Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour. We are in a semifinals match, Zemanon and Relic on the call. We just had what, honestly, we were assuming was going to be a Zimagogo 2-0 lead after that break, but you know what happens when you assume, Relic, so it looks like it's 1-1.
It's you say a phrase which is not appropriate for this broadcast. But I'm so impressed with how SUCRÉOSUCRE was able to turn that around. It almost feeds into the wider conversation around EU and NA right now, where it just feels like they're a little bit too readable in terms of meta picks, in terms of how they draft, in terms of the Pokemon that they feel most comfortable with. But we started to see a little bit of chaos theory threaded into the mix through SUCRÉOSUCRE just by virtue of going with the Scizor alone. That's already something that any opponent wouldn't necessarily expect. And then to have that Scizor going full dive, full send into the backline against 3, it was so shocking that it ultimately leads to the downfall of Zimagogo in that Ray fighter. So here we are now, game number 3 in a regular series. We're like, oh, it's the decider, it's the final game. But no, there is at least 2 more games confirmed at this point. So I'm really excited to see how this story continues to unravel.
Yeah, for sure. I think that one of the beauties of the draft in Pokemon Unite, in any game that has access to a draft, is you're able to counterpick, right? You're able to choose Pokemon that maybe aren't in the usage charts when you're looking up raw data in solo queue. Maybe those Pokemon aren't as highly sought after or highly, seen as viable options. But a Pokemon like the Scizor as just a raw Gyarados counterpick in the top area it just shows that, like, since there are so many Pokemon available in the game, you might as well use them all, right? You don't have to just use the same 15 Pokemon every time.
Mate, I will shout it from the heavens. Please, let's see some more Regislash and Metagross. They're literally perfect for what the meta is right now. Listen to me. Alternatively, just go with what you know. And in terms of the bans, I think these are all relatively good. We see Zimagogo denying SUCRÉOSUCRE the chance to pick up that Espeon, also the Aldagos off the table. SUCRÉOSUCRE, they did a lot of damage with that Blastoise. They don't want Zimagogo to go with it, and so they're actually going to stick with that Umbreon for the 3rd game in a row.
Yeah, definitely makes sense there. That even if Blastoise, might have had an early exit before the fight, you still know the potential that Blastoise can have in a game of Pokemon Unite. So you don't want to give that team the option banning it away again. But that means that Hoopa was not banned this time around. So SUCRÉOSUCRE is going to get their hands on Hoopa for a 2nd game in this set, as long as the Mew on the other end. So looks like Mew is just a really high priority pick for both teams.
Yeah, they got backline burst Zimagogo, though, with that Inteleon. And honestly, the Blissey was really, really strong. Looks like Keru and or Galaxy might be looking at that Blaziken, although there are a couple of flicks. There was a moment where my heart skipped a second because we saw Phalanx selected. Phalanx off the table, by the way, folks. It's under his moratorium for 2 weeks, and so we won't see that until next month. I can guarantee you that. But after a slightly more aggressive opening to the draft for SUCRÉOSUCRE, they're locking in that Slowbro, and they will be locking in that Blaziken. And I'm going crazy, Zemanon, because I'm talking about Keru on the Blaziken when this is SUCRÉOSUCRE. They've actually taken it off out of his hands.
So that's one way to get essentially a 3rd ban in the draft phase, is if you can take a character away from someone who is a Pokemon specialist like Zimagogo having access to Blaziken. So not only are you thinking it's a strong pick because you think you can make it work with your team composition, but of course you're hurting your opponents there because they were planning for it. Maybe Zimagogo might have rather had Blaziken in that slot instead of Buzzwole, but you do have, with Venusaur as the final pick on SUCRÉOS, and you do have the double beam comp in Mew and Venusaur, which it seems like it's consistently something out of Mew Espeon, Mew Venusaur. Just it's something that they continue to try to have in this set.
Yeah, Benji was originally, that was itemization suggesting a Petal Dance Venusaur, which actually works quite well into the Buzzwole, but they really do need that backline poke, because otherwise Glaceon and Inteleon are going to be nigh on untouchable with a Buzzwole and Umbreon on the front line, and especially when you've got a Blaziken who's trying to break through that front line as well. And I think, that's actually something that I have to stop and ruminate about, because I don't know quite where the Blaziken fits in here. don't get me wrong, Hyperscaler, if he has a great early game, it won't matter, quite simply, because they're going to be running away with it in terms of that level up ante and the hyperscaling that I've talked about previously. But in terms of where it fits going into what Zimagogo have drafted, I don't know. I've not got a good feeling about it. I don't see it running into anything particularly well, if that makes any sense.
No, 100%. I understand where you're coming from, because I don't see how. I mean, obviously it is possible. Anything is possible, right? But yes. I don't see how easy it is for the Blaziken to get onto the back line of Inteleon Glaceon when there is Blissey Umbreon Buzzwole standing in front of them. It seems like there are a lot of ways to stop the Blaziken from sneaking past.
Yeah, it's the Buzzwole in particular that I'm most worried about. Don't get me wrong. Blaziken and Overheat as a move, it's wonderful. It's brilliant. It's in terms of like out and out damage, it's one of the best that any single Pokemon has to offer. But on this top path, looking very isolated, we had Zhonmi rotating through Central to help with that Bulbasaur, but now three have already rotated onto top path here for Zimagogo. That's going to be stealing away a bunch of Bunnelby. It's going to be stealing away a bunch of EXP, and that Torchic is going to stay a Torchic for just a little while longer.
Yeah, on my screen, he's a cute little Torchic. It was so funny seeing like this giant Ultra Beast just like punching down a chicken. You know, just completely unfair fight up in the top side. But it looks like things are back to normal here, so that is good on their end. Still at Ivysaur, or at level 5, I should say. Still at the Torchic, level 4 on Sucreos and there. But they're going to fight over the birds and now having a fight. Oh, Torchic is such low HP. Both eject buttons have been used, by the way, by Torchic and Buzzwole. So in case either of them get in a really bad spot, they're not going to be able to get out of it for the next couple seconds.
And that's why Buzzwole, despite the nerfs, is still very valuable against a Hooper, because it just the whole point of superpower is that you're relocating whoever you get your hands on. And so all of a sudden that hyperspace portal seems a little further away than without a Buzzwole on the battlefield. And that's a lovely stun actually from Zhonmi, but look at the damage done onto Galaxy. Goes for the chase, is forced back. You don't want to get sucked into a KO that you almost certainly can't confirm. But check out this invasion from Zimagogo. They steal... Actually, no, my apologies. They don't steal away the blue buff. That's fantastic work from SUCRÉOSUCRE Central Area player. Benji, of course, on that Ivysaur still, who's just literally a smidgen away from the V.
And there is the Venusaur now at level 7. So going to try to use that beam to their benefit in forcing away Zimagogo out of the central area. But now with the Hoopa, going to be able to bring the team down, bring the squad down to the bot area. Still have 30 seconds before any of the action gets too exciting. But Inteleon's on the wrong side of the map, going invisible, but gets knocked out by Hoopa. So now one of the biggest damage dealers is down for the next couple of seconds. They can try to push forward on this zone with just 2 points left in it.
Some might look at that and say, oh, you didn't have enough. But SUCRÉOSUCRE will be looking at that and thinking, if we set up again, we can get a lot of value out of this T1 zone, especially if we're bringing 40 or 50 Chaos Energy to the party. We'll see how it all pans out. Beams across the bow from both sides, and there's a snipe shot in retaliation. Zimagogo with a slender points lead, Zemanon, but it's the levels which I'm looking at now, and SUCRÉOSUCRE do need this Regice.
Yeah, Regis is at half health. Umbreon is so low, you have to run away from the fight because Hoopa would have been able to just knock you out. So it's just the Blissey is really the only option. And Sucre is able to secure the Regice. Just the team, Zimagogo losing too much health at the beginning of that fight. When you rely so much on Umbreon to be at, 10% when the fight was just getting started, it's too much. Oh, Buzzwole completely decimating Blaziken and walking straight towards the zone. You gotta love it. You gotta love the Chad energy. Just you see an opponent right in your... Give me that zone, I'm gonna break it.
But check that out. 9 points, almost perfect. I mean, not even almost perfect. That was perfect, wasn't it?
Perfect,
and
yeah.
Here comes the Verdant. Anger gonna deny the 38 score. This assistance onto the Buzzwole. Blaziken goes in deep. I think any score will do really for Zimagogo, but will they have the chance? Icicle Spears and into the retreat. Well played by SUCRÉOSUCRE. That could have been a lot worse. And actually, it's completely flipped in their favor, Zemanon, because they can allow Zmog the opportunity to get Regieleki, and then if they play their cards right, that Regieleki will minimize the overdunk damage.
Yeah, that is when trying to be optimal goes wrong by scoring the 9 with 10 points left. It didn't give Buzzwell enough time to score before the rest of SUCRÉOSUCRE got there to defend, where if they just went with Buzzwell right away, could have broke it before there was any chance of a response. We are roughly 5 minutes remaining in this game 3, tied 1-1 in this best of 5, a crucial matchup here in the semifinals, crucial game of the set in the semifinal matchup between these two teams. You do have Regieleki up in the top. Nobody has tried to start it up yet. Hooper brought the team there. They broke it down, but Buzzwell gets knocked out as they break the zone.
With 10 seconds or so before that bottom Reggie, there were a lot of questions that Zimagogo were starting to have appearing on their examination paper. They got rid of one ASAP. I think that's actually the correct choice here from Zimagogo, because if they do get the Regieleki, it puts the power back in their hands. It means Regieleki's looking at a T2 push, which SUCRÉOSUCRE will not want. They start to engulf this Regieleki in plenty of damage, which ultimately results in the take for the Inteleon. Down on bottom path, though, SUCRÉOSUCRE going after this bottom Reggie. It's 3 versus 1 on the Umbreon. Zmog could go for a push on bottom path. Yeah, I don't see Qatar stealing this one away. They won't. Important for SUCRÉOSUCRE. Now it's all eyes on top path.
Oh, and Umbreon did pop his Unite there, right, that last slash. Should have enough time, obviously, to have another one get set up before Ray spawns, so it's not going to be too big of a deal there. But they're trying to stop this Regieleki from making it onto the pads, down to like 30% HP remaining. So it looks like they will have a effective stop of that Reggie pushing now. Everyone down in the bot lane here trying to fight. The chances at sniping in random bushes are so high when you have the Mew Venusaur combo, right? You just go into any grass. You don't even need to know if enemies are in there. You just go, oh, but the Buzzwall tries! Venusaur eject running over the wall for his safety.
Listen, I know it's part of the MO of Buzzwall, but that was a bit of a weird flex, if you ask me. I mean, look, if you're going to use a Unite move, now's probably around the right time to use it, but still a little bit of a waste. But Zimagogo have not let it go to waste. They've been able to take down that T1 zone. 340 score for Galaxy on this top path. They're going to be able to get another 5 in, so they're going to start to build this up. And check out Zimagogo. That's a very scary sight, but only we can see it. Galaxy doesn't know. They certainly know now, and now their goose is most certainly cooked. Irony, I realize they are a chicken, but the saying is still the same thing, right? So bear with me, folks.
I was just about to say wrong bird, but yeah, I respect the sentiment still. I still appreciate the point there. 191 to 124 with 2.5 minutes remaining here in game 3. Zimagogo with a slight lead here, but obviously anything can happen in these last 2.5 minutes. You got 2 seconds till Regieleki spawns up top, 14 until a Reggie in the bot side. But Hoopa is down right in the top lane. Now you have 3 members of Zimagogo that can try to rush down Reggie.
Yeah, they've done really well here. They should get the Regieleki out of this. Look at Blissey as well, just staying in a more forward position, gathering vision, gathering crucial information for their teammates. Regieleki on its bike. I would not be surprised to see SUCRÉOSUCRE just leave this now, because if they do go for a backcap Zimagogo, that is the green light for SUCRÉOSUCRE to go in for the team fight. We know what happened in game number 2's Eminem. It did not end well for Zimagogo.
All right, let's see what's going to happen here as Rayquaza has spawned. You have Umbreon Blissey on the front lines for Zimagogo. Slowbro and Mew trying to match as well. Buzzwole, Blaziken do not care that there's a legendary down in the central area. They are going to 1v1 each other. So the best that this fight can be over the objective is, is a 4v4. But now, actually, they are going to be able to walk down into the pit. So in a 5v5 spot, you wonder, how much damage can Buzzwole do to kind of stop SUCRÉOSUCRE from securing the objective?
Yeah, if SUCRÉOSUCRE weren't aware of the score, you can imagine that the T1 zone's missing on their side of the field and kind of give it away. Zimagogo don't have to go and press for the score. SUCRÉOSUCRE do, and because it's both T1s that are up, they have to go for. You know what? scratch everything that I'm saying. That's a crucial KO for Zimagogo. Big slow beam onto the Buzzwall, but they're sent back to base. It cancels the Unite move early. What a cacophony of tragedy for SUCRÉOSUCRE. It's almost like it's a backstab of all things. Okay, they get a free reset back here, but now so much time has been wasted that there's not enough time to be able to make the correct call.
Wow, and then this Buzzwall is just bullying everybody on Sucre's end. Hoopa goes unbound. Buzzwall takes out the Mew. Venusaur is out as well. Hoopa unbound no longer. That's 3 members down on Sucre's end. So they're going to be able to get this last spot or last objective on Rayquaz's end, as that is a full ace. So there is the surrender, and Zimagogo going to go up 2-1 in this series.
I apologize to all of the French viewers out here. I do recognize that this is not actually something you say, but I feel like it is something that has to be said. SUCRÉOSUCRE, more like sacré bleu. What on earth were you doing in that team fight? Originally, I'm like, okay, you got Blaziken, got Vision on the top path. You don't want any double scores. You fend off the Buzzwall. It's all going pretty well. But then go back to the point that I was attempting to say before, Galaxy ate it. You have options. You have 2 T1 goalposts available to go and split push for. And that potentially can throw Zimagogo into a little bit of a hellscape as to like, okay, do we defend one? Do we defend both? Do we watch out for the rip on Ray potentially? SUCRÉOSUCRE have so many different paths to try and explore. The only path that they explored, Zemanin, was the one that they lost. It's just a complete misplay in the final 2 minutes.
It's like Doctor Strange with the 14 million options. They scored the 14,999,000 options instead of the 1 where they win. I do think it might sound silly, but with Blaziken keeping Buzzwall in the top lane and like keeping him preoccupied, for lack of a better word, I think it made SUCRÉOSUCRE's chances better in a 4v4 because the Buzzwall was just so impactful, was able to just delete the Mew, delete Hoopa, delete Venusaur as well. Like, if Blaziken could just keep Buzzwall up out of that fight over Ray, I think that would have been their better chance than trying to get in. The Blaziken got KO'd before anyone else did.
I wouldn't have had Blaziken on that top path. I'll put it that way. I think that you needed something that could, or at least transition into the central area quicker. I'm looking at that Venusaur. I'm looking potentially at the Mew. I think the Venusaur would have made a little bit more sense for me. But then you got that Blaziken, and it literally goes back to the first point I made upon the conclusion of draft. Where does it fit in? What is it countering? What is its purpose? Well, we know its basic purpose as a Pokemon within the realm of Unite, but there was nothing that Zimagogo had that necessarily had any reason to be fearful of it. In fact, they actually had more counters to the Blaziken than the Blaziken was looking to counter anything on their side. And so I just think the writing was on the wall in draft. I still think SUCRÉOSUCRE did well, considering, but it doesn't surprise me that it was an overcommitment from Galaxy that ultimately leads to the demise of the team. I mean, you said it yourself, it was a full penta in the end, an ace on the squad, and so there was no chance of them coming back from that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. It seemed like the Blaziken was more of a takeaway than a take to like improve your team composition. They were taking it away from Zimagogo just because they didn't want to have them on one of their comfort picks. But yeah, in the end, it was not able to build up a lead. Like, the Buzzwall was still able to completely dominate on top side, and even in that 1v1, you kind of had to run away. I don't know who else could have went and fought Buzzwall up in the top zone. I don't know if Mew could have handled it 1-on-1 with Buzzwall just straight in your face, right? So seems like Blaziken probably was best suited for the job in that moment, but then it begs the question, why was it so? Why did they get hired for the job? What were the qualifications? Did they lie on their resume? Did Blaziken say that they graduated summa cum laude or whatever? How were they qualified for that position?
It's pure nepotism, isn't it? Pure nepotism. Oh, you're an all-rounder? I'm mates with you. Let's throw you in top path. No, I think having a little bit more time to think about it, I think honestly the Mew would have probably been best, but the problem there is that you can set up for the defense of the zone with Surf and with Agility as a disengagement tool, but then what? You've got to wait for the cooldown to be able to reset your moveset to be able to utilize the Solar Beam or the Electro Ball or whatever, or the Light Screen, and so Buzzwole with its superpower would have actually made shorter work of the Mew than it would the Blaziken, so it almost feels like they put themselves into a corner and they had to choose a compromise more than like you say, a qualified person to fulfill the role. But either way, it's in the past. Zimagogo are on match point, and so these picks now mean more than ever. SUCRÉOSUCRE, they don't want to see that Comfey again. Eldegoss and Leafeon banned yet again, but so is that Slowbro, and as much as it provided one of the best moments of comedy of the Elite Tour thus far, at the same time, Slowbeam is so good at shutting down so many options.
SUCRÉOSUCRE is going to have to come up with something interesting in this draft, or they'll be watching Zimagogo in the finals on their end. So first pick is Hoopa.
Ew.
Something they've taken many times, but that does give over Blastoise and Umbreon to Zimagogo.
Yeah, Zimagogo won. There are a lot of higher priority picks out there, but in terms of a front line, I don't think you can get much better than that, especially with the flexibility that both Pokemon can exude through either side of the moveset. I mean, Frygo has to go with the Trevenant. There is no other option, really. Hoopa first pick is wild to me, especially given how this series has gone. The Hoopa has not been properly influential in any of the games.
It's a pick that I don't think would have been taken away from you because it wasn't highly prioritized on Zimagogo's end there. So definitely a curious decision. We'll see how it works out there. Galaxy is going to be able to pick up Gyarados. He does like to play those all-rounders that we've seen at least in this set, and Gyarados is definitely really strong. I don't know how strong Gyarados is into Blastoise and Umbreon on the other end, but at least they have some comfort on this team, as they do get the in SUCRÉOSUCRE's defense, they do get the comfort pick of Hoopa, which they've had 3 of the 4 games. They get Espeon Sylveon again, which they had in game 1, and then of course Gyarados can flip the game on its head at any point. So I do think it is definitely questionable to allow both Umbreon and Blastoise to not ban one of the 2 of them. But we'll see if it works out for them, if the Hoopa first pick gives them enough value.
Good luck getting to the Mew and Glaceon now, SUCRÉOSUCRE.
Yeah, with Crustle too.
Oh my god. That's good night. Sayonara. See you later. Look, again, I'm willing to be proven wrong. We always know that Gyarados is a spicy factor to throw into the mix. I like the Espeon being paired with Sylveon. Again, I certainly prefer the Sylveon over what was being hovered, which was that Blaziken, which was also looking to run attack stack as well. Yeah, not in this game, not at all. I think the over-reliance on Hoopa is SUCRÉOSUCRE's downfall. It's literally what we're talking about in terms of EU and NA. Spam the same Pokemon again. See if it works this time. No, maybe look for something different. Even if you're going to defenders, if you wanted a different style of support, take the Umbreon. It's right there.
So that's exactly what I was going to say, was that there are better Pokemon to force in every game, right? Like Hoopa, there are many supports that you can try to make work. Hoopa, Clefable, Blissey. I know Comfey and as a support was banned, so you can't go for Comfey, right? And Eldegoss was banned too. But there are other Pokemon that can do Hoopa's job, right? And the support role. But both Blastoise and Umbreon are, in competitive Unite at least, such a tier above the rest of the defenders in that specific role that you could be one-tricking Umbreon every game instead of one-tricking Hoopa every game.
I feel like I got to double back and cover myself one moment here, because Keru might actually be falling very quickly, forced into the eject button, forces the Zero into the X speed, and yeah, they are just going to get away with that. But I'm not ragging on SUCRÉOSUCRE for ragging on SUCRÉOSUCRE's sake. I actually really love this team. Worth mentioning, they had a super late emergency. They had a sub ready to go with minutes before the tournament. So I tip my hat to them. They've done incredibly well to still be here to compete, and they've gotten into the top 4 yours, Eminent. That's really impressive, but I feel like their lack of flexibility has really started to show. If that Gyarados comes online within the first 2 minutes, okay, maybe we've got something to cook with. But Zimagogo, the only Pokemon that they now need to see evolve at all is the Squirtle, sorry. And they've only got to evolve it twice, and they're flying. They're looking good.
Oh, Magikarp is so close. It's level 4. No, but he gets KO'd before he can level up or even go to level 5. Oh, that was heartbreaking to watch. I was holding my breath watching that little Magikarp flail around, splash around to try to get there, but wasn't able to.
Yo, check out this Mystical Fire doing work. The Mew very close to falling. Wartortle online. Sylveon continuing to go on the hunt, and Johnme eats an Icy Wind, eats an Auto, and that really was the straw that broke the... is there a camel Pokemon? I'm sure there is, but again, broke the back. You know the saying, folks. And this is a deep invade, actually, from the Crustle. Stays a little bit too long for comfort, and that allows SUCRÉOSUCRE full reign over the birds in the central area.
Yeah, right there, 4 members of the team ready for the birds after that KO onto the Crustle. I do wonder if the Crustle is like, I don't want to say like too greedy, because obviously it has a different role as a quote-unquote defender than Blastoise and Umbreon, but you know, I wonder if maybe that, like, or the purpose behind drafting the third defender in that position with the last pick.
Yeah, no, I see where you're coming from, but I still think that Zimagogo, just in terms of draft overall, they've kind of gotten inside SUCRÉOSUCRE's head in that it doesn't matter what SUCRÉOSUCRE do. Zmog have always they've got that next pick in mind, or they've got the flexibility prior to whatever SUCRÉOSUCRE select to be able to pivot in-game. That's kind of the big thing that Umbreon and Blastoise provide. Like, if you're going up against a particularly speedster-heavy comp, hey, guess what? Meanlook's going to be coming out. Don't have too many supports by the end of the draft. Hey, guess what? You got Wish to be able to utilize, and it's the same with Blastoise. Do they need more offensive power? Do they need more crowd control? Well, right now, they need more control of the map, because they've lost this Regieleki now, and they're at threat of losing the Regiseal. There is the Meanlook on the Trevenant, and they miss with the Wood Hammer. That is important for Zimagogo in these early stages, just to try and get a little bit more EXP back into the pool.
Trevenant does get knocked out as well, so Zimagogo picks up the Registeel and a KO, but they are down on points, 111 to 45. Woo! Oh, Mew eject button's over the wall, but not able to be saved. Here's the Mystical Fire. Sylveon 3-on-1 for this Umbreon, gets KO'd as well. Nothing Crustle can do about it. Crustle and Glaceon are in the area to stop the Sucreo from scoring, at least, but they did pick up a couple KOs in response to giving up the Registeel.
Benji is absolutely flying with this Drain Kiss Mystical Fire build, and actually the amount of damage that they're able to put off for a move that doesn't really deal a lot of damage with the individual flares, they're doing extremely well. They're picking their battles beautifully. Rock Tomb goes down. That's going to delay Frygo. The Mean Look is going to end any chance of retrieval. Brave Phantom Forest. How many did that catch? It caught all 5 within the AoE, and still they were able to go up for just a little bit longer. The power swap unable to save them, however. Surf it to the back line. Here's the Hydro Typhoon incoming. Whiffs completely, but it's bought a bit of space. 8 points down. X's are in. Psychic Solera away. What a brilliant bit of defensive maneuvering from SUCRÉOSUCRE. And now they're going on to the counter, forcing out the Mystical Mirage. 3 KO streak for Galaxy. Astronomical play.
That's 215 to 53 right now. Sucre, sure, Blastoise can score a little bit, but I think Blastoise was trying to make some old MLG highlight plays there. What with the eject button on Surf kind of animation cancel into Unite with as well. So like really a disastrous couple of plays there from the Blastoise, because he just got no value out of some of the most important tools in the game, like the Surf and the Unite use move that Blastoise can have. But now Regieleki is taken down, goes to SUCRÉOSUCRE's end there, so they have, you know, a really solid point lead, but they're not down in the bot side, so at least Zimagogo can try to burn down this Regirock.
I'm shocked that we've only just caught this now, and I do apologize, folks, that we didn't trick Hooper in this economy. That's wild. Almost as wild as how quickly that Hydro Typhoon was able to get back online. And another mega Phantom Forest here from Frigo on the Hooper. Now the Hooper has been unbound. They've already taken that bottom path Reggie, by the way. Reggie Rock into their pockets. Third Reggie of the game. And the score lead's looking pretty healthy as well, Zemlin. 215 to 75. It's not runaway territory, but their levels are looking good. As much as Zimagogo, in my mind, drafted better, SUCRÉOSUCRE on the map when it counts, in the macro and the micro, playing an almost flawless game.
Yeah, and that's the difference. That's what happens. You can sometimes I say you can win and lose games in the draft, but of course you still have to be on the field. You have to be able to play out those plans correctly. And so far, the Hoopers had a lot of value. The Gyarados has been insane, the amount of KOs Gyarados has been able to claim. And then Trevenant with that 5-man knockup that you mentioned down in the bot area as well. They're just playing out of their minds right now because they want to force that game 5 so badly. Umbreon just running away from the rest of the team. Mew not able to get into the fight as well. So let's see if that Zmog can try to come back. Kretzel's already down to low HP as it's fighting off against the Trevenant. The Gyarados trying to fight against them. 2v2 in that slot. Can he take down the Kretzel? Kretzel wastes the check button as well, and Gyarados takes it out. So that's the first Pokemon down in that exchange. Looks like they're going to continue to fight.
Listen, these handcuffs you put on me, Umbreon. Oh no, they are not something to. They're not something to quieten me. No, you're merely giving me a handicap to work with, and I love the challenge. I mean, listen, Bounce doing a lot of great work here, providing that shielding and actually enabling the Gyarados to get away with as many KOs as it is. Zimagogo has used this opportunity, this brief fight in their own central area, to get a little more score back on the board. Less than 100 now between the two teams. That was a great Rock Tomb onto the Trevenant, who gets away. Wow, what an important raid fight. It really could go in either's favor, but SUCRÉOSUCRE with that level 14 Gyarados, they are the difference maker if there is to be one out of the 10 players.
215 to 125 with less than 2 minutes left. Oh, Blastoise is already down really low, but uses his Unite, and Trevenant is surrounded. He's able to heal up as well as he is used to Trevenant doing, so kind of got baited into all-inning the Trevenant because he healed up that damage. Blastoise is out of this fight for the next 14 seconds. Glaceon is so low. Hoopa unbound trying to KO the Glaceon away from the fight. Crustle continues to focus down the Hoopa there, so nobody else gets knocked out. Gyarados is down for 10 more seconds. Hoopa is so low that Umbreon finally finishes off. 1 minute and 10 seconds left for them to try to get this Ray and try to come back to this game and win this set.
Zemo. That is the insult to injury. That is the salt into the wound, Zeminin. Zimagogo with the Giga Brain play. They took their fishing rod, they put the bait on, they threw it into the river, and they caught SUCRÉOSUCRE hook, line, and sinker. Into the choke point they went, and so as did go everybody else from Zimagogo. The Rubble Rouser providing that chip damage from Crustle, of course. Basically a better version of Rocky Helmet in it, but it does the job beautifully well. On top of that, you also had Sazuru providing good cover. Kazmog. It's going to be, Nachos. I think, honestly, an inspired choice to go with Icy Wind on this occasion, confirming those KOs much quicker, not allowing SUCRÉOSUCRE the flexibility, the maneuverability to get away with sort of shielding each other through the Icicle Spear Barrage, and Mew with a pop-off moment. Resmog, it's not that much damage really in the grand scheme of things, is it? Only 40,000, no. But it's not about the damage that you deal, Zeminin. It's when you deal it and how you deal it. And in the most crucial moment of them all, Zimagogo, they clutched up and they head through to our grand final.
Yeah, Trevenant did more damage than the Mew did, but it's about when you do your damage, right? So yeah, congratulations to Zimagogo moving on to the finals here, the Elite Tour, and SUCRÉOSUCRE. We give them credit, making it all the way to the semifinals. There was probably about 70% of that game 4 that it looked very probable that they were going to win it and force the game 5. So just something they have to go look back on and, you know, watch the VOD, see what went wrong there. Not talking about the draft, just like in game, how they gave it up. Because even at the start of the Ray fight, the Trevenant was able to heal up so well, kind of used up all of Blastoise's Unite to not get any KOs or anything. So I thought that it was working out really well for SUCRÉOSUCRE, but they kind of all walked away from Ray into the choke point that you were mentioning, and it just let Mew and Crusher just start peppering them down for the KOs.
Yeah, and there was just a moment. It wasn't even a moment of hesitation. It was almost a moment of naivety. We saw Galaxy winding up the Dragon Current, and they sort of were choosing between their opponents, and then they kind of went in on the Crustle, and then the Crustle Unite moved in response, and so they're like, uh-oh, guess we got to use this. They actually use up their eject button to be able to catch 2 in the Dragon Current at the end, and so many dominoes fall thereafter. Commiserations to SUCRÉOSUCRE. We'll see Zimagogo in a little bit. But Zemina, we've got another semi-final to cover. Nouns Esports. A not full power Nouns Esports, but one that have made it through to the top 4 nonetheless. They're going up against the underdogs of the bracket. And Ananas Regrown after this.
Welcome back, everybody, for our second semifinal match of the Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour, our second best of 5 of the evening. It's going to be a great time. I am Zemanon, joined by Relic. And Relic, we had quite a great best of 5 in that last set where Zimagogo ended up winning it in 4 games. So they are waiting in grand finals right now for the winner of this matchup, Ananas, Regrown, and Noun Esports.
Yes, so Nouns Esports, allow me to peruse social media again, because I know that there is the official tweet from Mr. Gatlu. We're not seeing the full Nouns experience, so to speak. I know that Coach Explain is subbing in, and Luca is subbing in for Soreu and Toon. So Soreu, I think they could, and no offense to Soreu, of course, Soreu I think they can get away with, basically on the basis that he's the newest member to the team, given that I know Gatlu was with 4-3, but previously with Nouns. He knows how to play with the majority of this roster, Soreu does not. And so Explain subbing in, not too much of a change up there. Toon, though, is a big loss. You have just basically removed the most offensively significant player in EU for the last year from the squad. And so Luca has big shoes to fill. I think they've done very well getting to this point. The Sableye ban feels a bit memey to me, Seven, and apart from that, all of the things make sense.
Hey, you never know. Dupe Snacks might be playing for Ananas right now, so gotta ban the Sableye just in case. So now with the first pick, Trevenant on their end, and then that does allow, since as we just saw in the previous game, neither Blastoise or Umbreon were banned in this game 1, so that does allow the double defender comp on Ananas' end.
If there was anybody who I would trust not to pick Umbreon and Blastoise, it would be Bruv. I'm still squinting my eyes at you, though. I'm still a little bit unsure as to how this is going to play out. Funnily enough, it looks like they're going to lock in essentially what Sucreo was doing in that last game against Zimagogo. They're going to have the Inteleon combined with the Hooper, so they do have rotational options. Ananas Regrown in response might choose to go with the Eldegoss potentially to round out a very strong front line. They're going to lock in that Mew. Crustle also a really strong shout. We did see it used to great success in, again, that aforementioned game by Zimagogo, and it is the triple defender that they're going to lock in here for Ananas Regrown.
Yeah, it looks like... Oh, at the last second, they switch it over to Blaziken. And literal last second, great troll out of Ananas there to give us that, because I was going to say, 2 games in a row now, we're going to see maybe they're inspired by the stream, seeing the triple defender comp, but I would much rather see the Blaziken in this slot, a more well-rounded group on the team. Mew has been great, obviously. Umbreon and Blastoise are great, but if we forget, the Zimagogo was losing about 85% of that game with the triple defender comp. They won it in the end, but you got to kind of wonder your own skills as a team if you are able to pull off that same comeback the way that Zimagogo would have been able to. So instead, getting the Espeon Mew combination, I really like where Ananas Reground's team ended up here after this game 1.
I agree with you. I like where Ananas has ended up. I'm curious as to where Nouns has ended up here. Rounding out the draft with Chandelure and Dodrio. Chandelure I get, both in prison and Poltergeist. I mean, Poltergeist for me really works into the Ananas composition nicely, because you're protecting against the Diver, the Blaziken, and the Blastoise. It also slows Umbreon from closing down potentially that Dodrio if they're going to run Mean Look, and surely they are going to run Mean Look. It counters against both Hooper and Dodrio as well, not to mention the Trevenant that's wanting to get into the middle of all those things. The Dodrio, I don't know. I can't see Gatlu running Drill Peck. I think that's got to be Tri-Attack for me, but that's a risky pick given everything that Ananas Regrown has thrown at draft. So it's Ultra Comfort, or they know something that I don't, which, to be fair, they are the professional players. I'd imagine it's probably that.
Yeah, I think it's a safer bet that they've figured something else out. I think that kind of the nature of speedsters in general, right? When you think of Dodrio or Absol or Zoroark or any of them, is they can kind of just flip the game on their head, and it can become almost 1v9 in many ways with speedsters that get off to a great start. So maybe now just kind of not caring about giving up the double defender comp, the strong defenders in Umbreon, Blastoise, because Dodrio might just start to win this game on its own.
It could. It really could. Again, I don't know how many times we have to say this when it comes to speedsters, but it is worth repeating for anybody who's just joining the broadcast. They really do need a good early game. They need to be on top of the levels, if not leading the levels, to exert the most influence. They're not running with any sort of EXP share partner either, and already they're forced into enemy territory with both the Espeon and the Torchic on the chase. We need to see that Dodrio ideally in the next minute or so. I think they can absolutely do it. And this is a lovely flank back around to Leognos, who is punished, and they wasted the X speed. That's a lovely bit of work from Gatlu and Adesu.
Yeah, it's an early kill for them, so it's just a minute into the game. Everybody's still trying to level up. You have the Lampent in the central area for Noun Esports. Going to make sure to get that into a Chandelure as fast as possible. And then once you have Chandelure trying to go around the map, I think it's going to be really tough to deal with both Chandelure and Inteleon trying to blast you down from far away.
Central area on this bottom path, contested strongly by Nouns Esports. They have taken away the majority of the clouds. 2 score as well for Gatlu, who runs away, running that charging charm, of course. Plays very nicely into Dodrio, but they lose out to the Mew with the Electro Ball on that Indeedee. They're going to head back into the central area. Still not Dodrio, taking a little bit longer than they would like. Meanwhile, Desu has rotated onto his top path, and I miscalled it completely. Usually Adesu does run support for Nouns Esport in the modern era, but Luke is taking up that role. I actually really like this Xeminen. This is the Adesu of old, a player who has a huge Pokemon pool to pull from, and I'm excited to see what his Chandelure looks like.
That should be a pretty exciting adventure here in this game, because Chandelure definitely has a chance to just cause complete havoc on the field. But we'll see. Really, nobody's scoring so far in the first 2 minutes. Dodrio finally online, Chandelure online as well for Noun Esports. So level 7 on the Inteleon as well. So they have finally fully evolved their whole team. Ananas is still waiting on this level 4 Torchic, this level 4 Blastoise, or excuse me, Squirtle. He wishes he was a Blastoise. Just the Squirtle right now. So it's kind of taking them a little longer than they would want on Ananas' side.
Well, yeah, that's really concerning, Joe.
Yeah.
That's super concerning. They have done well to contest for a lot of this EXP, but it's gone to all of the wrong players. And so now Esports, they've been able to run away with it. They've done really well to cycle through their wild Pokemon phases. And so both Gatlu and Adesu are now starting to really run away. By the way, Drill Peck Dodrio. I have never seen a Drill Peck Dodrio abusing an Umbreon as much as we've seen Gatlu here in the last minute. That's really impressive. I'm really worrying for this Umbreon. I don't think they have gone for the Mimic. I think they've gone for Wish, and they might be wanting to have that choice back again, because Regice goes into the pockets of Nouns, and on top path, the T1 has been broken as well.
The tier 1 broken. Dodrio's been able to dunk many a times up there, so going to be very strong as the game goes on. They are pushing toward this first zone in the bot path, bringing it down to 5, and then if you let the Trevenant score at 30, I was going to say they could break it, they could overdunk, but no, leaving it up for right now.
Well, at least Snowless is going to get the Regieleki. It's small victory, though, in comparison to the amount of joy that Nouns Esports has had on bottom path. They're not going to be able to stop the Regieleki from hitting the zone, but will they have the opportunity to score here? Triple trample into the Drill Peck, but wow, fantastic work from the Blaziken to give it right back, but they fall down as well because Nouns Esports have got the players on hand. What a great find with a snipe shot from Blaine. Almost finds the Mew again. Oh, this is trouble here for Luca, who's back on pads, and that Regieleki buff, it's run out, so Ananas Regrown really fumbled the ball here, but credit to Nouns Esports defending beautifully.
And now Umbreon is running away, being ticked down the fire. Looks like it's not enough. I thought it was so close to being able to get it, but speaking of getting knocked out, Umbreon decides to get KO'd instead of its moon brethren. Or Espeon, I should say, instead of its Moon Brother and Umbreon there. This is 3-on-1 on the pad, though. 46 points left over on this tier 2. They do get the KO onto Dodrio, so he pushed up a little bit too far. Unite popped as well. Chandelure is down. The 2 big heavy hitters on their side, Dodrio and Chandelure, are down.
And not for the first time tonight, Doobsnacks, are you watching? It's another Trick Hooper, and it's a Hooper that's just gone unbound. 13 points down. They get that berry in tow. Drill Peck into the back line goes Umbreon now. We got ourselves every single Unite move being utilized. Midnight Ignite catches the Umbreon with a stray. We got the USV popped as well. So the ASV, I should say, sorry, for the Inteleon. Espeon falls to Gatlu on the Dodrio. He can't high jump kick over the wall, but it doesn't matter because Hooper and Shandy are on hand to take down the Blastoise. What a great solar beam from the Mew. Meanwhile, Snowless, just in a world of their own. They're scoring for fun. But look behind you. The rest of your team are suffering.
Not the first time we've seen a Blaziken on broadcast today just care about scoring instead of what was going to come. But Trevenant with the nice little hammer down onto the Blaziken, forcing him to run away. Blaziken does get the KO onto Dodrio. That's two unexpected KOs in a row from the Dodrio. You would have thought at this point, being level 11, you could try to take somebody out with you on your way down, but no, just getting straight up knocked out before a crucial fight. 4 minutes left in the game. Regice in the bot. They're fighting over Ananas. Regrown has the value on it, but Mew gets sniped by the Chandelure, and Espeon pushing them away from the objective. So now Hoopa and Chandelure are far away. Regice is down to under half HP. Can Blaziken try to secure this? Umbreon goes down. They lose the Pokemon advantage now. Blaziken is knocked out as Chandelure secures Regice.
One of the only moves that can compete with a Blaziken's overheat is a Chandelure's flamethrower. It's a high skill move, Zeminin, because you've got that little circle. If you hit a Pokemon within that circle, guess what? It's a cheap reset, more damage on the table for you, but it's the volume of damage that you can achieve in that circle of power as well. And I think Adesu really showing his flexibility here to the maximum. That Regieleki knocking on the door of home base for Ananas Regrown. The top path is completely decimated. Less than a minute to Rayquaza is worth mentioning as well. Now Esports looking so healthy on the level front.
Oof, Umbreon gets taken out as well in that fight against Dodrio on the top path, but it seems like the Dodrio and Hoop have had a lot of good synergy together in this game for Nouns Esports. They kind of started up together on the top side and been kind of following each other around, trying to keep Dodrio still kicking here. But a level 13 on Blaziken is the highest level on Ananas Regrown's team compared to everyone else, which is either 10 or 11 on Ananas' side. Compare that to Noun. Everybody is 14, 14, 13, two level 12s as well. It's just a massive experience difference.
It would be a surprise, to be sure, to see them lose this, especially when Blaziken got caught in the back line. Oh, Astro almost got caught as well. So close to demise. Drill Peck into the Blastoise. They're going to try and catch him out, but not caught enough. The net sees them slip right through. The turtle lives to see another day. Hooper's got not a lot of health actually to deal with. Gatlu's got none. That's a big response here from Ananas Regrown, but the health bars don't look great. A big snipe shot to the face of a Mew. Eat this, says Blaine. We've got that wish going down. Leognos staying relatively relevant. Blaziken again in a world of their own. What's the chicken doing?
trying to fight the tree at this point as Trevenant trying to face it down. Hoopa unbound. Blastoise is such low HP. He's trying to get one last hit, but Inteleon snipes it down. Trevenant gets the KO. Chandelure onto the Umbreon as well. Blaziken is down. It's just Mew versus the world right now, and I don't think it's going to work out in Mew's favor. You gotta give it a shot. Then as Trevenant tries to distract Rayquaza down to around 15%. And Hoopa secures it. That's level 15 for 3 of Noun Esports members. They see the writing on the wall, 327 to 172 with a minute left in this game. There is the surrender. Noun Esports wins game 1.
All right, Snowless, listen. Snowless, listen. We need to have a little chat about your Blaziken, okay? I respect you. Love you to bits, man. Really enjoy watching you play, but what on earth was this game? I understand that you want to counter score. I understand that this might have been a team call. It might not all be on you. And I realize that you got the MVP because the game really does love it when you score. It is the main win condition. However, and that is in capital letters, by the way, it just wasn't it, Chief. It just wasn't it.
That's so somebody be like, oh, you're just in comms like, guys, I got MVP, so I don't know what you're talking about. clearly this was on the Umbreon Blastoise not getting
Clearly,
MVP,
yeah.
not me. I scored more points, but no, yeah, obviously that's just a situation that things can get kind of frazzled at that point when you're trying to get a cheeky score at the end right before Ray spawns. But I feel like we liked where their we like their team composition going into this game for and like I think that they need to stay together. Right, that was one of the reasons that we enjoyed it, was that you had Blastoise and Umbreon in the front line to help out Mew and to help out the Espeon, and then Blaziken's kind of the wild card, right? But like when you're kind of going off into different directions, that doesn't help as well, you know?
Yes. If you're wondering why the pictures aren't correlating to necessarily what we're saying, yes, that was the previous series. Don't worry, we understand. Technical gremlins, believe me, they happen. But yeah, I agree with you entirely. I don't know. I think what we saw primarily in this particular game, at least for my money, is Nouns Esports demonstrating why they are one of the best teams in Europe at the moment. Even without Toonslim, even without Soreu, they have an incredibly strong synergy and an incredibly strong sense of draft and how they want to apply a certain way of playing onto the game. By selecting the Dodrio, they basically told Umbreon, Leognas, hey, pick Mean Look, or you're going to regret it. They did regret it, big time. Without that Mean Look, Gatlu was able to run riot. We see everybody else picking up on those slight stuns from the Drill Peck, and the damage therefore done, which then leads to a tumbling avalanche of KOs every single team fight that we see Ananas entering. I'm not going to call it naivety. I'm going to call it lack of experience against these very best teams in the world, Zeminin. But they're going to have to learn quick on the fly. Otherwise, this is going to turn into a 3-0.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways you can talk about this discussion after game one. And sure, there was the Dodrio a lot. It kind of forced the pace of the game, right? It was able to just make the game a little quicker than Ananas would have wanted it to be. But the other end there was the Chandelure. I believe ADSU Adesu, thank you. Sorry, I believe Adesu got popped Chandelure before Squirtle became War Turtle in that game. So that's obviously such a massive level advantage that now Esports was able to go through. So on top of the Dodrio, I just think in general, Ananas has to find other ways to just not get so far behind in experience early.
You're spot on. The early game wasn't great. Not successful. We'll try and not go too hard on them, because again, you got to give credit to Nouns Esports that they basically forced them to try and fend off for whatever EXP they could find. Nouns were simply that good, but it does also lend credence to, for example, the Trevenant pick that we saw Bruv picking up on there. We were again saying, oh my goodness, you have Blastoise and Umbreon on the table and you choose Trevenant, but it works really well because although it takes a little longer to evolve than the Umbreon.
Comfy and Eldegoss, both unbanned this time around.
Yes, but I don't think that Nouns Esports necessarily care so much about the Comfey. Not only that, but this time around, Zeminin, they've got that Blastoise as well. So Ananas regrown, they've got that Umbreon again. They are able to pick up the Eldegoss, of course, but I think there are bigger problems on the macro side of things, which they need to sort out, and maybe that will come through less evolutions to worry about. It's why I really like that Sylveon pick, for example.
Right, and the Bruv was also phenomenal on Trevenant in last game. Truly just... kind of textbook definition of why they showed that they were willing to take Trevenant first overall pick instead of the Umbreon and Blastoise. And here they are, their first potential pick again on Noun Esports in game 2, and they take the Trevenant there in that slot. So you can understand how important Trevenant and Bruv is to Noun's chances of winning. But let's see what Ananas Regrown's last two picks are going to be. Looks like Glaceon's locked in, 2 seconds left, hovering the Gyarados, and it is decided. So I think we're, I don't want to speak out of school here, really, but I think we're bigger fans of Gyarados than we are on Blaziken.
In certain scenarios, Yes, and actually, I really like how Gyarados fits into this particular roster because it hits that middle ground that I mentioned with Trevenant, albeit in the all-rounder category, where it takes a little bit longer to get online than you would a Sylveon or a Glaceon, for example, but it is a hyperscaler in a superscaler's form, and so once you do get it online, it is such a huge boost at an early point in the game. So as long as they avoid the evolutionary issues that they had in game number 1, they should be looking good. Nouns, though, rolling with the Scyther Scizor. Now, I wonder whether we're going to see that Scizor again to counter the Gyarados, which we saw to great effect earlier on, of course, Zeminon, or whether they are going to go more with that Scyther to look more towards taking down the Glaceon and the Sylveon. I mean, if you're looking to single out one individual, you want to single out Tieps. He is Anana's major damage dealer, and especially on a Glaceon, that can start to balloon if you let him get away with more and more. So I think, I imagine we'll see a Scyther as opposed to a Scizor, but again, I'll be happy to see a Scizor just to go up against that Gyarados. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. Like, as we mentioned the last time around that they picked it, the Scyther would probably match the style of Dodrio, or at the time it was Zoroark at the time, in the draft more than the Scizor would. However, Scizor was a pretty solid counterpick into the Gyarados in those fights, at least, having the survivability, having the ability to just not get one shot by Gyarados. It's more valuable than you think, right? Because yes, you want to survive, but also if they blow all of their abilities and their cooldowns on you, that keeps the rest of your fragile backliners and weaker characters safe.
It's not just about wanting to survive, it's about wanting to thrive. And both these teams want to thrive in different ways. Ananas Regrown really want to get a start to their series now. They want to get that point on the board in response to Nouns. But Nouns, if they find another point here, of course, they head onto match point. And the fate of the series very much lays in the palm of their hands. Early scores here for both Nouns and Ananas Regrown. But we are keeping our eye on Snowless Zeminon. A little bit weird flex on the Blaziken. How quickly can they find the Gyarados in game number 2?
We'll see what happens. We are 45 seconds into the game right now. Last couple times we've seen a Gyarados come around, it has been around the 90-second mark, maybe 80-second mark into the game. So we'll see if Ananas is able to get their evolution as quickly as that. But for now, already at Glaceon, already at Sylveon, some of those things that Relic talked about in the draft was that it took too long for them to get their Pokemon online. So don't have any Pokemon that take forever to evolve. Get up the value right away, having those fully evolved Pokemon already at Eldegoss as well, right? So 62 points have been scored in the first minute and a half on Noun Esports' benefits. That is not what you want to see. Looks like Noun has decided to stick with the Scythers you were protecting.
Yeah, and they're going for an invasion as well, which is horrible. The Glaceon's going to find that out sooner rather than later. Got that Umbreon online, but Gatlu sees a target, and it is identified. TX. Oh, I don't think they're getting. Mercy from our Lord and Savior on Nouns Esports, Gatlu. Mercy. I don't think there's going to be that much mercy next time around. Just you wait, the brutality will begin.
Gyarados took pretty much exactly 2 minutes to evolve into the game. Glaceon gets KO'd by this invade. But now it's time for Gyarados to try to defend its teammates there. Scyther is down really low. They're going to chase it down. Scyther slices the grass like a lawnmower and cuts down Eldegoss.
I need to take a deep breath for this one. Yikes! Level 8, and it could be about to get worse because now he's rotated back onto bottom path where we see Nouns Esports. They're basically living in purple territory at the moment. Look at how scared the two evolutions are. Finally get back onto pad, but lying in wait is Gatlu. They got a cool hat and they're looking for more ice cold KOs. Oh, popping the X speed, picking up the berries. Sylveon gets away. Big icicle spears, but well covered. The Trevenant catches 3 in the wood hammer. That's the bruv difference. They do pay for it eventually, but Nouns Esports, the burst potential, terrifying to watch him play.
I will say, Relic, you have set the Scyther up for so much success in these first couple minutes, and on your calls, it's just one hit short from the coolest caster calls ever. But hopefully Scyther is able to pick up some KOs as you're casting it, because you really had it set up for success twice so far, and it just walked away with low health targets, but Reggie Steele is going to be secured by Noun Esports. They have the score lead as well, getting that first Reggie of the game. Glaceon is down, Trevenant with the power. Scyther as well, taking it down, 4 KOs on the side of Ananas Regrown. They're all back in their base, which means that Noun can score in this tier 2.
Is it 999 or 911 for Officer Jenny? Please let me know. Because we need to call that number ASAP. Gatlu getting away with criminal activity and still thieving in the opposition central area. 195 to 18. Look, I'm going to try and find a silver lining here. It's not that bad, but it is the only saving grace right now. Gatlu on level 11, and we've not even hit halftime.
Yeah, that is really strong performance out of Gatlu right now, and now Esports in general. With the hit there, Glaceon getting 2 KOs in that spot. Gyarados taking down the Italian, and now can they get Flashlight before he gets to the pad? Yes, that's 4 KOs on Ananas Regrown's end. They can try to finish off this tier 1. Trevenant just whiffed it. I thought he was going to be able to stop that 40 points from the Gyarados. So that's absolutely huge. Now it's 195 to 119, and Ananas Regrown secure Regieleki.
Luca was like a millisecond away from stealing that. Shocked that after such a great play and after getting a little bit of luck as well, Ananas Regrown didn't do their due diligence. Dual wing beat into the Green Illusion dive, and now Gyarados is gonzo. We got the Phantom Forest catching 3, forced into the retreat, and that Regieleki, well, it took I feel it took longer to take it down as it was on its way than it took longer to take down being stationary in the first place. Now for this rotation down onto the bottom path for our second Reggie phase. Which one is it going to be? I don't know what would benefit Nouns or Ananas, really. I guess it might be a Reg Ice in that case, because then it really wouldn't benefit anybody. What do you know? it's almost like I'm a prophet.
You had a 33% chance, but you were right 100% of the time there. As they go for the fight, Scyther taking out Reggie Ice before the fight even begins, pretty much. Blissey is down by the Sylveon there. And Teleon getting KO'd as well, so it's just Blastoise left on now. And that's a pretty good recovery from Ananas, considering they gave up the objective, but they got 4 KOs.
That's lovely from... Oh, it's perfect. They've stalled for long enough, but there's still plenty of damage. They didn't actually catch any KOs here. Looking for the 40 score. They're going to get it. That zone's now down to 8. They got a 50 with TX.
Yeah,
brilliant overcap here. 52 points. Lovely.
All right, so Ananas Regrown with the actual lead. I don't know if Nouns if they've been counting exactly how it's going. They scored 24 here. I don't know if they know that they are currently trailing or not, but of course they know it's at least a close game in this matchup right now. Scyther has to just run away from the Gyarados. Scyther's level 13, but Gyarados and Glaceon have caught up in that level gap that we saw earlier on. So this is a much closer game than we thought the first 5 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that it is totally dependent on this one factor. I'm going to say that this factor is bigger than you think. That whiff on the Wood Hammer from Bruv, denying Nouns Esports the opportunity to continue to defend that T1, that has allowed a bit of momentum into the sails of, or a bit of wind into the air and sails of Ananas Regrown. I'm going to get this point across eventually, which has allowed Gyarados, like you rightly identify, up onto the level 13, and Snowless really is starting to flex now. This is scary, and okay, you've got Gatlu on level 14 Scyther, but there's enough of a health bar on each of these individual Ananas players to be able to at least survive for a little bit. They've got plenty of players surrounding this composition as well, ready to bail each other out on the back line. Adesu surf into the Hydro Pump. It's a huge KO
into the other team. So huge play by Nani. Was a beautiful job by Trevenant and Blastoise to take Eldegoss out of the fight in that spot, handing over Regieleki to Noun Esports with 20 seconds before Ray spawns. Now we're going to have to try to defend their tier 1 here instead of trying to get set up with good vision at Ray.
Oh, man. Still going for the invasion, Gatlu. Do they know? They really don't. They really don't. Oh, they found the Glaceon! Oh, they got the eject button popped as well! And they're looking for more! Gatlu in the back line. We've got that Blissey pocket too. They want more. They utilize their Unite move. 2 KO streak for Gatlu, and they're going to get a third, surely!
Umbreon has to eject button out of the way, but Sylveon is down. Blissey getting the last hit technically, but that was really all about Scyther. 4 down on the side of Ananas Regrown. Nouns Esports having a huge fight there right before the objective in the central area on the purple side. They are able to secure Rayquaza here and just score as many points as possible. Bit of a blunder as the surrender comes in for Ananas Regrown to not be safe in their own side, knowing that the Scyther, the ability to get around the map and into the grass at any point and just popping out and one-shotting you, a bit of a blunder here at the most crucial point right as Ray was spawning.
Oh, Zemin, I think that's a little harsh on Ananas Regrown. What's clear to me is they 100% didn't have vision on Gatlu. That much, I mean, is obvious. Otherwise, they would have checked the tall grass. But because they didn't check the tall grass, they didn't force Gatlu into action. Gatlu was able to stay patient, wait for his moment, and that moment was taken with aplomb. That Glaceon was totally removed from the map in mere seconds. It's one of the most aggressive postures from a team going into Ray, or from an individual, I should say, that we've seen in a long, long time. However, Nouns knew that they had to do that because they could see the levels inflating on Ananas Regrown, so they had to go for something different, and my goodness, did it pay off.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a huge win for Nouns. Credit to Ananas Regrown for actually coming back in that game, getting the point lead as well, catching up on levels, and making it to a point that those last 2 minutes really were in doubt for who was going to win the game. But we saw the first 5 minutes or so of this game were just completely dominated by Nouns Esports and Gatlu on that Scyther.
Well, they sit on the precipice of a grand final. Nouns Esports, can they claim the 3-0 sweep? We're going to find out on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, Pokemon Unite fans. We are here for our Game 3 of this best of 5 between Noun Esports and Ananas Regrown. One more win, and Noun Esports will be moving on to the grand finals here. But Noun will be moving on. But Ananas wants to extend this series. You know, Zemanon and Relic on the call here. Relic, I'm starting to think Ananas, maybe it's a noun because it's a thing, right? It's a word, person, place, or thing. Regrown's kind of a verb if you think about it. I don't know how verbs counter nouns in this matchup, but it looks like nouns are winning.
The nouns are winning. Yes, I think that is the major takeaway from this one. They are most certainly winning. Whatever Ananas Regrown throws at them, it always feels like they've got like a kitchen sink or various other kitchen appliances to throw right back in their face. Even in the closing moments of game number 2, where it looked like Ananas Regrown, everything was with them. A Gyarados on level 13, the one major threat being Gatlu, of course, on that Scyther. Well, guess what? Gatlu on the Scyther basically carries the stable to the end with some incredibly important play to take down the damage dealers of Ananas Regrown. And it means that now Ananas are in a position where they have to reverse sweep the April Cup winners just to get through to the grand finals. Our first bans are coming onto the board.
What a story it would be if they could do it. They have been the underdogs all day, winning that last round of Swiss, the exhilarating best-of-3 matchup to make it here to the finals. And there is the Trevenant Blastoise band. You know what? Yeah. It kind of makes sense because Bruv popped off those first 2 games on Trevenant.
We see you say Ananas Regrown, but unfortunately Gatlu was locked in the Leafeon immediately. I think it doesn't matter what you do in Ananas, they've got a backup plan now. They've been able to lock in the Mew. They've got that Slowbro as well, direct counter to the Leafeon. But now, of course, Nouns themselves, they have an opportunity to respond. There are so many great picks that they could choose from.
They definitely can. Of course, the Comfy, as we mentioned, has not been banned this time around. It looks like Blissey is being hovered on Nouns' end for the support position, but then you wonder if maybe Ananas goes with a Comfy on their side, maybe with an all-rounder of their choosing, or a Speedster on their end to try to match the Leafeon.
An Absol would be good with a Comfy as well. It would be great for the early game. I don't know necessarily what moveset they'd want to go with. I mean, Alscarada would be really spicy. Got one of the quickest recharging Unite moves. They've now rotated onto the Sylveon. That's what they're going to lock in. And actually, notice their TEPs onto the Sylveon. They put Snowless into that last slot. Flex player is going to be down to him and what he thinks is best to respond to whatever Nouns rounds out their particular draft phase with.
I really like them waiting for the Absol. If they end up taking it the 5th pick there, waiting to see what Nouns Esports full team is. If they brought like 2 more walls in their last 4th and 5th pick, right? And you say, okay, now Absol is going to be really tough to break in. But seeing that they went pretty frail actually on Nouns' end with Espeon Gardevoirs, the final 2 slots, I love this combination of Comfy and Zoroark. That was such a great job for them to wait for the 5th pick on second side to lock in their Speedster.
Yeah, they were raring to go, and they basically said to Bruv essentially what Nouns Esports said to Ananas Regrown in game number 1 when Gatlu was on the Dodrio. If you don't pick Mean Look, I mean, that's at your own peril, because we know exactly what the Zoroark can do. We know what it can do in particular when combined with a Comfey. I know that Leognis is going to have front row seats with those special attack specs as well, looking cool, while Snowless does the majority of the work. But you're absolutely spot on in pointing out the Gardevoir, the Leafeon, the Espeon. Like, those are really tempting targets for any Zoroark. So, bruv, if they don't go with Mean Look, I have to imagine they will. Then they got to hope that Wish is as good as people say it is nowadays. Otherwise, they might struggle.
Yeah, for sure. I think I like where Ananas Regrown is right now. I think there's definitely a chance that they can win this game and force a game 4, and we'll see what happens. All you got to do is get one, right? In a best of 5, you gotta get that first one before you can try to worry about a reverse sweep. You can't get a reverse sweep if you can't win that first one. So, of course, now Esports going to want to put this team to bed, winning this game 3-0. But we'll see what happens between Noun Esports and Ananas Regrown here in game 3.
Yeah, look, they've got the quality on paper nouns. They've only got one hyperscaler, the Gardevoir. Actually going bottom path, they're going to allow all of their evolutions to come online first and foremost. Lukita, of course, got to evolve onto the Blissey. Looks like that's a really nice rotate, actually, for X-Plane, because they've got Umbreon on that bottom path. Also, running EXP share. It's set up beautifully. What more should we expect from Nouns Esports? I'd argue not much at all, Zemina. Not much at all.
Not much at all. There's Chansey getting a cheeky little score, stealing the berries away. Might as well if you're over on that end. Early 7-0 lead as we are roughly a minute into the game. You'll take that KO. It's not like the timer is that long or anything. So you took 2 berries away and you got the early score. You know, that's worth it.
So we go Mystical Fire on the Sylveon. Not a surprise, it's dependable. Hyper Voice does deal more damage, but you're not going into thick HP bars. Again, similar to the Zoroark, you're looking at pretty squishy targets, actually. Focus on the damage dealers first. Here is Snowless. Uh-oh, indeed.
Neither of them know that they're both sitting in the grass right now, waiting for one to come out. Leafeon shows first, which gives Zoroark the advantage. Has to eject button back towards the base. So that's one benefit for Ananas Regrown right now. They get that first crucial eject button out of Leafeon.
Yeah, that's not as much damage as they were hoping. They would have really wanted to claim the KO on the Leafeon, and yet now instead they're focusing on bottom path, maybe sticking around central to focus on those clouds that spawn in about 15 seconds or so. Umbreon online down here, got the Curlier as well. Pretty close to the Gardevoir, of course, the big Unite Move Fairy Singularity online at level 9, so we're still a ways away from that.
Yeah, just 9 point scores so far in this game. Chansey getting the 1 in. Oh, is it able to get the KO? No. Thought Chansey might have been able to steal the berry before getting knocked out, but no, Sylveon takes care of it up in the top side. Here, Zoroark trying to go for a fight. Comfy helping it out here. So it's technically a 3-on-1 scenario for this Umbreon since Mew is in the area as well. What are they going to do? Eject button away into the grass. They will be able to survive the Zoroarks. That's 2 kind of missed KOs on Zoroark's end here, but he accidentally runs into Curlia and just completely decimates it.
And the Slow Smoke as well, the follow-up, prevented both Bruv and Luca from preventing them from creating that score. Here goes another one down. The mean look, yeah, it's done all right, but it's not stopping this Zoroark nonetheless, who's really starting to ramp up through the gears. We've got that Mew in support, we've got the Slowbro in support. Down come the future sights from the Curlier, still not a Gardevoir, has to run away from the Razor Blade. Big block from the Umbreon on the boosted Auto Mew. Regice has come to say hello.
Regice in the bot side there. Both Leafeon and Zoroark are at level 8, so much of this game is going to be based off of how these two speedsters interact, and we saw kind of a net neutral play so far. Up on the top side, Zoroark came out on top, but down on the bottom, Leafeon forced Zoroark to run away, so they're both at even at that point. 41-34 in the Ananas Regrown's favor. You're going to be running away on Noun Esports back to safety, but can Zoroark get a KO onto the Gardevoir? Goes onto the pad. Gardevoir so low and still gets KO'd. And that Leafeon is so low as well. This looks like the speed drop on Zoroark being in the purple area is going to allow Leafeon to get away.
Yeah, there's a couple of misplays here. First from Astro on defense for Ananas Regrown. Waits for the boosted attack. It means that there's actually a score that goes down that was preventable. But now on the back line, they chose not to go after the Leafeon Zoroark. They're focusing on the full pressure on pad, and it has paid off because they have taken down the T1 on bottom path. They're continuing to push onto the T2 now. So many thief swipes on Bruv, but so many stacks for the Zoroark. It continues to grow in menace.
Yeah, and the other benefit of Zoroark just being a complete menace there is it's also slowing down Gardevoir a significant amount. It seems almost as if Gardevoir is getting KO'd on cooldown the last couple of minutes, walking down to the bot side of the map, got KO'd 3 consecutive times in a row. Well, Leafeon popping off, destroying the Zoroark here, trying to get a couple more KOs. Sylveon runs away, picks up the berry to stay alive. Regieleki did successfully land into that tier 1, so they are going to be able to break this open. Both of them have 40 points. They choose for Leafeon to jump those 40 in.
Oh, lovely not razor blade, my apologies. Lovely leaf blade again from the Leafeon, although it is razor sharp wit from Gatlu right now. This is why you ban Leafeon. Its damage output is incredible, as is Zoroark. Oh, the Nightfall Daze is eaten. Everybody gets away with it scot-free. Zoroark just about manages to retreat in the nick of time. Mean look onto TEPS, and that's a Noun's retreat, but the job is done.
Yeah, 129 to 91. So this game is very close, but it is currently favored in Nouns Esports' favor. Of course, they do have a Regice and Regieleki to their name as well. So Ananas Regrown is playing better in this game 3. I think so far is probably the strongest they've played, even though the score is ballooned here. Like the strongest first couple minutes, at least, I should say, in this set. But now they did get Registeel down in the bottom lane there to try to recover. There are 4 minutes left. They're a couple hundred points behind. It's going to be on the Zoroark, who's going to need to continue to get KOs, KOing that Gardevoir like he just did, and not going to be able to get anything else. Have to retreat.
Yeah, that's an interesting trade for Nouns Esports. It takes a cognizant squad to look at the level situation and say, you know what, we're going to prioritize taking down this T2 over a Reggie. They've allowed Ananas Regrown 3 EXP, but look at this. They've got the confidence in the team fights now. That Zoroark goes down like a sack of spuds. We got ourselves the Fairy Frolic. Again, eaten up by the Leafeon and the Blissey. Luca providing so much frontline assistance. Sylveon eventually falls, forcing out the Mystical Mirage from the Mew. Looking for anything? Will they get anything? Well, everything's being thrown at them, and they still haven't fallen. We've got the Espeon with the Psychic Slayer. The Fairy Singularity catches the Zoroark. They weren't back for long. It's just a Slowbro surviving. But again, at the risk of repeating myself, not for long.
Zoroark got KO'd in the same team fight twice. I just want to point out how long that fight ended up going on for. As I was watching at the beginning, it was almost worse that the fight went for so long, that Sylveon survived so much from the Leafeon, because it just meant that Nouns was like continuing to press the advantage for longer on, where if you got wiped quicker, at least you could try to adjust, move down to another lane, go to a different spot. But because you still were preoccupied in the central area in that slot, you couldn't actually gain any advantage anywhere else. As the Slowbro gets knocked out, Zoroark takes down Blissey, so that can actually be pretty huge. And Mew secures Regieleki. Maybe a couple little points in the favor of Ananas Regrown is all they need to try to start this comeback 20 seconds before Ray spawns.
That's a surprise, a misplay, and Ananas Regrown are going to punish them. Oh, dearie me. Both Eons fall. It's just Espeon on the retreat now, along with Luca. Manages to find damage onto the Sylveon. They're not going to have enough time to take this bottom path Reggie, so instead they've gone for an invade to look for as many EXP points as possible. Unfortunately, the time is going to run out just before double points hit, but Ananas Regrown are now back within 70.
Yeah, 2 minutes left, 287 to 218. Ananas Regrown's tournament life on the line in this game 3 against Nouns Esports. One more win will put them in the grand final. So what can Ananas Regrown do in this spot? They have a level 14 Zoroark, but that is matched by Nouns level 14 Leafeon on the other end. TEPS is up in the top path, seeing if anybody comes out there. We see Leafeon kind of between Zoroark and Sylveon in this moment, going for the blue buff for Espeon. Looks like taking it really safe. Oh, Leafeon wants to try to punish. 43 points. Sylveon thought might get a little bit cheeky, trying to score that 43 when nobody's looking, but Leafeon was in the area to stop it. And now Leafeon and Zoroark are going at it, the two level 14 Pokemon fighting off, almost getting the KO on Leafeon.
Yeah, we just missed Zoroark attempting to try and KO Leafeon. They didn't quite get it. Bliss assistance, Slowbro falls, Psychic Slayer, Flowery Fields forever in there too, Zoroark goes down. That's a big old fat 30-second timer that they gotta wait through. Nouns have to surely take it, but the Gardevoir falls too. Health bars are looking still pretty decent for Nouns Esports as the Mew goes down, but the Sylveon and Comfey are still lurking. On this bottom path, they've got potentially a maximum overdunked value of 99 points should they want to take it, but together, the Sylveon and the Comfey, they're buying that time. Umbreon goes for a score. It's only 9. Was it really that worth it? Well, maybe it was, because the Sylveon does fall. Leognus surely is only delaying the inevitable here as well.
Comfy goes down. That's a 2 KO streak for the Espeon with 15 seconds left. There's just no shot for them to be able to secure Ray and get the objectives and scoring. So 10 seconds left. Now Esports going into it as the favorites going into this set. And it looks like they're going to be able to win this set by getting the brooms out with a sweep over Ananas Regrown.
I liked what they were cooking, though. I think Nouns Esports were willing to wait. They were in the pound seat. They had the points lead. And so actually the amount of time that passed Zemanin allowed Snowless to just naturally recharge his Unite move. But I think missing the KO on Gatlu on top pad was a big miss. TEPS and Snowless, and actually Liaugnas as well, who was with Snowless at the time on that Comfey, really should have been in better communication. TEPS, if the call was made, then all three of them should have gone onto the top path. It would have been a 3v1, and surely Gatlu would have fallen. It would have forced Nouns into the retreat, and then they would have been caught in a pincer movement, but hindsight is 2020, and Ananas do not have a time machine.
No, unfortunately for them, they're going to lose in the semifinals here of the Battle Hub Elite Tour, but an absolutely great performance from them on the day to make it here to the semifinals and putting up a fight. I know it was 3-0, but 2 of these 3 games were actually considerably close and had a chance for Ananas Regrown to actually win in this game and potentially force more sets. So just because it's a sweep doesn't mean that it was, a complete stop or anything like that. I think Ananas Regrown can definitely be proud of how they played this set.
One more best of 5 on the way, and it's the most important best of 5 of them all, the grand finals, where $250 is on the line for first place. You don't want to miss it after this.
The time has come, a month in the making for Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour, and we are down to 2 teams here, and this should be an exciting best of 5. Zemanon and Relic on the call for our final match of the evening. Nouns Esports and Zimagogo. Relic, this should be an exciting 5 games to witness.
So many individual storylines to keep tabs on. Gatlu's having a breakout day for Ananas Esports that is missing 2 of their players, one of which being one of the best attackers in the world right now. Meanwhile, Zimagogo, they are sort of on the periphery of top 8 UCS. They also don't have their full squad, but they do have one of the strongest up-and-coming talents in the game in Nachos in the locker room. I'm really excited to see how this particular match plays out. I don't think it's going to be the 3-0 sweep that Nouns experienced in the semifinals. I would love, the caster in me would love a game number 5, but there are many twists and turns to be sure, so let's enjoy them together.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you everybody who's been watching along the stream, not just all day, but all month. You know, it's been a big project for Battle Hub, and we hope that everybody appreciates everything, all the production members and people on the back end that make this possible for everyone to enjoy the streams. You know, we appreciate you, and hopefully bigger and better things for Battle Hub on the horizon in the coming months, because I'd say this last month, you know, plus EUSC, and then even with our own circuit here has been a fantastic April. So we'll see what May and June and July has to bring for Battle Hub. But for now, let's talk about this matchup and talk about this draft. I don't know if Nouns is going to have the throwaway Sableye ban this time.
No, and I'm actually quite curious to see what Zimagogo heads into the ban phase thinking is the priority. I'd imagine Leafeon might be high priority, and indeed they've locked that in. Nouns Esports with a slow row, so they understand that Zmog really loves these pop-off rotators in the Gyarados or the Blaziken or the Zoroark. They've done plenty of checking on this team. And speaking of the Zoroark, well, there it is, target ban for Keru.
Yeah, definitely getting rid of that Pokemon, especially because they have final pick, so they can try to, see how Nouns Esports team composition is looking, and what they want to change. And they could try to have a cheeky little, R5 Zoroark slot that Nouns might not have been prepared for. So instead, just ban it altogether. Then you don't have to worry about it. First pick on the Blastoise, definitely making a lot of sense. Although last set they were first picking Trevenant, this time around they decided to go more conventional. First pick defender in Blastoise.
It's dependable, and it's something that both Bruv and Gatlu can run in response. The Umbreon picked up alongside the Eldegoss for Zmog, so they got good shielding. It is going to be double defender for Nouns Esports, and so Bruv's going to be heading on to the Trev. I'd imagine it will switch over to Gatlu for the Blastoise, and they're going to round out their front line with the Luca Blissey. Put in a heck of a shift in Game 3 in their semi-final.
Glaceon is selected on Zimagogo's end. They have another chance at some other evolutions, right? Espeon or Sylveon, or even, kind of pseudo evolution in the Mew over there, who has been a really high priority pick throughout all of today. Espeon does make it to the other end for Nouns Esports if they want to take it there. And Gatlu with the Scizor selection, not only does this stop you from picking Gyarados, right? Because you'd be counterpicked, but also you do have the benefit of Gatlu's Scyther pop off as well.
Yeah, Desu Blastoise. I mean, look, Desu is a chameleon in human form. I'm sure that he's going to be able to play Blastoise just fine. Blaine, of course, is generally speaking an attacker, and so it makes sense to see them on the Espeon. But check out Keru on the Dragonite. I did say that their pool is deep. We've seen them on Blaziken, Zoroark, Gyarados, now Dragonite. I mean, I don't know whether... I mean, surely they've got to go Hyper Beam, because... why wouldn't they go Hyper Beam? I know that Outrage is great for brawling, but I don't think that'd be decent against a full-on dive comp, of which, to be fair, this is a bit more of a... I like to call this a bit of a pillow comp from Nouns Esports. They're looking to suck up all the damage on that front line and deliver a counterpunch via the viciousness of the Scyther, and on top of that, you have the Espeon with really good burst damage as well. So, yeah, I'd imagine it's going to be Hyper Beam more for the objective secure for the Dragonite. Plus, of course, the Unite move. Hey, pick a spot on the map. You can probably go there. So really nice for those quick rotates without a Hooper on the team, of course.
And this could be one of those game one things, right? Where you're trying to test your opponent. You're trying to see where they're at right now, where they're able to handle counter picks and things like that. Because this could just be kind of tricking you, getting you into, say, okay, we like Dragonite in this last spot. But over the course of 5 games, that pick can really change. And if you can lull your opponent into a bad position during the draft, you take any advantage that you can if you're Zimagogo.
On to Theus Sky Ruins then for our grand finals. Please, if you are in chat, let us know you are. We do love seeing your support. We very much appreciate you. And these teams will appreciate all the support that you can give them. $250 on the line, Zemina, for first place. And the K opener will be important as well as to dictating the pace. It's going to go the way of Zimagogo and Resmog with a stack as well. Looking good early on.
Yeah, and in second place would get $125. So winner or lose, you will be doubling your money if you can end up winning this best of 5 instead. But Mew is down. Eldegoss as well. Looks like, or Gossiflor hasn't even evolved yet, will be down. So it's 2 KOs on the end of the Scyther. But he gets KO'd in response by the Dragonair. So Scyther gets 2 KOs, but doesn't even get any benefit out of it.
Oh, it's the boosted auto as well. Just has enough juice in the tank to reach Gatlu, and he doesn't get away with the 2 KOs for free. Back into the central area for him. Blissey comes online. Evolution now for the Eldegoss as they look to push in on the T1. Blissey falls. Just a Desu on the Squirtle left. Got citrus berries to pick up, but it's 3 scores across the doors for the trio of Zmog.
They were not stopping fighting up on the top side there. Just continual fighting over the last minute and a half over positioning. It does end up in the benefit of Zimagogo. Now Dragonair is in the spot to try to push Bruv out of the central area. Oh no, but Umbreon says stay right where you are. The rest of the team is going to chase into Nouns Esports side of the central area, taking down the Blissey. Would have liked to have gotten more for how much time you invested, but you'll still take it.
Bruv with the greatest escape of all time. And to be fair, they've got Luca to thank for that. Without Luca's sacrifice, I'm afraid that the tree is chopped down, but they are now down on this bottom path, joined by X-Plane yet again. Heavy rotation onto top path for Nouns Esports as Gatlu's looking for some target. That target's just evolved, though, because here's Keru on the Dragonite. Listen, that's a couple of beautiful hats there. I appreciate the hat game as somebody wearing a snapback myself. Does it look good on me? Doesn't matter. What's important is how this Dragonite now plays into the mid to the late game.
Is this Pokemon Unite or is this the Met Gala with all these fancy outfits on the field right now? Looks like Blissey is being forced back onto the pad. This Dragonite so far has had a pretty strong presence up on the top side over the last couple of seconds, pushing them away. And here we are 3 seconds away from the Reggie spawning.
Yeah, so you've got 2 on this bottom path, and going for the Rift. They are very quickly going to find out that that was a poor idea. Psychic Solaire only catches the Umbreon. Icicle Spears going into the tree. Look for the Hyper Beam secure, but they don't get it because Gatlu from absolutely nowhere has stolen it from underneath the noses of Zmog. They hold the points lead still, but the level game swings ever so slightly into Nouns Esports' favor.
I feel like if there's any person you don't want to sneak in and steal the objective, it's Gatlu at this point. That's the one person you got to be looking out for to stop them from taking it away from you. Now, you do get Regieleki as a consolation prize, sure, but if you're Zimagogo, man, you really got to think, oh, what if we got both of those Regis to start the game instead of just one?
Yeah, this is just a delay tactic more than anything. Or is it? Hyper Beam whiffs. Regieleki goes down. Eldegoss caught a little bit too far out of joint. And we've got the Green Illusion dive in there as well, combined with the Bliss assistance. Dragonite falls. And I'm afraid that Snow Cloak ain't going to do much good. Glaceon goes down. 3 KO streak. Maybe looking for the 4 or just looking for the score. It's the latter. 40, 25, and a 19-point overdunk. 129 to 49. Nouns Esports. The engines are roaring.
Ooh, baby, a triple. Gatlu popping off right now here in this game 1 of Grand Finals, showing Zimagogo that he is the threat. He is not someone you can take easy. Level 11 right now, currently highest level in the game. You see there's 2 level 10s on Noun Esports' end compared to just the Dragonite on Zimagogo at the highest level. So currently the experience in Noun Esports' favor, of course, makes sense. They've been able to get the Regice and then be able to dunk so many points and get so many more KOs. So how can Zimagogo come back in this second 5 minutes of the game?
Yeah, and check out this capture phase as well for the wild Pokemon. There were so many yellow dots on the purple sides of the field. Zimagogo working with scraps. They're now rotating down to this bottom part, but check out the flank from Adesu coming in from the central area. That he's going to get right behind this squad, and they're probably going to get scooped up with the Surf and the Hydro Typhoon. Not the greatest value Phantom Forest, but here is the Hydro Typhoon. The Cotton Cloud Crash is going to elevate the Eldegoss on top of it. We've got ourselves a Glacial stage, but it's more defensive. And despite the attempted Draco impact into the Registeel, Dragonite's going to eat one into the pockets of Nouns Esports. Goes that Registeel, of course, an attack and a special attack buff. Or sorry, my apologies, a Regirock defense and special defensive buff. To be fair, doesn't really matter at the end of the day. They always felt like they were going to win this fight. T1 zone goes down. Resmok fleeing for their lives, delaying the inevitable. Zemanin 205 to 49.
Yeah, that is 4 KOs and the Regis. Now that Mew goes down, so kind of a delayed ace. The timers aren't really long enough in the match right now to be considered an ace, but effectively every member got knocked out on Zimagogo's end there. Now you can try to go up towards top side for Regieleki, but that is a considerable loss in points for Zimagogo, giving up 2 objectives that you really felt like you had the chance. Certainly the first Regice you thought was definitely in your favor, and then Regirock was kind of a flip in that spot. But you know, I'm not really sure what their road to victory can be here in this last 3.5 minutes. Outside of the Ray flip, because now Esports is just playing so well together as a team. Umbreon getting taken out, Scyther, yet another KO. 2 low health, targeting Glaceon and Eldegoss as well. Can the Blastoise just finish that off? Glaceon is down. Dragonite decides to slam down onto the pad to save Eldegoss there, using his Unite there to make sure it doesn't get KO'd. But there's a difference between not getting KO'd and actually advancing and progressing on the map, and it looks like Zimagogo is not able to do that right now. Blitzy goes down, so that's pretty nice, getting rid of the healing. What can Umbreon do with Dragonite supporting it against Trevenant? This tree is down. Now Blastoise is in a really tough spot. The entirety of Zimagogo going after the starter Pokemon there, taking out the tier 1 in bot lane. Now it's 205, 145, Relic.
What's the phrase again? Oh, yes, bit off more than they could chew. Admittedly, they do get a Regieleki out of it, but they lose that T1 zone, give up a number of points to Zimagogo, who do a quick rotate 180 onto the Regice. Got Bruv here looking for the Woodhammer steal, and they're not going to find it. The Icicle Spears were enough, and again, in too deep. Do they have the swimming skills to find themselves back in the shallow end, to find stable ground? Well, I tell you what, they've got support at the very least. Glacial stage, Umbreon forced away, another fantastic flank from Adesu. Oh, the Hydro Pump denies any exit door opportunity for the LD. All the Glaceon sent back to the Pokemon Center. The Umbreon falls as well. A Hyper Beam, I say, scratches the surface, takes out a chunk of the health bar for Adesu. But time has flown, Zeminem. We've already hit Rayquaza, 2 minutes to go. Noun's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Dragonite already at half HP, trying to fight against the Scyther. Has to run away. Eldegoss popping. It's a Unite there to try to keep Dragonite at full HP. Unite used from Blastoise, surfing away to let Scyther take Rayquaza as everyone else was distracted by the Blastoise. So Zimagogo never even got the chance to get in there. Now Blastoise can dunk. There's the surrender, and Nouns Esports up 1-0 in Grand Finals.
Yeah, it's one of those rare fights, really, where not a lot of people went down when the Ray fell. However, because of the way that Zimagogo and Nouns Esports split, Nouns were really responsible there, sending at least one or two back onto defense to deny any counter scores. Therefore, Zimagogo recognizes, okay, well, we are significantly behind in levels now. We really needed the Ray. We didn't get it. Guess it's time to raise the white flag. Don't let Gatlu take Scyther, or can you even deny it, Zeminem? Because Scyther is not a high priority ban pick, so is it more a case of trying to find the correct counter to Scyther? Because Gatlu is popping off today.
Right, well, that's the thing. If you look at it, like, Scyther, as you mentioned, if you quote-unquote waste a ban on Scyther, then something that's more meta relevant, right, that has more, general meta use or impact into a game is then going to become available. Is that the Leafeon? Is that, the Comfy or something that you'd usually ban was now going to be available? And you have to ask yourself, is it worse to allow the S tier Pokemon through, or is it worse to give this guy his comfort pick? And, trying, as of right now, I think since you have 5 games to play with, theoretically, I think you allow the Scyther to exist, and I think it's probably safer to try to figure out a counter than to just ban that one Pokemon and then allow something else that's generally stronger through.
The wildest thing, though, is that they do have a relatively good counter in Umbreon, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And it goes to show that the nerfs that Timmy put in place on Umbreon are still very relevant. Yes, the Wish moveset is improved, but it is nowhere near the un-KO'able tank and ultimate sustainer that it used to be. And Mean Look, of course, has a more limited range. So you're putting yourself further in harm's way. So really, we're looking at Umbreon and what now to counter Gatlu, and that's perhaps what's most scary for Zmog, is we're looking at 2 players trying to counter one individual who is just having the tournament of his life right now. Hey, remember when Nouns Esports dropped Gatlu in the off season? Yeah, I sure don't.
Well, I'm thinking that last pick, Dragonite, we had a lot of expectations going into the game with it. I don't think it necessarily did poorly, right? It got a couple of nice KOs early on the top path there as a Dragonair. Nice fight in the central area as well. So it's not that it was bad, but like, is that something you think of here in game 2? Maybe you try to match Speedster with Speedster, especially if you're going to be first pick on Zimagogo's end. Maybe don't ban Leafeon, and then like you did last game, and then just pick Leafeon to match the Scyther.
The thing is that the Leafeon, both of the major damage dealing moves, Solar Blade and Leaf Blade, are reliant on setup. With Solar Blade, I mean, it's literally just a straight beam, very easy to miss. So in combination with the Umbreon, yes, I agree that can absolutely work, but how many times did the Umbreon successfully get the Mean Look onto Gatlu? Not many times. I wouldn't want to run that risk. Leaf Blade, on the other hand, of course, you send 5 leaves out, and then the more leaves that hit an opponent on return, that multiplies the damage, which, again, you're going into a Scyther. It's very maneuverable.
Yeah.
It's really strong at escaping those sorts of moves. And so although Leafeon is a great quality pick, Zeminin, is it the pick into Scyther? Is it the pick to go head-to-head with this runaway Gatlu choice? I'm not entirely convinced.
Well, we're going to see what Zimagogo's adaptation is in Game 2 as they lost Game 1 to Nouns Esports. Remember, this is a best of 5, not the usual best of 3 that you're used to for most of the stream. So Zoroark is banned, Leafeon banned. Zimagogo does ban the Leafeon. They decide, going on your School Thought Relic, to not ban the Scizor slot, just try to counter it.
The play here would be to go Scyther, just to like really throw a cat amongst the pigeons, but they go with the Umbreon, which is almost certainly the smarter selection. Once again, look at Bruv hovering this Trevenant rather than the Blastoise. They're willing to give it over to Zmog, and considering how well Adesu did on the Blastoise, by the way, they would be running a risk, almost as much risk, I would argue, as switching things up and going off the Blissey and onto the Hooper. This feels more classic Nouns Esports, but why fix what ain't broken?
Hey, you got 5 games to work with, right? So obviously you're trying to improve at all times. You have the World Championships coming up and everything. You want to try to improve as a team, especially since you have some backup members. Try to, see what synergies you do have available to you. But one thing I do like that Nouns Esports did, banning Slowbro instead of, say, Hoopa or Eldegoss or Comfy or something, is that I do think there was a world Umbreon Slowbro could have been a really nice combination into your Scyther or whatever if you want to choose a speedster like Dodrio or Zoro, you ban your own Zoroark. But I like that Slowbro ban there, anticipating the Blastoise on the other end. You kind of got rid of 2 birds with 1 stone. Mimikyu is locked in for Zimagogo here. What are your thoughts on this Mimikyu as Noun steals away the Dragonite?
Keru is Keru's on something today. This is a huge selection of Pokemon, and Nachos on the Lucario. Fascinating. So in theory, especially with attack weight, if they're able, big like asterisk over the if they're able to stack successfully, then Keru's got fantastic targets in the Hooper, the Inteleon, and the Espeon. Of course, Shadow Sneak is one of those moves, which again is really high skill, but the very best Mimikyu players are nigh on unstoppable. We've got a great brawler in Lucario as well, looking to go into the Dragonite probably. Got the possible knockups as well to deny Hooper rotations back to base, although to be fair, we've seen a lot more Trick Hooper today than we've seen Hyperspace Holes Eminence, so is that even going to be worth it? I mean, I'm actually thinking Trick Hooper in combination with Dragonite, that's a spicy selection that I now desperately want to see. Don't disappoint me, Nouns.
Well, yeah, I mean, you let the rest of the team deal with all the damage and everything. Just do your job, right? You have Inteleon. Inteleon's a great Pokemon, I think. Inteleon, Dragonite, Espeon, like you got the damage output there. So I think just having Hoopa in a more supportive set would be beneficial. But I think Nouns Esports obviously has the wiggle room that if this draft doesn't go their way, they still won game 1, so it's not like they're in worry of getting going down 2-0 or 0-2 or anything like that. So they have the wiggle room to try these different compositions as well. But I really do want to see how Zimagogo works out here with Lucario and Mimikyu.
I have to answer this because I realize I get caught out. Listen, Blastoise is banned. You're right. Sometimes you get a little bit too excited about the possibilities. And I'm particularly excited because we talk about gaming heritage, Zeminin. We talk about traditions, hashtag it. Adesu Dragonite is one of those Pokemon. Like, if Pokemon Unite had like a set of Hall of Fame statues, Adesu next to his Dragonite is on them. At the first ever World Championships, one of the breakout combinations between player and Pokemon. I'm so glad to see him back on it, and I'm with you. I think if we are going to see that Trick Hooper in combination with Adesu, I think that's incredible amounts of damage output that Zimagogo most likely won't be able to hang with. Oh, but that's an electrical straight to the Phantom.
Poor little Phantom never stood a chance against the original legendary from Gen 1 in Mew there. Of course, Mewtwo was there. But Mewtwo is not legal in Pokemon Unite. We all understand how the EX licensing works. So Mew is allowed, but Mewtwo, not a chance. Anyway, minute and a half, about to be a minute and a half into the game with a 20-point lead for Zimagogo against Nouns Esports. They have Pokemon. What it was nice that they already have 4 Pokemon quote-unquote fully evolved, right? Mimikyu and Lucario don't evolve, and then just your Gossifleur is the only thing that needs to evolve left.
Oh, in burning the eject button on the chase. Keru may be getting a little too big for the boots. Does a Mimikyu even have feet? Questions for later. Questions for now. How long is it going to take to respawn? Only a few seconds. I'm sure they're fine. Free score on the top part then for the Luca. Evolution onto the Trevenant for the tree. Pretty close to that Dragonite as well. Inteleon's still a little ways away, so now Z-Sports still going up through the gears. Zmog the only scorers, but this is all too familiar a story, Zeminen. They enjoyed a good early game last time out.
Yeah, well, if you ever read the Pokedex entries, you know you can't check under Mimikyu to check if it has speed or not, because if you lift that little mask or whatever, the little cloth, it's going to kill you. So never going to find out if it has speed or not, but the Lucario has been sent back to the base as now D-Sport is going to continue pushing forward. At least Umbreon is in here to try to stop the Dragonair from scoring. Eldegoss, or Trevenant, excuse me, is very low HP, so they're actually going to be able to push now D-Sports off the pad without giving up too many points. But now Dragonite has evolved and he is ready to party, getting two KOs on that side. Now this Lucario is trying to run away desperately, but they will not allow him. That's another KO.
Oh, Hyper Beam is just disgusting, isn't it? To think that this move has been nerfed so many times over, and the Dragonite stats have been nerfed so many times over. Look, Japan knew all along. Don't sleep on the D-Knight. We've got ourselves Sazuru moving in then alongside two others. Regirock surrounded at the moment by Nouns Esports. We've got ourselves a Solar Beam, but it doesn't matter. It was a little too early. The Snipe Shot steals it away, and the Eldegoss falls too. What about this T1 zone?
Now we're going to go for it. Umbreon has to run away. Oh, Trevenant steals the berry, so Umbreon not able to go back up to full HP. Dragonite on the run. They say, hey, we got Regirock. That's fine. Let's just go back up towards the top lane and try to fight over this Regieleki, where Espeon currently is fighting. Dragonite got there in a hurry. It's just Lucario if he wanted to fight this 3-on-1. I don't think it's that great of a choice for Zimagogo to try to contest, so of course they will just let it go through. And now Regieleki going to be able to break the base open. Ooh, Eldegoss getting destroyed by that Dragonite there. Regieleki breaking it open, and the nice dunk from Dragonite. 40 on the overdunk as well. 116 to 44 on Nouns Esports.
I have to confess, I have the phone book right next to me because I called it, Zeminen. Trick Hooper with Dragonite. And we can see exactly why this is as scary as I thought it might be. Combined with the Dragon Dance, naturally increasing the amount of attacks, auto attacks you can get off per second, which naturally leads into the boosted Hyper Beam potential as well. It is nasty. It's theory crafting at its very best. And Nouns Esports is playing science in the classroom. Zimagogo currently in detention. They're shackled.
I love that. I love that explanation. No, it's not Pokemon Unite. It's science. That's the that's their definition. Is they're up pretty much exactly 100 points, 102 if you want to be precise, but no longer. Still having a pretty strong lead for Nouns Esports in this game too. We have 5 minutes remaining on the clock. You have at this point, it looks like Dragonite and Espeon have the highest levels in the game at level 11. Only Mimikyu and Lucario on Zimagogo's side have dinged up to level 10.
Yeah, next Reggie phase has begun. Reg Ice here. Hyper Beam, of course, surely going to secure this, but watch out. You got Resmog with the Solar Beam. A little early. But, oh, and they were much more on time this time around. And still the Hyper Beam denies. And again, they're going to go for a speculative T1 push. You got Inteleon in support, but they're going to be forced off zone. Espeon going to spawn into the central area they're going to jump into. Meanwhile, Hooper on their lonesome. There we go. Activated the Hooper Unbound. It's time for a quick slice through dimensions and onto the top path.
Just kind of protecting Dragonite by himself up in the top side, trying to secure the second Regieleki of the game for Nouns Esports as they do secure. So they have gotten all 4 of the lane objectives so far in this game. 2 bot lane, 2 Regieleki on the top path there. So for about as good of objective control as you can have in a game when you secure everything.
totally on the top path. Look at Luca, now helped out by the Aldagos, but there's a quick rotation here. Got a Azure Spy Vision as well, popped onto the bottom path, and Luca's gone down. There might be a double push with great reward. Reggie Alecki hits, loads of Chaos energy to farm up and dunk down. 230, 265. No joy on the bottom path, but wait for a second. Lovely Phantom Force here from the Hooper. Oh, the auto takes down the Umbreon. Got a little too close for comfort. 22. Only a 12-point overdunk, but look at the damage that is being done on the score front, Zemanin. 327, starting to hit that runaway territory.
Yeah, definitely looking out of reach for Zimagogo here, but of course in 1 minute Rayquaza will spawn and anything can happen. Level 14 on the Dragonite, Espeon 13, and Teleon is 12 as well. Just a huge level advantage. Oh, Dragonite has to be taken out of the fight. Umbreon gets the KO. Hooper's down as well thanks to the fist from Lucario, so they're going to be able to break this tier 1 in the bot area. But Espeon is in the base, dunking 40 points on Zimagogo's base.
The lights are on. Somebody's home. But it's not the owner. Somebody stole the keys. But check this out. Zimagogo's driving by the Reggie Rock. Got that buff in pocket. Decent timing too. 15 seconds until Rayquaza. First Reggie of the game. Levels okay. Still worried about that Dragonite. Adesu's been doing legwork.
Espeon too.
Espeon now as well. I still favor Nouns for the moment, Zemanin.
Yeah, definitely, for sure, but we'll see what can Zimagogo do to win this game too. Eldegoss is down before the fight even begins. Their big support is out of the match. Umbreon with the Unite tries to stun 3 members, but what can they do? Espeon's down. That level 14 Pokemon is taken out. Lucario secures Rayquaza. Mimikyu with 2 KOs on the way, and now they're going to try to go for the ace. That's a third. That's 4 for the Mew here. Not a quadra for Mimikyu, but an ace nonetheless. And they have a minute and a half to try to come back in this game. That's going to be 68 for the Mew on the tier 2 there. Lucario here, if he can break it through, nobody pops onto that zone, is going to be 100 points, 86 from Eldegoss as well, and they found a way to get the lead.
I'm glad you spoke for that last few seconds, Eminem, because I have been left speechless on this side of the pond. What a steal, what a turnaround. Keru, pop off, King. Sorry, I found your crown on the ground. Let me give it back to you. They've still got score shield, by the way. 609 to 367. I would say that Nouns had a chance of coming back from this, but they keep on falling, and Zemo keep on scoring, and this series is living up to the billing.
That is insane. 709 to 367 right now with 30 seconds remaining. Who knows how much more they can boost those numbers up. You would have seen many other teams would have forfeited by now, but maybe Nouns using this last 35 seconds to discuss what happened there. What was the miscommunication at Ray that allowed Lucario to come in and steal? And that's one thing I didn't get to mention, Relic, in the beginning of the game during the draft, was that Lucario, because we were kind of focused on Dragonite and everything else, Lucario has great objective secure and objective steal at the end. If he's just unwatched, for lack of a better word. If nobody's paying attention, Lucario can just knock Rayquaza in the face, stealing that buff.
I don't want to call it because, quite frankly, I didn't see it. I wasn't even expecting it, but I'd have to imagine it was the Unite move Aura Cannon from Nacho. So gotta love chat saying, oh, they got schooled. This is why we're worried about Nachos, because they're able to clutch up in such a huge way. But Keru too, only 5 KOs, by the way, throughout the entire game, 3 of which they popped up with in the Ray Pit. I want to try and remember how to break it down. This might be one of those rare moments, and I hope the producer agrees with me, where we have to take a look at that Ray fight again to be able to deduce exactly the process of events. Because, I mean, honestly, Zemin and Nouns Esports, I said they were in the driving seat, and they were driving all the way home with the W as well, because Suzuru fell real early in that fight.
Well, they drove off a cliff in the end, but, it did look good. They were up 5-4 because Eldegoss was able to get KO'd before They really started fighting over objective control. But we're gonna watch this whole replay here. We're like talk about the game, talk about how it went to lead us up to that replay at the Ray fight, because obviously it was going perfectly for Nouns Esports for the majority of this game. They got the first 4 objectives in the side lanes, and they still ended up losing the game.
Yeah, so it was a very similar story really to game number 1 where Zimagogo enjoyed an early game. Like, they actually did really well. But here at Ray, so we see brilliant use of Horn Leech. Phantom Force only catches 1, so arguably a misplay from Bruv there, even though they do get the KO. Obviously, we've got the Hooper Unbound, big Hyper Beam, the Midnight Prance takes away all of the shielding. Mystical Mirage, that's a big misplay from Espeon, of course, but they know that they got away from it because the eject button was to try and deny the foul play KO from the Mimikyu. Meanwhile, it was the Aura Cannon from Nachos that actually steals away the Rayquaza. Nouns was sort of half ripping, half not, but by the time that they were closing down on ultimately taking Rayquaza, Nachos was set up and in position.
Yeah, that was a great job for them to turn around their position from what it looked like. As soon as Eldegoss went down, I was thinking, oh, here we go again. We're down a man. The Dragonite and Espeon are still at full, are still a problem. But I'll trade Eldegoss for a level 14 Espeon any day of the week, right? They were both the 2 Pokemon that went down first, got knocked out first. So definitely a beneficial trade for Nouns. Or excuse me, for Zimagogo.
Blaine has come into chat. 1 screams fight, 1 screams flip, and all I want is my bed. Wonderful insider information from a team that are now tied with Zimagogo. Game 3 after this.
We needed every second of that break to relax, to calm down from what was an unbelievable game 2 between Zimagogo and Nouns Esports. And really, Zimagogo comes out with the victory when it seemed like Nouns was in control of 97% of that game.
In capital letters, dude. I mean, what a steal. But also, what a 10-minute period to reflect on. That was a warning shot. That was a warning shot of all warning shots. Zimagogo, as much as I love this squad, had no right winning that game. 2 players clutch up, and they're able to take a win naturally because Rayquaza provides such a strong buff going into the final 2 minutes. Plus, of course, they got some really high quality, high value KOs moving into the scoring phase. But Now's Esports shouldn't be unfazed by that. For 8 minutes, they did fantastically well. Just a little unfortunate.
Well, regardless of what should have happened, we now officially have a series on our hand, as there will be no sweep in the grand finals of this tour. And Zimagogo not banning, not sure if it's intentional or a misclick on their end, because usually you get 2 bans, you want to take advantage of it, especially if you're on the second side there. So I guess we'll find out if it was intentional or not.
I think
because that would have been a Leafeon ban.
This might intentionally be one of the greatest cooks that we've ever seen in Unite Battle Hub, because it basically forces Nouns into selecting a defender or Leafeon, and Zimagogo are able to counter that immediately with 2 incredible defender picks. They've got Blastoise now, of course, banned last time out, taken by Nouns in game number 1. They've got the big tree. Bruv has been maining this Trevenant for the majority of the day. Yeah. And so they've taken that out of his hands as well now. Adesu's back on that Dragonite. I'm glad to see that. Lukita taking up the Umbreon. I think that's smart. Actually switches it over to Bruv. So last 2 picks a little bit up in the air. I'd imagine a supporter and an attacker, given who we see are in those last 2 pick slots. Zimagogo. Let's see what else is on the recipe sheet, my friend.
Yeah, that Trevenant almost working as a second ban because they took it off of Bruv's. And now the question is, you could have just banned something and got Trevenant as your third ban, but is what it is there. Eldegoss is taken on Zimagogo. Eldegoss has had a lot of priority so far on the stream today, a couple of bans as well as being picked up when it is not banned. They did importantly take Hoopa away from Adesu's Dragonite, so you cannot have that combination. But then, of course, Zimagogo could not combine Comfey and Zoroark since Nouns banned the Zoroark. So it looks like it's Blaziken last pick there. The Blazikens had kind of an up and down day, Relic. I'm not gonna lie to you. So Zimagogo's hoping it's going to be up this game.
Allow me to be equally frank with you here, Zeminin. This is the correct time. This is the time to pick a Blaziken. You're running into a Leafeon, squishy. Yes, between Focus Blast into Fire Punch into Blaze Kick and Overheat, there are enough. And of course, you've got the Unite move, Roundhouse Kick, of course. There is enough there to take down a Leafeon before it takes down you. Same with the Glaceon as well. It can go brawling with the Dragonite. It can get in close on the Umbreon, and it's certainly more than a match for the Blissey. It's running 2 stackable items. It is being set up to eat the likes of Leaf Blade, Solar Blade. It is being set up to go for the deep dive. The only way that it is going to be stopped is via that Umbreon mean look. And as we have seen today, that mean look ain't from 3 months ago. This is a new meta, and Umbreon has got to be careful.
Yeah, chicken's eating the grass for dinner in this matchup here, because that's what you're going to need for Blaziken to finally have the big pop-off moment on stream that we've been waiting for all day, for the couple of times that we have been able to see it. As you're saying, Relic, this is the moment to bring it out. We'll see what you can do against Dragonite, because Adesu was pretty strong on Dragonite, but this time around, no Hoopa.
No Hoopa, but I don't think there's no threat either, because in of itself, Dragonite has the ability to rotate from path to path through the Unite move. So once that comes online, it is in of itself the rotational option for Nouns Esports to provide pressure wherever they need it. Early Evo then for Gatlu. Onto the Leafeon. Same over on the side here for the Sylveon. Level 4s for the Torchic and the Squirtle. But this little Gossifleur is not long for this world. Not if Gatlu has anything to do about it, but the X speed enough to get it away from danger.
Yeah, he's going to be able to stay alive. They don't want to give Gatlu that first KO of the game early on. We are a minute into the game. Zimagogo, as most people, ourselves included, I would say, should be fortunate that this series is tied 1-1 for lack of a better word. So if you can try to play the early game in game 3 better, that's definitely what they're going to be looking for. But no, they're going to start a fight here, 3v3 up on the top side. Now Glaceon coming in for the fight as well, but Dragonair has to just run away. Nobody gets KO'd, but there were a couple that were close, and the Blitzy tries to go for it. Finally, the first KO.
Inting for Evo. You love to see it, especially so early on in the game. Very quick respawn timer, back onto that top path in no time at all, but you do give over EXP to Zmog as well, so is that a good trade? I guess we'll find out later on. I tell you what, explain Sublime timing, by the way, because if they weren't on that top path when they were, that could have been a run over.
Yeah, definitely great timing for Nouns to come over there, keep their lead. And sure, Blissey got the Evo, but it wasn't like it was too disastrous. Got the evolve, but only a couple of points. As we're fighting in the central area over the birds. There's Blaziken trying to get some kicks in, but he does not get the KO onto the Dragonair. Trevenant dashing forward, but it's 3-on-1, so not a great use of that dash, but Dragonair gets KO'd. Fairy over Dragon.
Yeah, so a very interesting call on the Sylveon. For the first time tonight, we're seeing Hyper Voice. Did mention it earlier. Brutal KO on the Wartortle, but of course, it's all about that cone. Catch him in the cone, catch him at a distance, and you're going to be dealing a heck of a lot of damage, but that cone only goes in one direction once you set it off, Zeminin, so you've got to be sure and confident about the trajectory, otherwise it's as good as a whiff.
Blissey is walking towards the base, just trying to stay safe, as Zimagogo is going to be able to secure all of those Pokemon in the top path. We are 5 seconds away from the Regis spawning. Leafeon fighting against the Wartortle. What can Wartortle do at this point? He's level 6. Ooh, a check button does keep him safe, but Zimagogo will take out the first tier 1 pad there in the top lane. Now they are also going to, or not, they're not actually there. It's Nouns Esports uncontested taking Regirock right away as a spawn.
It's an interesting game plan from Nouns Esports because they are letting Zmog kind of do whatever they want so long as it doesn't interfere with what they're doing. I mean, ultimately they've taken the Regieleki, but there's already plenty of players on top path to defend this away. It's almost like Nouns Esports are solely focused in on their levels. They want to get to the mid game and into late game and naturally have that advantage over Zmog. So it doesn't matter how the team fights are set up, they'll always have the ability to win them no matter what.
Blaziken dashing onto the pad there, making Umbreon really low HP. Trevenant trying to follow up as well. They get the first KO onto Leafeon in this fight. Eldegoss and Trevenant are really low. The support and defender, how can they help out the rest of the team? They're running back to their base. Trevenant tries to escape, but the Glaceon does not allow it for the KO there. Eldegoss does support the rest of the team, keeping them alive. They do return back to their pad safely, so they only lose one member of the team so far.
Strong rotation from Madesu. Again, Draco Impact doing that damage immediately as well. They're able to protect that T1 zone, which I think is relatively important given that they want that fallback base for the next Reggie that appears on bottom path. Obviously, everybody goes their separate ways now, and Zmog does have a points lead, but it's kind of weird to read it on the map as the Emerald Two-Steps not able to take the KO. Gatlu certainly not having it his own way this time around. Zimagogo got a much better handle on him, but yeah, despite the 84 points on the board, 80 of those have been scored on the top path, Zeminin. So it's not like they've had too much more scoring opportunity apart from those top path pokes.
2 Pokemon facing down, the Umbreon, Eldegoss, and the Sylveon. So it's just going to eat the item there and run away to safety. Don't want to give up anything 5 seconds before the Reggie spawns on the bot side there. So Trevenant is in the area, but it's 4 Pokemon ready for Nouns Esports to try to secure this Reggie Ice. Blastoise is going to flash and surf in there. Use the Unite as well. A huge, what a beautiful play from Blastoise there, getting 3 KOs with the help of his team. They pick up the Reggie Ice as well, and they can break this tier 1.
Oh, they're looking at each other. They got too many points. They got to you just score. Surely just score. Somebody's it's like they're looking around like, who's gonna do it? Oh, actually, no. Really smart. They sent they sent Resmog on the Blastoise to get a bit more AOS energy. So as much as I was there, I apologize. I didn't realize you did actually do the correct thing, Zemog, and ultimately they've taken down that Demon to the zone, but they've also hung around for a little too long. Hyper Beam claims the Blaziken. Bliss assistance onto the Umbreon. Leafeon, Gatlu taking down the Regieleki. Hey, if you can't KO your opponents, at least KO the objectives. Qatar, of course, as you rightly call, beautiful Phantom Forest, but the forest is burned by the Hyper Beam. Going for the Draco Impact onto the Gossifleur, sorry, the Eldegoss as well. Got our Sylveon backing up with the Hyper Voice. Gets scores, 9, 30, got 42 on a Desu, but they're surrounded and they're taken down, and surely now Esports are going to be forced into the retreat.
That Hyper Voice picking the KO up on Dragonite in the end stops it from Nouns Esports breaking the tier 1 pad in the bot path there. We thought maybe in a 3-on-2 spot, it's just Sylveon and just Eldegoss, they wouldn't be able to withstand the offensive onslaught Nouns was bringing their way, but they were able to hold it on, and with 3 minutes left, they still have their tier 1 safe.
28 seconds then until the next bottom Reggie. That is enough time, Zeminin, to be able to pick it up, but will either team feel bold enough to go for it? You can see both teams naturally looking to rotate down onto South Path, and that Hyper Voice continues to harass Adesu. Look at the flank from Blaziken as well. They are both teams setting up here for a Reggie push, but is the Reggie even going to get involved in this team fight?
Yep, 30 seconds before Ray spawns, 2 seconds before the Reggie's in, and they're going to fight. They're not even at the objective there. Eject button from the Blaziken has to flash away. Trevenant dashing away as well. Sylveon is on a pixel of HP. Blastoise surfing to safety as well. That means now Esports has the priority over this Reggie Ice. They can try to snipe it, but no, Dragonite secures the Reggie Ice, their third objective of the game. Now everybody's going for the fight with 5 seconds before Rayquaza spawns. This could be what decides the game. Trevenant is down. Blastoise is running for his life. Blaziken has to stay alive to try to win this, but now Esports is just taking everybody out. They're up 5-3. They did lose Dragonite, but he's about to respawn in time to go up to Ray.
And this is a much stronger shot call than last time out. They're going fully for the rip. They got one of the best rip ability Pokemon in the game, but check it out. Oh, it's a bluff. Certainly bluffed me, or is it? They're sort of half poking, half not. Qatar still here. All Unite moves realistically used for Zemog. Trevenant goes down. Big response from Nouns Esports, who themselves don't have any Unite moves to use. We've got the proc on the Resonant Shield. Blaziken goes in deep, and Dragonite with the Hyper Beam almost falls, but survives just long enough. I've got to check if they've got a focus band, Zem, because if they do, it saved Nouns the game.
Wow, Nouns Esports securing Rayquaza the instant forfeit from Zimagogo. They understood Blaziken was the only character at the fight at Ray that had access to Unite on the entire map. The other 9 Pokemon used it at the prior fight down in the bot side. So Blaziken was in a really tough spot going back and forth. Do I use this to do I use this to try to secure Ray? Do I try to get a pick off maybe Leafeon or something like that, or try to go toe to toe with the Dragonite? And kind of that halfway decision between 2 options left enough time for Nouns Esports to secure the objective.
I mean, can we even call it a Unite move? The roundhouse kick switching between stances. I mean, I guess it does do damage, but not enough. If you're looking for that objective secure, you want Overheat. And I'm sure that Keru was in the position to utilize Overheat, but clearly not in a good enough position because he was getting bullied by everybody. I mean, that was a crowded Ray pit. By the way, there was no focus band on Adesu. So turns out that actually it was just the Dragonite diff.
Just getting good? Is that the
just getting good? Yeah.
Yeah, look at everybody just blowing everything down in the bot lane. Dragonite got knocked out, but he's able to recover in time. Trevenant goes down here, and you see the Blaziken kind of just walking back and forth in there. Goes after Ray when everyone else starts to go down for Dragonite. Blaziken dash towards Ray, where if that dash went towards the Dragonite where the rest of the team was securing, who knows what could happen. Obviously, now Esports still could have secured the Ray. We'll never know what would have happened there, but whatever the end result is, that now Esports is one game away from winning the series.
Yeah, tournament point, $250 on the line, but this was a much closer game than game number 2. I think Zimagogo had every opportunity to take it themselves. I think certainly everybody was thrown off by the huge team fight that erupted down on that bottom path. Did the Reg Ice ultimately make a difference for Nouns Esports? Perhaps, maybe. Again, I'm so caught up in the source of the moment that I didn't actually catch if anyone leveled up because of that Reg Ice, but that's besides the point now. It is a past game. We've got to look forward, and if you're Zimagogo, it's 2 games on the bounce, or you're going home with the 1-2-5. Don't get me wrong, they have shown up strong here. They put in great performances, but they got to find that extra gear to beat a Nouns Esports side who are doing incredibly well without 2 of their star players.
And as I'm watching the VOD, so it looked like it was only the Umbreon, I think, that had leveled up during the Rayquaza fight. So it wasn't like, Dragon Knight, leveled as he got hit and was able to survive. So just kind of naturally living that hit. That would have been hype if you leveled as it happened. But no, the Dragon Knight, you got to get rid of it after these last 2 matches, right?
The respect from Zimagogo. Blastoise, Slowbro, Leafeon off the table. Interesting that Nouns is trying to cover off the Leafeon point. Maybe worried that Keru perhaps was going to go onto the Leafeon. They've again stolen away the Trevenant from Bruv, so they're sticking with that. But as we saw, Bruv is a frontliner through and through. They adore defenders and supporters. They're going to be rocking the Umbreon. Lukita heading back onto the Blissey. I like that choice. It again gives Umbreon the freedom to go with Mean Look rather than Wish, but never mind me. That's a switch onto X-Plane. Lukita waiting for the next stage of draft.
Comfy is not banned this time around. Neither is the Zoroark. Nouns Esports dropped the Zoroark ban to ban Leafeon in this spot. So is that something that Zimagogo might potentially want to go for on their end, or maybe you just ignore it, pick up your supports a little bit later, as they do lock in the Mew on their end to go with this Trevenant. But hey, you might as well. Lucario got 100% win rate.
It does indeed have a 100% win rate, but did you spot how quickly Gatlu locked in the Zoroark? Yeah, you bet your bottom dollar they're going with Comfey, or are they? Internal discussion, it seems, in the Nouns Esports camp. They do eventually fall on what has become a favorite combination worldwide.
Yeah, that's so scary. Like I saw it happening once Comfy got through the first 2 picks on Nouns Esports. They're like, Zimagogo, you better take Comfy, or you're going to be handing Gatlu, his favorite, accessory of a teammate to help him out.
Interesting. The Hooper. Trick Hooper into Lucario. Yeah, I mean, sure.
Don't sound convinced.
I think we might actually see a hyperspace hole Hooper coming back out for this one. I think that suits this particular composition better. Daisu, hey. I thought they were going to go for the Machisel there with the Machamp. No, instead they go for the Sizzle. So who's going to go on the Sizzle then? Because Gatlu Scyther is quite frankly unhinged. But then again, Gatlu might prefer the Zoroark, yeah, in terms of just central area presence and flanking opportunity. For all we know, given what we're seeing here in terms of the Mimikyu and the Lucario, going for the Brawler Sizzle might actually be the better play, in which case,
I agree.
Give that to a Daisu, because that is much more up his alley.
Yeah, that's going to match the playstyle more of Dragonite or some of the other things he's been able to play in on the day. But one thing we noticed, this is the first time, it might be the first time in all the matches we've done today, really, that the teams did not draft double defender. You still have Hoopa and Comfy as supports to go with Trevenant and Umbreon, but so many times it was Blastoise, Umbreon, or Slowbro and Trevenant, or we even saw a triple defender comp in our semifinal match as well. So like this, with all of this offense and hardly any defense, like this could spell some really quick KOs.
Yeah, the way it drafted, I think that both teams responded really well. And actually, it suits both teams, seeing that there's more aggressive picks early in the draft, because it opens up that tactical flexibility later on. You don't want to be picking a defender when you see very clearly the opponent's picking, I don't know, say a Mimikyu solo one-on-one specialist and a Gardevoir, or a Buzzwole and a Gardevoir, because it's then, well, like, you're literally just asking for trouble, because yes, you can sustain for a little bit longer, but what you need is the damage to remove them from the field before they really become a threat. So obviously that's more of a hypothesis than what actually happened. What's actually happening is in front of us, Zeminin. Potentially the last game of the day. Can Nouns close it out in 4?
Not if Zimagogo has anything to say about it. They're going to want to try to force that wonderful Game 5 that everyone always loves to see in competitive play. But of course, Nouns is the favorite, you would say, going into this set. They're not at full force, but like you see from the communication and how they played, they definitely understand why they're one of the best teams in the world, and to showcase that throughout the entire tour this month. Minute in, nothing too crazy has happened as of yet. We do have the Umbreon evolution on their end. Phantom still is not kicked over yet. But again, Zimagogo, a lot of Pokemon that just don't need to evolve. Phantom is the only Pokemon that needs to evolve on their end.
It's a joyous day for me, Zeminin. It's the last day of Elite Tour for the month. I also got Master today, and we've seen some masterful plays in general. I want to see more of that. I want to see, for example, the Sizzle, which is confirmed now, but I want to see Zmog giving this a real good go, trying to force a Game 5. We've never actually had a legitimate Game 5 here on Battle Hub. By nature of previous tournament formats, it's always been a game advantage Game 5, and so this would be one for the history books if Zmog can enjoy an early game, which, by the way, they are. Now can they transition that into mid and late game?
Already level 7 for Mimikyu here in this Game 4, so Zimagogo is playing very well early on. The first 2 minutes have expired 39-0 in points. Trevenant finally evolving. So now Zimagogo's team is at quote-unquote full force since they don't need to evolve anymore. Still have to upgrade their moves, of course, and abilities, but they don't need to wait any longer. The highest level is level 6 on Nouns Esports, and Scizor gets the dunk, and it is Scizor, not Scyther, as we were predicting, to try to fight the all-rounders on Zimagogo's. And Zoroark gets the dash out to safety. Comfy helping keep him alive. Oh, the mix-ups on the Mimikyu! It's trying to break his ankles, but he breaks his own ankles.
Well, they got the Flower Crown back to base at the very least, defending off zone. Now onto the Scizor, who actually had so much damage dealt to them in that initial assault from the Mimikyu that they simply had to go back to base. There was no need to risk the bullet punch because they simply wouldn't have survived for much longer. Now they go in, of course, to get that boosted auto as well. But Luca on the hyperspace hold pad called it again, is able to get that free reset. Solar Beam steals the remainder of the clouds. Scizor thrown away by the power-up punch. We have Umbreon taking down this Baltoy as well, and it's a rotation down onto bottom path minus the Lucario here, Zeminin, as Zmog look to pick up the first Reggie of the day. Now Esports immediately responding though, going after the Regieleki.
Yeah, they're going to burst that Regieleki down. You wonder how quickly they can try to fight. Of course, not as quick as the team that has access to Hoopa, since they can just get wherever they want. So deciding to trade, Zimagogo gets the Reggie Rock, where now Esports gets the Regieleki. Can they get Reggie to land on the pad? Yes, it does open up, and they destroy the tier 1.
Yeah, and they still don't have the Sizzle Unite move either. That's going to be a really useful tool going forward. Same really with the Zoroark Unite move as well. These are two very powerful pad cleaners, really. Sweepers, if you want to call them that. Look at that. The Umbreon, sorry, the Lucario, I should say, stunned back. Mystical Mirage, more scores. Now's really pressing the issue. They take the overall lead, but now Zmog's fully rotated onto the top path. Wish Umbreon, by the way. That's something that we didn't call correctly. Meanwhile, the Flowering Fields forever go down, and Scizor going all in. Daisu rolling the dice, coming up with a 6. Midnight Prance steals away a bunch of shielding. 3-6 score, and look at Zoroark to escape out here. They do so through the eject button.
Umbreon has survived way longer than you would hope for if you're Zimagogo's, and it took so long. He was running through the side, just completely distracting everybody, healing up with Wish, and it just was way too much time and, you know, manpower invested into taking down that defender, so everybody else got out.
Was the Daisu just flexing there on the Sizzle? No, quite. No, just like, yeah, look how cool I am. And yeah, you certainly were cool. But let's hold off a second because things heating up here on bottom path. And that's a 22-point overdunk for the tree. Big auto. The Wish is going to heal them up, and a miss on the Shadow Sneak, but Bruv forced all the way back onto this T2 pad. Quick correction, by the way. It was, of course, the Diglett launch pad and not an eject button. No itemization utilizes. The Aura Cannon is a big pumpkin. Not going to squash anyone just yet, however. Health bars are low, but they are allowed to retreat.
Oh, that Comfy Zoroark combination has just been able to keep him alive in these last couple of fights. Scizor just getting barely dinged by the laser, and now with the Shadow Sneak, Mimikyu comes in to secure the KO. They can go right on to Regieleki.
Easy for Keru, bit of a flip of the fortunes here. Nouns Esports focusing on the bottom part, Zima Gogo focusing on the top. I don't blame Nouns Esports. That Regieleki should be running into the T1. I don't think they got too many points off on it. We'll see as it continues to go down. Reg Ice following suit, big Hooper unleashed, 50 score, and yeah, the Regieleki was taken down, but there's a steal, was it? No, it wasn't, my apologies. Nouns Esports picking up the Reg Ice. Mimikyu with another KO. Sizzle, meanwhile, in that back room, checking out some wild Pokemon, capturing them. More EXP, level 11, by the way. Gatlu avoiding capture, but caught out by the returning Lucario. Hyperspace Hole brings reinforcements to the top line, and Gatlu and Co. forced into the retreat again.
Ooh, he's trying to fight it. It's 2-on-1. It's 2-on-2 technically, since Comfy is surrounded by the Zoroark. But you know what I mean. In that fight, 2-on-1, and Zoroark was going to win that one, so they had to back off. Yeah, they were going to take the birds in the central area. Mimikyu is level 13, the highest level in the game. You still have 2 level 12s on Nouns Esports end, so not the end of the world. He went down that one spot. But now it's time to brawl. Hoopa takes down Scizor. He's down. One of their more important frontliners to brawl with has been taken out, but Mimikyu gets traded for that as well. So it's just 1 Pokemon each. 4 Pokemon still remaining for both of these members. And Zoro gets a 50 dunk on the tier 2 in top.
Yeah, all a bit of a nothing really, or should I say that Zima Gogo now definitively with the most KOs out of that team fight. Might be a little bit more Red Illusion dive. 2 KO streak for the Mew. Eats a bullet punch from the Scizor, who himself eats the Electro Ball. Oh, big light screen makes a little bit of distance between himself and a Desu, who's now held up with a tree rooted down. Another Solar Beam, the full power of the sun, eaten by the Steel type boosted auto. 3 players looking to take down this Scizor. Yes, this really is how long this Pokemon can survive, but survive no longer they shall. 13-second respawn time.
I swear, Trevor is just, he's not a defender. He's an all-rounder sometimes with the amount of survivability and how much damage he can do. Trevenant there, such a crucial fight in that matchup against Scizor, being down a level but still being able to compete. Now Zimagogo as a team going to push Regieleki. They have 20 seconds before Rayquaza spawns. In the bot lane, you have Nouns Esports going for the dunks instead of the Reggie there. There's only 10 seconds left, so they know. Let's break this tier 1 and then head right over to Ray.
Yeah, they won't have time for the bottom Reggie, but they do have to set a pad. Wonderful find with the Shadow Sneak into the play rough. Come play with me. He says the Unite move popped as is the Flowery Fields forever. We've got the Wish going down, though. Good security from Bruv. That Sudu supporter doing all the work, and they're finding the rip here. Nouns Esports, Hooper Unbound, bringing Mimikyu back into the party.
341 to 241. Zimagogo tournament life on the line, down 100 points. They need to get the Ray, but Hoopa Unbound is no more on the map. Mimikyu gets a KO onto the Zoroark, and Comfy, of course, will follow with it. But Lucario was the hero of Game 2. Can it be the hero of Game 4? Mimikyu with the double onto Umbreon. That's the full ace, and now they can take their time securing Ray with 1:20 left to score.
Believe what you see, folks. A first Hero Unite Battle Hub is on the way, unless Nouns Esports can do practically the impossible. Zimagogo looking to force the truest of Game 5s. Hundo Burger on bottom path. Hundo Burger on top path. Score opened up to 441 to 341. Nouns Esports, even if they score a full 100, will still lose this game because Zmog got there first.
100% win rate. Lucario does it again. The combination, technically Mimikyu as well, was drafted in Game 2. So this double all-rounder comp that Zimagogo has gone for has been absolutely crucial for them in this game. Trevenant has been an absolute hero as the sole defender on the team, being able to withstand so much damage that Nouns Esports has thrown in its direction. What a beautiful game from Qatar here in Game 4. Now it's 6:05 to 341 with 20 seconds left. And for the first time here in Unite Battle Hub, because usually, as you mentioned, there's the Game 1 is already given to the team on the winner side, we will physically have a Game 5 in this best of 5.
Zima, go, get up and get them, girls, because that was a phenomenal performance from the team in purple. It's that Luca Mimikyu Trevenant concoction that does it again, and it makes me wonder how we're actually going to see the draft play out next time. I'm a little bit fuzzy on the rules, but I believe that Zimagogo might get opportunity pick as to whether they go second in draft or first in draft. I don't know what's actually going to be preferential here, Zemanin, because a lot of it relied on them stealing away the Trev in draft, whilst also picking up a mix of like target and priority bans. Of course, that Dragonite, I think, missing big time for Nouns Esports.
Yeah, I think the one Pokemon we know is not going to make an appearance in Game 5 is Dragonite, because Zimagogo is just not going to allow that to happen, I would imagine. But honestly, Galu did a great job getting to level 15 on Zoroark for most of this game, which is an absolute menace. I would say Adesu's impact on Scizor was not as high as we were anticipating it to be, because I think maybe just the Mimikyu was able to just keep up with it in levels and get some really important KOs and keep the advantage on Zimagogo's end. But I do wonder if, I don't want to say it's all on Adesu's back in Game 5, because that's not fair, but I do wonder what is going to be their pick for the final game.
Look, I got some thoughts, Zemanin, but I also need to recover somewhat. Please help me. Thankfully, there's a break on the way, folks. We'll see you then after this.
It all comes down to this, the $250 first place on the line here in Game 5 of the Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour between Nouns Esports and Zimagogo. I am Zemanon. I'm joined by Relic for this historic match for Battle Hub, our first official 5th game of a series. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I'm sure it's going to be a banger.
The pleasure is everyone's, Zemanin, because we all get to be here to witness this moment. You were here, but who's going to win? It's the eternal question in tournament play. But $250 to $125, That's a big difference. That's going to be huge for either of these squads. But what can these squads do? I want to touch upon a point I was thinking about with Nouns Esports as we see that Dragon Knight ban immediately coming in for ZimaGoGo again. I think we've got to focus on the sizzle here. Was it good? Yes. Did it make a positive difference? I'd argue no, and this is where Relic sticks his colors on a flag and says Metagross and or Aegislash. I think both would be really good picks. Hyperscalers, anti-dive. Hey, you know that Mimikyu you were struggling with?
Yes!
Stick Wide Guard on with Aegislash, you know? Like, negate all the damage. It's a win-win, Nouns Esports.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I'm not sure if we are going to see it in Game 5. This would be the moment to break it out. But the question on if Scizor was good or not, it did 59,000 damage the last game. Mimikyu did 73,000, Mew did 91,000, and Lucario did 68,000. So also the Zoroark also did sub 60,000, or like just exactly 62. So you just need more damage basically out of Gatlu and out of Adesin, right? In this game, that's all it is. Breaking out the Mime himself in Game 5 with double defender. This is spicy.
Bruv Mime is what, like, when you think bruv, you really think this Pokemon's Evan, and this is huge for me. This is the sunglasses on time to get serious moment. Blaine bringing out the Delphox for the first time today. If it's that Fire Spin, that's going to be really good to negate the threat of the Trevenant, which, I mean, Katara and that Trevenant's been causing hell all day long. Suzuru, interestingly, picking up the Hooper. I like that as a choice.
It's up to Gatlu!
Gatlu going, Gatlu with the sizzle, but is it a Scyther? Keru going with the Gyarados, all the big hitters for game number 5.
I was really waiting to see what was going to be ZimaGoGo's 5th pick there, because you've got 2 attackers, you have 1 defender in Trevenant, and then Hoopa as well, but it worked out for them last time around. It's the Gyarados who, as we have seen, if Gatlu sticks with Scizor instead of Scyther, somewhat of a self-counter pick is just how the matchups have played throughout the day, that Scizor has been good into the Gyarados, but what do you think of? I guess Delphox is going to have pretty heavy shoulders in this match for Nouns Esports for Delphox and Scizor for the damage output.
It's not so much choo-choo as CC's Eminem. It's crowd central time. I bought a ticket and I'm excited to see what is concocted between. But I mean, I assume again the Hydro Pump Surf Blastoise. You've got literally the Walls of Mime. You've got the Fire Spin of X-Plane, or at least I would imagine that's the sort of Delphox they're going to be bringing to the table. And to round that all out, you also have an Umbreon that can provide Mean Look if they want. All of those are terrible news. Hear it first for the Gyarados, which is why I think, as much as that Gyarados naturally should force that Scizor to seriously consider, or the Scyther, I should say, to seriously consider evolution onto the Scizor, I don't think they're going to take that route, because as a Scyther, you got some really squishy targets with ZimaGoGo, the Glaceon, the Mew. If you're able to find picks on either of those two in major team fights, ZimaGoGo are going to be struggling later on. That Gyarados can carry, but it can't carry the entire house with it.
Right, and the one thing that Gatlu was lacking in the last game was just a little bit of damage, just a smidge. Zoroark did a great job, but it just missed a couple of KOs in the end. So if you go for the Scyther route, go for more damage up front, you already have the defense. You have 2 defenders and a Mr. Mime. You don't need to be bulky on the Scizor here in this matchup. So we'll see for all of the marbles, and by marbles, I mean $250. Nouns Esports and ZimaGoGo in Game 5 of this best of 5 should be an exhilarating 10 minutes.
Very swift rotation onto top up and Nachos, but here comes Gatlu on Scyther, and they don't quite know that he's here just yet. A couple of slashes through the tall grass, waiting for our first set of clouds. Of course, that Umbreon is pretty close, and Lukita should be allowed this one soul ball toy to secure that evolution. Already got Abrasion down on bottom path as well. Meanwhile, ZimaGoGo, of course, they are looking for that Gyarados really early. Effort gauge already 70% of the way there, roughly so. Clouds, they can test over, but Gatlu's going straight for the KOs.
Oh, Magikarp! No! Magikarp gets sliced up by the Scyther immediately. It's going to be even longer for Magikarp to evolve into the Gyarados. That's a double for the Scyther. Glaceon is down. He is just continuing to cause havoc. Hoopa is such low HP. Phantom actually is the one that secures the KO in response. Now Umbreon has to try to run away in this 2v1, but will Trevenant and Hoopa let him get away? Looks like Hoopa has to walk away, so yes, Umbreon gets to save around for another day. But Scyther, those early 2 KOs, it's going to set Magikarp back.
Yeah, and there's our answer in terms of how aggressive are Nouns Esports willing to go. Very aggressive. They have got the mean look out, and here's that Gyarados online now. Oh, nasty, nasty piece of work is Keru, but it's Sazuru who steals away the KO. They've secured the clouds in the central area as well, Nouns Esports, and so Gatlu still leads the lobby level-wise, gets a KO onto the Hoopa, wants a little bit more. He wants that Sashimi, as you said earlier, on the Gyarados, who denies the score with the Dragon Breath, and Desu doing their best into the backline, steals the berry, and now finds the Glaceon. Snow Cloak procced, but it only delays. No, it doesn't delay. It actually does maintain their survival ability, and they're able to actually retreat successfully, and with a bit of reinforcement on the way to deny Nouns Esports more scoring opportunity.
Huge of Scyther to just be dashing around the top area there, because he's able to dash onto the berry to steal it from the low health Gyarados and get that KO. If he's able to live there, able to secure or recover some of his HP, excuse me, there could have been a different story. It's only 13-0 on the points, 3 minutes in, so nobody's really scored too much here. That means you're gonna have to save it for later as the Reggies do spawn. Hoopa bringing the crew down here for this crucial Reggie Ice.
Nouns Esports have not been afraid to go rip the Reggies. We've seen this for the last couple of games with Zimagogo have got presence. They go straight in on the Glaceon, forces out the Glacial stage. Hyperspace Highway available, but not for the Glaceon. Denied, denied, goodbye, and back to the Pokemon Center you go. Fire Speed catches out the tree, burns it, and they burn the Regieleki as well. Gatlu popping off.
When you have to rely on Trevenant to try to steal the objective compared to the rest of the team, not a great spot to be in. Hoopa getting sliced up by Scyther as well. That's another KO, dropping 30 more in there. Mr. Mime getting some points as well. That's a double for Scyther. This Gyarados has not been as great as they've wanted it to be for Zimagogo for a Game 5 performance. 138-0 right now.
As a saying in the UCS, never take Nouns Esports to Game 5. The evidence in history is there for anybody to study. And quite conversely to all of the earlier games, here's Eminem, Zimagogo struggling in the early game. If that's a sign of things to come, I fear for them.
Yeah, Hoopa kind of in a bad spot with the front of the team there. Scyther getting another KO. Gyarados has to bounce out to safety to his side of the field there. Now 4 members of Nouns Esports trying to run away. Umbreon goes in with the Unite, hits the follow-up from CC on Blastoise. Combined together has so much CC there, but he doesn't secure any KOs.
Oh, we got some unique move combinations here. Wish, Mean Look, but Rapid Spin Hydro Pump. Taking down the Regieleki. X-Plane is. Mew falls, pinned up against the wall. 4 of Zmog, the 4 remaining members, all in one place. Are they just setting up for the total team KO, Mr. Mime? Well, is it more like his cousin, Mr. Rhyme, because they're waxing poetical?
Scyther just dropped 43 on like a 5, I think it was 5 points were left in the zone. So what a massive overdunk. Level 12 for Gatlu here. He has 2 members that are level 10. The highest level on Zimagogo's side is Mew and Glaceon at level 10. Glaceon just dinged up to 11. So 212 point lead, massive level lead as well. Everything is coming up now in Esports right now.
Big donut, no score, 5 minutes in. Zimagogo have very much met the red light here. They do eventually get the 40 score in, and they've not lost the Registeel either. Split push finding dividends. Rapid Spin goes in, finds the denial on not just 1 but 2 scores. Fanciful Fireworks ultimately claims the KO on the Trevenant as Mr. Mime. Look at that showtime, and he is the ring master, and he has put on quite a show for us so far.
Absolutely has put on quite the spectacle from Mr. Mime in Game 5, saving this moment for the best time. And here we are, less than 4 minutes remaining in Game 5. Now Esports has a sizable lead, but this is not an unfamiliar position for Zimagogo. In Game 2, they were losing probably 95% of the entire game and ended up winning in the last second. Game 4 as well, they were losing for the most part, and then came together as a team to pull off the victory. So can Zimagogo repeat history and get their 3rd win of this series?
It's all sunshine and roses now for Nouns Esports, but they can't afford to get complacent. One team fight lost in Zimagogo might be able to get the next Reggie objective, and all of a sudden they're back on level terms on, well, levels. Here we've got the Hyperspace Highway giving a protection safety net for Zimagogo. We've got the Mystical Mirage coming out there, protecting that move, the Mew, I should say.
Umbreon.
Dragon Current leading to the KO of the Umbreon, going deep diving into Bruv, but Blastoise is there as backup. Water beats grass. What is this universe?
Blastoise just does not care. Mew is able to take out Mr. Mime, but as a support, not as relevant of a target as it would have been to take out, say, the Blastoise or something else there. So it's 278 to 41. 30 seconds left. Looks like they're going to be pushing. Nouns Esports is pushing Regieleki. Nobody is up there in the top side. Looks like Glaceon is just the only person that could potentially try to stop it, but no, even Glaceon's walking down towards the bot lane here as Regice spawns with 15 seconds left before Ray is going to come in. Don't think they're going to be able to finish it off, so they'll decide to fight each other instead. Trevenant is down! Scyther chops the tree down to the ground and is in the base watching as Rayquaza spawns. 5-4 Pokemon advantage. Not the time for Zimagogo to be down a Pokemon.
They got a Unite move and they're back on Thea Sky Ruins. We got Vision, Nouns Esports on this bottom side, and they now know exactly where the Hooper is mean. Look, Rapid Spin, maybe looking to take down Cezuro. We've got the Solar Beam there for protection. Here comes that Trevin, and then on the southern side, they might be forced into Showtime a little bit early here, bruv. They do have the Unite move available on the backline. X-Play, my goodness, it's Woodhammer!
Trevenant!
Bonks! Taken into the backline with the Dragon Current, bounces away the Gyarados, but now Nouns Esports are 4v5. They still got Hydro Typhoon, they've still got the Midnight Prance, but they do not have the Green Illusion Dive. They've not got Gatlu. Zimagogo spin for the rip.
Scyther is down, Delphox is down. Two of the most important damage dealers on Nouns Esports are taken out. Rayquaza down to about 35% of its HP remaining. Glaceon beats up the Blastoise too. The best defender in the game is not in the fight with a minute left here. Trevenant is so low. Mr. Mime's gonna try his best at the top of Ray, and Hoopa secures Rayquaza with 50 seconds left. Zimagogo are down over 250 points. They have to drop all of these as fast as possible. 80 from Hoopa, Hundo Burger from the Mew. Can they come back?
It's still not enough. They've got Blaine on that top path, and they know the Nachos is on the way. We've got that Gyarados still with a 50. They've spawned back to base. They don't have enough points, and they're not going to get another reminder. They got 3 with Shield, though, and they're going to get the Hundo Burger down. And Nouns Esports are most certainly behind. They are most certainly behind, and nobody's going for a backup of their own. Zimagogo, right from underneath the noses of Nouns Esports, are going to be your first ever Elite Tour champions.
What an unbelievable best of 5 between these two teams. Zimagogo winning 3 of the 5 games from losing positions, getting the team fights at Rayquaza, securing the objective. It's not how you start, Relic, it's how you finish. And Zimagogo will finish this series as the champion.
Gatlu with 12 KOs. Zimagogo all together with 11. The Gyarados got nada. They only put up 4 assists. And yet, walking out the winners because they handled Rayquaza best. Zimagogo had just enough points. They had just enough game sense to get this one over the line for a first best of 5 that has truly gone to game 5, Zeminin. What a series we had here to clear out main event April.
Yeah, that is an unbelievable finish. I really thought with how this game was going, but we've seen We've seen so many times Nouns not closing out, not saying that they're playing with their food or anything, but just not finishing off the games to make it so that Rayquaza isn't even a reliable way to come back. You know what I mean? Like, they have such a huge lead, but they still leave that window cracked just a little bit for Zimagogo to come back into the game, and they got punished for it 3 separate times.
It was a crack just big enough that you could compare it to what my voice did when they actually turned and went for the ribs, Evan. Zimagogo, I tell you what, for a team that, had to battle for every mile that they earned in this series. And let us not forget that in that game number 2, they were well behind, and yet they stole it in arguably even a more sensational fashion than what we saw here. Like, Zimagogo actually had a lead up. They had a couple of dominoes falling so that the Rayquaza was inevitable. But in hindsight, that game 2 victory was probably the most important victory of the entire set.
I think once Blastoise went down at that point, with Scyther Blastoise being KO'd down 5-3, that you just knew it was going to be that. And then Delphox smartly decides to just run right to the top lane, try to defend it. But you can't, because of the Ray shield, it let Trevenant drop the 100 points before he was able to break that shield there, and ended up being 321 to 280 whatever it was, 290. Yeah. So, like, literally that shielding by Delphox being by themselves, not being able to stop that Hundo Burger being dropped was the difference. Because how crazy would it have been, Relic, if they steal Ray for the 3rd time and then still lose by like 30 points? That would have been crazy too.
They would have had to use one of their regular moves. They didn't even have their fanciful fireworks to put down, which in of itself is decent for the chip damage secure. And fair play to Zmog. They forced out all of those Unite moves, basically barring one, I think it was, in the end from Nouns Esports. And okay, the proviso is there. This wasn't a full strength Nouns Esports, but Zimagogo can be incredibly proud of themselves. They put on a heck of a show, and it means that our first ever Elite Tour is won by a team that qualified through the last chance qualifier. So congratulations to you guys. $250 in the pot to share between you. Of course, $125 to Nouns Esports. I don't have confirmation on the prize pool next time around, unfortunately, but what I do know, Zemanin, is that Elite Tour is going to get started all over again in May. We might have some stuff for OCE as well. Trust me, guys, we are cooking on that one. And I just hope to see way more teams, because if this didn't get you excited for this esports, what will? Like, seriously.
I'm putting a team together. I'm just throwing it out there. You know, Relic, you're invited. You know,
thank you.
We can get Bacon in there. We can get some other guys to try to, because I could use a couple $250.
Yes, same. Couldn't we all in these times? But I tell you what, we've had a wonderful time here tonight, of course, and it wouldn't be possible without the wonderful team behind the scenes. We've got to thank Rosander, of course, on Observer Duty, and Chris for providing the production. Listen, as much as people like to enjoy casters and all the talent on screen, we can't do what we do without them. So please give them a hand. Give our wonderful mods and tournament admins a shout in chat as well. We had Shiv, Azalea, Bacon. We also had Bridget and Dreadnought on hand. So please give them your thanks. Of course, there are a number of people across the Elite Tour. We've all thanked them on their various broadcasts. Today's Eminem, we were joined by Zerion and Alex and Draku. They did an amazing job over Swiss. And look, it's been wonderful sharing the booth with you. My first time working with you. But really cool. Next time out in May, there's going to be a lot of new faces joining us here at Battle Hub, so they are most certainly joining a fun place to be on the back of that series.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, as I started my Pokemon Unite commentary journey back in December, and it's always been an absolute blast with Unite Battle Hub, being able to cast, one day every month. I look forward to it. It's exciting to see how the meta evolves with the patches and everything. Of course, EUSE shaking up the meta and everything as well. So it's always an absolute pleasure. It's always so much fun to dedicate some time on the weekend to cast some Pokemon Unite. So appreciate everything from Unite Battle Hub, and let me be a part of the team in any small semblance that I can be.
You are the GOAT, my friend. You are the GOAT. And listen, if you fancy yourself a bit of a GOAT, then the best thing that you can do here to support us is to follow on our socials. Here on Twitch, we've got a YouTube. We've got an artist previously known as Twitter. It's an X, I realize. But it's Unite Battle Hub over there as well. Tune into that for all of the updates in terms of your scheduling. Players, we see you, we hear you. There's a Discord. It's up, and we'll be sharing it with you soon. So all of those pings will be coming your way. We got our eyes on you, believe you me. And we've got eyes on everything. There is so much going on behind the scenes, folks. You don't even know. We'll reveal everything in due time. But for the moment, I ask for patience and I ask for excitement, because Pokemon Unite Esports ain't going anywhere. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a long one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I've just been Relic. And from all of us here, it's a very warm goodbye.